Let's see. Looks like it's 8 o'clock or close to it. Can everybody hear me? Let's see how many people we have here. We have nine right now, which is pretty good. And hopefully you can hear me. I know sometimes technical issues, they kind of work against me. But yeah, I'm here. And no, I haven't died of a heart attack yet. But as you know, one of our fellow carnivore channels, as you know, if you haven't heard about it yet, Mitch, the old guy carnivore, has suffered a stroke and is in the hospital. But knowing him, he'll be back up and around. I know a lot of older people that have had strokes. I think even my mother did when she was in her 80s, but they don't know for sure. But he did have that old head injury. So I'm sure that some of the vegans will be out there, or maybe some of the hardcore carnivores, and they're going to say, "Oh my goodness, look at this man. He drinks coffee and smokes cigars, and he got a stroke, and it must be caused by that." And the vegans will say, "Oh, another carnivore gets a stroke." There was the one lady, I forget what her name was, that she said that she suffered a stroke on the carnivore diet. So again, just be aware of this, but it may actually work to our advantage because it'll bring more attention on the carnivore diet. And basically, you have to realize that this diet is not going to be the cause of these things. It's like I tell everybody, if you buy a used car, it's been abused, they haven't changed the oil, it's things are leaking, whatever, and you clean it up, you drive it, and then it blows up. Oh, it's because I changed the oil and I cleaned the car and I did this and that and it blew up. No, it has nothing to do with it. The damage was already done. What you did probably prolonged it. It's like my truck. My truck had issues when I got it, transmission, engine, and all that when I got it in 2008. And I drove it until 2023, until it finally became too difficult to get started and smoke too much and so on. But then, of course, I'm going to rebuild it. And like everything else, it takes time. So if you're one of these people that are on the carnivore diet, don't be discouraged because the carnivore diet is actually the way to go, in my opinion. And again, the worst thing that can happen, you can become a sickly 56-year-old like me, and that's it. You're going to have fun doing it. So don't give up on your carnivore diet. So let's see who we have here. I see that I have all my elite. You're of the 0.1% if you're here in my chat. This is not the place for the popular carnivores, but it's the place for the great carnivores. I see that Thomas Target Prime Rib was the first. So congratulations on being the first. Although in my channel, first, last, it doesn't matter. You're all going to end up in the same place. So it's about the journey, not the speed. But great that you're here. I see William McCartney says that he's been sick. Maybe you have that flu that's going around. And if you have to rest, take a rest. If you decide to watch the replay, you could do that. Otherwise, just keep your eyes out. And Kitchen Witch 1985 is here. Thanks for being here, Rick. Well, thank you for leaving your comment. Michael Pregler, did you hear about Mitch having a stroke? Yes. And Carrie from Homestead, how? Okay. Now, I have to admit, I try to watch Carrie's videos, but most of the time, if he does the interviews, he does are really nice. But some of the I don't know if you call it live streams, it just turns into a contest to win a little salt shaker or some membership to his community or whatever. And again, I'm not going to criticize that, but it gets old after a while. People asking all their questions about carnivore diet and so on. And, my motto is think for yourself. You gather as much information as you can, and then you make your own decision. So, but hey, if they want to join some healing humanity, and again, you watch Mitch's channel, you can see that he feels the same way that I do about this term healing humanity. What I like about old man Mitch, he's not one of the elite, well, we're the elite here, but still, he's not one of the real popular carnivores. I mean, he's popular, but he's not like, the Homestead How crew or maybe some of the other doctors, the Dr. Barry, whatever, and I don't know what they call it. They have their own club or whatever. And again, that's your option if you feel like you need that kind of support. And I think a lot of times for the new people that are coming in the carnivore community, those popular carnivore celebrities have their place because they get interest, they get people thinking, And the advertising industry is very good at sucking people into eating cheap garbage duck food and calling it something that they want to desire. And you have to remember that modern corporations thrive on what I call less for more. They give you less for more money. For example, they stuff you in a tiny apartment instead of giving you a nice home with a yard, and they charge you more. They give you cars that are ugly plastic. They don't have any color, no chrome, nothing. It's just a technical pile of crap given to you for more money. Instead of paying $3,000 to $4,000 like they were when I was a kid, now they're $100,000. So again, less for more. The sort of industrial revolution was giving you more for less. It was about mass production. But this is the way it is. So when you're a new carnivore, you might want to hit one of these popular groups so you feel like you're part of the community. And then once you get into the carnivore lifestyle, you may decide that you want to, make some changes. And again, I've talked to many people that are in the carnivore community, and although a lot of them won't admit it publicly, they do eat non-carnivore foods. For example, fermented plant material, certain types of fruits in season. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. I have said since the beginning, if you like that stuff and it's available, and if you use the Rick method, don't eat any leaves, stems, or roots or seeds. That's what you want to avoid. If you're going to eat leaves, ferment them or cook them first, but that's it. All right, let's hit these comments again. And let's see. Terry Sue says, I'm glad Mitch seems to be okay according to Ellen. Yes, I also spoke to Ellen, and that's good. I hope they don't try to give him oatmeal. He'll frisbee that crap across the room. It's like me when I was a kid. I used to throw it out the window to the ducks. What's up with Mitch, please? Okay, we're going through this. Good morning from me. And then Terry Sue says, okay, yesterday's morning coffee, the chat is open for talking. Interesting. And then everybody's saying hello. Good morning from me. And I think I'm just going to lay in bed. Now, again, if you're feeling sick, you can always listen to this. You can also do what I do and listen to my live stream while you're working. I find it's a nice little companionship. Now, I live alone, and a lot of times I do work with other people, but sometimes I work alone when I'm trying to get something done. And it's sort of like having a companion when I get to listen to some of my favorite chats. So you'll see me on a lot of these here. And who else do we have here? Oh, we got a lot of comments. Booby Goats, my aunt had a stroke. She went carnivore, fixed the stroke problems yeah. But again, you could always get another stroke if you've had one before. And Mitch's son contacted Ellen. Okay. And I see Peter here. Hi, everyone. Papa Carnivore. Quack Jr. is here. There you go. And howdy, beautiful people. Sound is breaking up. That's not good. I have a wired internet, so I don't know what's going on. Volume is weird. Low and vibrational. Okay. I wonder if Milton has been playing around with my mixer, but I'm looking at it and everything seems to be in the normal range, so I don't know. All right. Morning, Rick from Jerry Hall. Morning. Michael Pregler. Sound check. I hope it's improving. Sound is breaking up. I'm going to have to see if I can get my headphones. This is ridiculous. Why would the sound be breaking up? I haven't adjusted anything. Okay. Let's see. Jiggle a cord or something. It gets really loud. I will play with the cord. Okay. Disconnected phone. That's a good point, Mike. I haven't disconnected my phone yet. And Polish Mike does say, good morning, quacks. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect the phone right now. Make sure I do that. All right. The telephone is disconnected. Now, lose connection. Okay. Sound okay now. Sounds like a loose connection. I don't know how it could be a loose connection. I mean, this XLR cable is in, and I have VU meters over there on the mixer, and I'm watching them, and they seem to be within the normal range. It could be maybe overdriving is possible, but I'm looking at them and they seem to be fine. Well, if there is a sound problem, let me know. I might have to use the headphones to monitor, but those things are so big and they make me look so silly. I generally don't use them. I will use headphones if I start doing my phone call ins again. So I think it'd be kind of nice. All right, so let's see. Good morning, all. Good morning, everyone from Melbourne, Florida. Well, that's very nice. And it sure is early. Okay, sounds good now. Good morning, Ellen. My parents have 13 grandchildren. I have 7 brothers and a sister. 10 of the grandchildren are my fault. Okay. Well, I guess, if you live on a farm, you need more kids. That's a good thing. Okay. And Anna PL07 says, hello, Rick and everybody. Hello. Ellen is saying hi to Peter and morning. And I see everyone's talking to each other, which is good. And let's see. Good morning, Rick. Ellen, quack. Quack back to you, Ellen. There you are. Mark Booz is here. And again, this is why we're here. We're here to kind of talk to each other. And you don't have to ask me questions. I have a lot of things I want to talk about. But when you do ask questions, I try to look for them. Now, I'm looking down. When I look at the camera, I've had a lot of people tell me that, my eyes always look like they're half closed. Okay, the sound issue is intermittent. It's got to be an internet thing because, I could plug in the headphones if I can find the extension cord and I can try to monitor the sound. But I'm going to see, you know, maybe I have the microphone too close. It could be. Anyway, let me talk about a few things that I've noticed. Now, again, if you haven't heard what happened to Mitch, then you know that he had a stroke and he's in the hospital. But knowing him, he'll be fine and he'll be back. He's already had the flu. He was stressed out. I think a lot of it started with this whole Dr. Kilt's meetup thing. I don't think that he likes to socialize with people, and I don't blame him. I'm not a big fan of big crowds either. The difference is, since I'm a big quack, when I get into a crowd, I tend to be very lively, and I'm one of those people that won't say much until people start talking to me, and then you can't shut me up. So that's the way it is. And I understand, you know, but that's just the way that I am. But again, I wish him good. Some people might pray, but that probably isn't going to make any difference. It's just a matter of recovery. And at least we have a medical system that can kind of attend to people. They can do tests. And I thought that comment was pretty funny. They try to give him duck food in the hospital. He's going to have a fit. And this is one of the reasons I avoid hospitals because the food is awful. And the only issue that I might have to take care of would be the hernia that I got in a car accident about, I think, 7 years ago. The funny thing is, it doesn't hurt at all. It does move around in there and I'll push it back in, but it doesn't stop me from doing what I have to do. And I think a lot of it is because I'm on the carnivore diet. I'm not suffering a lot of inflammation. I stubbed my toe pretty badly last Sunday. I was in a hurry, was trying to get to work, and I stubbed it on a toolbox on the latch, and it had blood coming out and it swelled up and all that. But it doesn't hurt anymore. If I touch it, it has a little bit of a feeling to it. But I've dropped things on my feet. I've bumped myself. I've scraped myself. I've cut myself open. And most of the time, basically, you get over it. When you're not inflamed, your blood sugar's under control, and you have steady energy. And again, I've done some experiments I want to talk about if I get the time. Actually, I have the time. It all depends on how many questions I get. But let's see, we have some comments here, and I see you're commenting with each other. And the good thing is, since there's so many of us carnivores out there, since Mitch isn't able to do his morning stream, you can go on to mine or others. So you're always going to find some of us where we can hang out and talk with each other. And that's great. This is why I'm here. Now, if any of you remember the first time that I was interviewed, it was in August of 2022. Oh, we see Ribeye Rob is here. Hello. Boyd Lamb is here. There you go. Anyway, Gabriel. Okay. How old are you? I'm 56. I'm 56 years old. Now, I was 54 when I was first interviewed. So it's been 2 years, and I'll be 57 this summer in June. So I'm getting old. I'm going to be in my 60s before you know it. Now, I did meet up with a friend of mine from high school. I was doing a ride and talk that I haven't posted yet. And I went over to the Concord Shopping Center. I was going to go get some of that um, pork that's on sale for 99 cents a pound. I met a friend of mine that I knew since junior high. I knew him since 1980. And when I looked at him, it's like, it's shocking because, I realize that people get old and he got old too, but he looks a lot like his dad did. And it really is quite, it's quite, um, it's surprising. So I'm thinking to myself, man, do I look like that? And I look and I go, I look in the mirror. I go, "Yeah, I mean, I'm not a 20 something. I'm not a teenager anymore. I have wrinkles and I don't have any gray hair. But my friend, his whole face is like sagged down. He just looked depressed. And it's like, wow, that's not good. So, and when you look at the carnivore community, you see that people that were sick and that even old people, look at Mitch, how old he is. You can tell he's an old man, but look at the way that he is. He's got that nice carnivore attitude, and I see this over and over again. You look at Dave Mack's channel and all the people that he interviews, it's quite interesting. And my friend that I hadn't seen in a while, he just seems to talk slower. He can't seem to get his words going together. And I'm really kind of on, he did lose weight. He was heavy when he was younger, but his thing is low fat and less meat. So he's eating a lot of vegetables and the rice and beans and all that stuff. Well, he's already had pancreatitis about 10 years ago. He had some gallbladder issues and he's lost a lot of his hair. He's got gray hair. It just looks really old and just doesn't have the energy that I do. I go out there, I'm talking, I was on my bike riding like crazy, and it's like I'm thinking, wow, it's crazy. Okay, got more questions here. Um, I'll be 63 in June. That's right. I just joined the Discord. I have to try to figure it out. When is your birthday? Mine is June 13th. So, good morning, Carnivore. Hi, Rick. Hi. Yes. Um, Aaron Carniversary. All right. Morning, Rick. I'm usually awake this early. Well, Bob, I'm glad that you're here. Like you always say on your channel, I'm glad that you took a little bit of your time to spend with me, or how do you put it? A little bit of your day to spend with me. And if you haven't seen semi-retired Bob, this is someone who actually had heart disease, went on the carnivore diet, and went from being on the couch all the time to walking around. And old Bob, he looks old, but you know what? He doesn't seem to feel old anymore. He's mowing his yard, he's doing his thing, he's living his life. So check out Bob's channel if you haven't seen it. Semi-retired Bob. And again, this is one of the real people that's in the carnivore community, not there trying to make any money or anything. All right, so what do we have here? And I see Jonathan is here. We all know Jonathan. He says quack. Jonathan is the original YouTube carnivore bodybuilder. And despite all the trials and tribulations, that he has to deal with serious spinal issues and neurodivergence and all these other things, he continues on his bodybuilding journey. He puts out content, and the man is extremely knowledgeable and a rare example of experience and academic knowledge in one place. So, if you're looking for a fitness influencer, don't waste your time with them. Check out Jonathan. He's the best, in my opinion. Okay, so let's see. We got some more comments here. We're talking about birthdays here. And Scooby the dog, here's a gem. Yes, that's it. People don't look after themselves. That's true. Geminis unite. Well, there you go. You don't look at Papa Carnivore? No, he does not look that old. And again, that's because of him. Okay. And then Jonathan says June 29th. There's a lot of us in June. That's a good thing. Duck food is not good for us. No, it is not. And I'm going to tell you a little story about that too with a friend of mine. Good afternoon. I saw you make it to Discord. Okay. All right. Rick, how is the search for a flywheel going? Not well. All the people I thought that would have one didn't. So I'm gonna have to roll the dice and take a chance on Rock Auto. And it's like 90 to $100 I'll get one. I can't find the spacer for it, so what I may have to do is get a steel plate and make my own spacer. I wish I had a plasma cutter. It'd be a lot easier. But again, I can always take the one off the old engine. All I want to do is get a flywheel on there so I can spin the engine, test the compression. And if that's the case, I'll use the hardware off my existing engine. I just need that flywheel. And again, I had one. I took off an old engine. I can't find it. I don't know what I did with it. This was 10 years ago. So who knows where it is. Now, I do have what I think is the same flywheel in my garage on the inventory. But to get to that, I'd have to move 10 years worth of stuff, which means it would probably take me 2 days just to get to it. But I'll be glad when I move and I have a decent sized shop. I don't have to pack everything in a 10 by 15 space. Okay. Okay. Scooby says, good to see you. I heard Mitch is reading messages and his son says they're helping a lot. Yes, I agree. He's like me. He doesn't like to be helpless and do nothing. And people maybe said, look 20 years younger and don't believe me when I tell them my true age. Well, see, Peter, you can show them the carnivore diet. But you're here in South Florida, so we have a lot of island people that are used to eating cheap duck food. And the idea of eating steak or, not going to be really that great. Hi, Rick. Hi, everyone. Hi, Annabella, the happy carnivore. We're up to 42. That's actually really good. I think that's kind of a record. It's not even 8:30, and we're approaching 50, so that's great. Okay, I just watched Rick's interview by Robin Heron on her channel, Carnivore's Grandma. Yeah, it is a must-see. I've done a lot of interviews, and if anyone has some time they want to waste, you can check out. Now, my very first interview was on the Joey Schwartz channel. He became sort of an insurance scammer, so he deleted all of his carnivore videos. But I think the next one after that would be on Barkay's channel. And then after that, you have Anthony Chafee. And, I've been on all the carnivore channels. What's the name of Carrie's buddy? I forget what his name is, but his channel is called Carnivore Today. I've been on that. I've been on a lot of carnivore channels. All you have to do is look for a Rick 40-year carnivore or Rick the Quack or something like that. There's a lot of interviews out there. So, all right, let's see. Okay. Can you spin the engine from the harmonic? Well, I can, but being a diesel, it might break off. This is the problem. If you try to spin it from the harmonic balancer with the socket, I've actually had this happen before, and it turns out to be a nightmare because then I have to drill and tap the stupid thing and heat it up to get the bolt out. Now, what I was going to do, and I may do that today, is remove all the injectors to limit the compression. And then what I'll do is do one at a time. So I'll get it spinning, and I'll hold open the hose so that the air can come out, and then I'll let it go, and So I may do that. That's what I'm probably going to do, but I don't know. What can I do? That's one option, yes. Okay. Rick is so entertaining and told some really great and funny stories of himself. It's like, yeah, I'm just telling you the experience that I had. And I'm not trying to be a comedian, but I notice every time I go on one of these group chats, I'm always a comedy relief because I'm the one that really doesn't take this seriously. I could care less about, ketosis or counting calories or macros or any of this stuff. I just don't care. I eat until I'm satisfied and I work and I do what I need to do. And what I like is meeting awesome people like you. This is really nice because, when groups of people get together, you always have that competition, that popularity contest. You're always going to have the celebrities that everybody looks to. And I'm like the duck that's away from the duck pond. He's out there exploring for insects far away from the other ducks because I don't care about that. What I try to do, I try to look for quality wherever I can find it. That's what I do. This is why I'm here. Now, if I was looking, let's say, to market a product or make money, what I would have done when I was first interviewed in August of 2022, and that video had over 200,000 views, I would have jumped on YouTube. I would have started live streaming. I would have started posting videos. I would have found a way to edit all these videos and just take time off of my work and push that. And maybe at this point I'd have over 100,000 subscribers. But that's not what I did. What I did, I let this thing go out there. I didn't expect it to be as popular as it was. And then I went ahead and, I just I just went on whenever I was invited and I laid low. I didn't really start spending a lot of time doing YouTube, and I didn't do a live stream till the end of last year. But I did join in other people's live streams. So what I did, I limited my videos to short, just quick videos to let people know that I was still alive and I wasn't dead, and just to show what I was doing. Now, I haven't brought a lot of people in here to the carnivore space because if you see the way I live, I'm like a white version of Sanford from Sanford and Son. You're not going to be attracted to the carnivore lifestyle. It's like all these young scammers that come here to Miami. The first thing they do, they get a group of them, they rent an overpriced condo, and then they make a bunch of videos. You'll notice they always make videos from their car because they lease these overpriced cars and they drive around making videos. They can't make it from the apartment because, first of all, there's like probably 10 of them living there. And then they have to put this illusion that they're making $10,000 a day or whatever it is from their scammer programs. And we see this going on over and over and over again. But my goal has always been from the beginning to meet like minded people and to create an association, just like I do with my friends in real life. And you can see when my truck broke down, it was a friend of mine that came through. Now, it took more than a year, but he came through with the engine. And this is the thing that I like about the carnivore community. There's a lot of times you may have to delay what you want. Now, most people today are trained to get what they want now. And if they can't afford it, they're going to go into debt to do it. They're not going to do anything productive. They're not going to learn how to do things for themselves. They're always going to go ahead and just go with whatever, and they don't care. They'll go in debt. Who cares? All right, let's see. Comments wise. Let's see. Okay, we're talking about Mitch's stroke. I watched your interview with Dr. Anthony. It was very good. I don't think I've ever had a bad interview. And Jonathan says, when I won shows before, they would give us a tub of protein. Now they give us a tub of rice pudding, aka baby duck food. That's really sad, especially in the bodybuilding community. They should be giving you ribeye steaks. CB Carmack is here. Rick the Quackhead joke. Yes, I am a quack. We know that. And let's see. You got the scoop last night. I'm sorry, my 5 minutes was a little long. All right, so we got it. It wasn't the carnivore diet lifestyle that caused or contributed to Mitch's stroke. Yes, the decades of eating the sad diet. That's right. And also, yeah, the brain head injury, of course. Rick brings balance to the force. Well, thank you, Jonathan. And let's see. All right. I went back to the Discord chat. Finally found where the general chat was. I've done Discord before. I just forgot about it. Yeah, Rick, I love how you are funny, comedic, and keep things light and positive in the chats. And the funny thing is I get accused of being negative by a lot of people I know because I have a deep distrust of the system. And I believe that whenever they can, the people at the top are going to screw us. But when it comes to us, what we can do, that's where I believe. I tell everybody, if I have the materials I need, I will get the job done. There's no doubt about it. I will find a way. You taught me a lot about how to be more positive, individual, and just do things my own way. Yes, think for yourself is the motto of the heart attack diet. Okay, test will be done. We're talking about Mitch. I saw your roadkill iguana. I had a stuffed one in my window for years, but one day my cat got maniac with it. I stripped his tail off. Higgy started. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I devoured that roadkill iguana. It was a pretty good one. I mean, I guess it had just been run over because I didn't see it when I went to the store, and there it was. But yeah, it got it. It was the head that was run over, so the body was fine. I cut the legs off, cut the tail off, and I deliciously ate it. All right. Physically, I keep getting temperatures. I don't know why. Carnivore muscle, Jonathan. That's odd. I'm experiencing the same. Some kind of dysautonomia symptom. I don't have a cough or anything either. The sun's out today. I'm trying to get out there. There's a few times I sit on the chair. Rick, how do you handle grease in your kitchen? I've done a video about that before, but basically I use washing soda and detergent and then scrub it with a sponge. In fact, I'll have to make another video because it's time for me. It's the month, beginning of the month, it's time for me to clean my stove out. It's really not that difficult. Okay, we got some back and forth messages. Has he had his MRI yet? Carnivore muscle. Hope things will get better for you. Having acupuncture lift me up. Okay. So I can put this salad away and go back to carnivore. Yes, you can. Save the salad for the cows or the ducks. And Annabella says, how is Milton, Rick? How are the ducks? Milton is roaming the house. I haven't let him in here. He was really rambunctious, so I'm trying to let him get it out of his system before I let him in here. And that's it. Okay. Hi, Rick. Hi, all. Hi, VK, Belgian Carnivore. And Jonathan has taken lots of meds. Okay. Scooby the dog says, Ellen says, maybe you missed my earlier comment, but thank you so much for offering to help spread the word about Mitch and allowing your platform to be used for people to discuss. Well, that's what I'm here for. We're supposed to be a group of like-minded people who are trying to explore this lifestyle. and again, all are welcome here, even vegans. Excuse me. Oh boy, it looks like I'm going to die now. I got the flu. No, I don't have the flu. I just swallowed this thing the wrong way. Okay. Jonathan says I had relief from it in my things from having it before. And I've just been soaking my feet in Epsom salts and essential oils. There you go. Thanks again, Rick. You are the best. Thank you, Kitchen Witch. I appreciate that. I know Mitch will be greatly relieved that people know why he won't be on the air in the near future. But you know what Mitch always says? Take the rest of the day off. Mitch, take the rest of the week off if you have to. We'll be here when you're better. You don't have to do it every day. And again, we need to build local communities of people that we know, small groups. Check out the small groups. If anyone in this YouTube feed right now has a channel, you need to check it out. And that's what I do. I check all these names, and what I'll do, I'll go through here. I'll go to channel. So I'll click one of them. I'll click go to channel because I have that ability because I'm the owner of this channel and also the only moderator. And I'll check out the channel. And if I see that you have videos, I will watch your videos. You probably noticed that I'm one of the very few YouTubers that looks for the small channels. You'll find me on the big channels. For example, let's say Homestead How has a live. I'll be on there for maybe half an hour. And then you notice I kind of disappear. I say hi to everybody who's here, whatever. And I can only listen to this. I've been on the carnivore diet for this and that. And I want you to win this or that, and there's never anything that I can use. I mean, I'm not going to win it anyway, because when it comes to luck, I have zero. But, you're going to win a keychain with a salt shaker. Big deal. I could make that myself. You're going to win a t-shirt. I don't wear any t-shirt except plain white t-shirts. I don't wear any shirt that has a saying on it. So what good is that? You can win a membership to our community. What do I need that for? I already have my own community. I have the best community on the internet. And these are people, if you're here, you're the elite. You are the best of the best. And this is the thing. And it doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter, if you're fat, if you're unhealthy, or if you're in really good shape. You're still the best of the best because you're here and you're trying to make a change. And that's the main thing. A lot of people that are very physically attractive are very bad people, in my opinion. A lot of them, they're narcissistic, and they tend to be very self-centered. And again, there's nothing wrong with being self-centered because that's important. Taking care of yourself is number one. But on the other hand, being self-centered at the expense of others is where it's bad. So if you're self-centered and you say, you know what, I refuse to eat duck food, I'm only going to eat meat, and you say, oh, I want to have a certain lifestyle, and you go out there and you make it happen, and you don't take advantage of anybody else, that's a good thing. But if you're going to be self-centered and then lie to people and offer them something that's not attainable, just like a lot of these internet influencers, you see them out there. They're usually the 20-somethings. There's a lot of them out there. They're always talking about they have some secret way of making money. And again, I live in Miami, so I see this all the time. I used to be in Bitcoin. I thought cryptocurrency was a great idea. But now it's turned into a scammer festival. where you have Wall Street and young scammers playing this game. But you know what always happens? The Wall Street insiders always get their profit, and then who holds the bag? The young scammers. It's always the young scammer that's going to be in trouble. So all these people riding around in their Lamborghinis and living in their overpriced stack and pack less for more condos, they're going to be wiped out. They're going to be living on the street or they're going to be in jail. So that's pretty much, that's the way it is. All right, hit the comments. Let's see. Um, okay, we got back and forth. I've not heard anything yet. Okay, let's see. I'm looking for any questions or comments. We love you, Rick. Yes, I love you too. I'm going to win the quack shirt. There you go, Rivai. Hey, if I had a quack shirt, I mean, I could make merchandise, but I don't like a lot of these merchandise resellers. They charge too much. I would have to build a press myself and print it myself, and I would do that. I wouldn't mind having a line of clothing, but if I was having a line of clothing, it'd probably look like a Mormon missionary. I tend to be one of two extremes. I'm either looking like this, which is I do most of the time, or I'm wearing nothing but underwear, and you don't want to think of that. And here in Miami, everybody wears long sleeve shirts, which I absolutely hate. I can't stand those things. They're just I can't stand them. I would rather go with none at all. So, all right, what do we got here? Hospitals are so slow with results. Yeah, well, that's the way they are. And okay, Boomer, what is this? Boomer McGeezer. Are you familiar with the Red Pill Manosphere community online? I'm still trying to understand this red blue pill thing. I think it comes from a movie. I don't know if it's Matrix or whatever it is. I haven't watched a movie since the 1980s, so I never really got to see it. But I know that there's also what they call men going their own way, or MGTOW. I know I've seen that out there. And I have to basically I have to agree with a lot of that, because I think when it comes to that movement, I'm probably one of the originals, because I don't waste my time trying to please other people. I'm not out there trying to gain a following, and I don't. They always say how to make money and attract women. Well, making money is a good thing. I do appreciate that, but none of these scammers are going to be able to tell me how to get an income, because I already know. You know, they're just telling you how to send them your money, and then that way they get an income. And as for attracting women, I have zero desire to attract women. It's been decades since I've even tried to go on a date, because Miami is like a septic tank, and the women here tend to be the worst. And the way it works in Miami is like this: the semi attractive women are just, they're sick inside. They're just not, you can't deal with them. They're demanding, they're gold diggers. And the ones that are nice women, they tend to be extremely unattractive, very short, very overweight, or very ethnic. And, what can you do? So you have to make that choice. The best looking women I've ever met have always been from the Midwest. And I guess that's because part of my family, my mom, her family was in Ohio. And it just seems like women that grow up on a farm, they tend to be the best in terms of attitude, personality, and attractiveness, because they are not sort of the Brazilian butt lift, silicone pumped crap that we have here in Miami that lays around in the sun all day looking for skin cancer. They go in the sun, but the thing is, it's just one of those things. Now, let's see. Let's see. We got comment wise. I don't expect him to reply. Yes, he needs to relax. They want to keep him 3 days most likely. And Peter says, yes, I agree. We all need to support the smaller carnivore channels. Those are my favorite for sure, not the larger ones. And it really comes down to, even if you had someone on a large channel that really wanted to communicate, they can't do it. They always say you can't have more than 50 friends in your normal life. How in the world can you have 1 million subscribers? And even if only 1% of them communicate, you can't keep up. Most of these YouTubers that have a big following, they employ people to answer comments and stuff like that. They can't do it themselves. It's just not possible. Okay. They still want to keep K. I've always been an independent thinker. Well, that's good. That's why you're here. It takes a bit, but you'll get it. Okay. Okay. Boyd Lamb says we're required to wear long sleeve shirts at work. Petrochemical plants. Well, that's PPE. That's a different story. But when you're outside, you know, just doing yard work or whatever, I just don't see the need for it. It's just, I don't know. For me, it's just too hot. Hey, what's wrong with short women? I'm not saying anything is wrong with short women. But what I'm saying is, for me to have to look down at someone, I might as well just get a duck because if I want to look down and I can see somebody waddling around, that's a duck. Women should be taller. At least that's my opinion. Okay. Speedy recovery, yes. Rick is definitely an independent thinker and 100% unique. Right. That's why we love the original Carnivore Quack, right? That's right, Peter. There is only one Rick on the internet. There is no one that's even close to me. Some of the other internet personalities seem to be clones of each other, but there is only one Rick. And there will only be one Rick ever. All right. Who's in the hospital? Well, that's Mitch. If you haven't seen the comments, I could see the right woman coming to Rick someday. The two of them living happily on a small farm. It's possible, but I think I'm too old now, so it probably doesn't matter anymore. But hey, I still feel like a 20-something. Okay, yeah. See, they're answering the question about Mitch. And that's how I found Carnivore. This is my second. Okay, that's good. Thanks for the update on Mitch. No idea. I was always attracted to taller women. My wife is 4'9". Well, again, I'm not saying that short women are unattractive. What I'm saying is that in Miami, the women tend to be attractive because we have a lot of ethnic. And again, I'm going to be accused of being a racist. I've been called a racist many times in my life. But let's talk a little bit about racism. Let's do something that YouTube's not going to like. What exactly is a racist? A racist is someone that believes that one particular race is better than the other, in my opinion. Okay, now what about somebody who's looking for a blonde gal versus a brunette gal? Is that person a racist? Well, the general definition of yeah, is a racist because he only likes blonde gals and all blonde gals are white. Okay, so he's a racist. No, it's not true. Because the thing is, a person may prefer, like, let's say, like me, if I was going to get married, it'd be a white gal. Absolutely. I'm not interested in the ethnic women. That's just the way that I am. That's a preference. But I don't believe that white people are better than ethnic people. I don't believe that because every human being has the capability of increasing or decreasing their quality by the actions that they take. Basically, the way that you treat others, the way you treat yourself, if you have a family, the way you treat them. And a lot of the ethnic people that I've known, they have a very strong family bond and they help each other. And that's how they survive. They come from nations that have terrible economies, extreme corruption, and then they come here and they're able to survive because they're willing to make sacrifices and work together. And a lot of them are very intelligent. Everybody used to talk about how the Asians, how smart they are. Well, it's not so much that. It's just that they're able to forego some of the things that they want to do now. They're able to learn things. They're able to make things happen. And again, I'm not saying, obviously when I was a kid and they used to have these cartoons like Tom and Jerry where he gets hit on the head with a record and then his head is like flat and then they play some Asian music and he's got the whiskers sticking out and the slanted eyes, they do that kind of stuff. Or when they get blown up and they turn black and they have pigtails sticking out, okay, that's comedy. I don't even see that as racism. They had a cartoon, they actually banned it because I think it was called Coal Black and D7 Dwarves, which is like a parody of Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. And it's got all the African racial stereotypes in it. And I have a friend that's black. His whole family is black, but they're professionals. His dad's a doctor, and I think his mother was a pharmacist. They used to love watching that stuff, all that blackface and all that minstrel stuff. They loved it because it was funny. And the other one, there were people out there that were offended by Speedy Gonzalez. Can you imagine that? Oh, it's disrespectful to Mexicans. But I know a Mexican family that loves Speedy Gonzalez. And remember when they had the Frito Bandito, that they used to sell Fritos corn chips, and he had that curled up mustache and the guns and all that, and they love that too. So really, what it is, you see, there's a difference between ethnic humor and racism, and you'll see it in the old cartoons. They have a lot of ethnic humor, and again, you watch Archie Bunker. Remember that All in the Family? He would trash everybody, and then you had Fred Sanford talking about the Puerto Ricans. They do that all the time. But the thing is, when people are prosperous and they're happy, they're not going to be offended by that stuff. I mean, you could try to offend me. You can make fun of tall people. You do that all the time. I get that being tall and skinny and all that, you know, that's fine. But again, it's all a matter of what you let bother you. I see Mark Booz is leaving. Have a great day. Yes, I'm glad you were here for, 40 minutes or whatever. That's great. Yeah, All in the Family was a classic. And, brave enough to take chances and roam into the unknown. Yeah, and that's true of a lot of the immigrants that we have. If they do it legally, they come here. Now, some of them do have some pretty strange um, customs, and it takes time to adjust. But again, what it comes down to is this: the only time that I see racism as an issue is when it's used as a method of control, when the government sanctions it. That's when I'm against it. For example, segregation. I'm against that. Anytime that government, or basically, what is another form of segregation? Affirmative action. I'm against that too, because it's another form of racism. You're this so-called Dreamers program or wherever where illegals get free college. You're basically discriminating based on racial or cultural background. Everyone should have an equal opportunity, in my opinion. And the government should never, ever use racism. In other words, whether you're white, black, brown, or whatever color you are, should never be an issue when you're dealing with government services or the law. No one should get a preference. That's what I believe. Now, the individual, you could hate people from a certain country, and that's your right to do so, in my opinion. If you hate white people and you're offended with me, you have that right to do that. As long as you don't have any power to try to enforce that, then we're good with that. And honestly, we exclude people all the time. There's people that we're friends with because we can relate to them. Now, my friends tend to be of all different racial backgrounds. I have friends from Asia. I have friends, with the African or so-called African American background. I have friends from Cuba. My family is partly from Cuba. You know, I'm not going to hold that against them because you can't control that. But the way that you do it, that's what matters to me. So if you're going to go out there and push, oh, I'm disadvantaged because of racism and this and that, I'm going to get away from you because I don't believe any of that. I don't want to hear that because it doesn't matter anymore. Okay. So what else do we have here? Um, okay. I'll pray for Mitch. Yes. Keep him, he'll be fine. I got a feeling. Totally agree about government control. Yes. That's the way I believe. If you hear more, you're going to patch on Mitch's journey. Okay. Rick, Speedy Gonzalez was a carnivore. Ribeye. I love the comedy. And C. Thomas is over there. Levi. Yeah. Okay. 17th century, 18th century, 19th century immigrants were brave. That's right. No such thing as racism. Good point. Good morning, Rick. Is that genuine mahogany pen? No, this is the cheap plywood stuff they used to sell in the 60s. It's a mahogany veneer. There's plywood underneath. It's coming apart. You can see the wall is behind it. It's like 1/4 inch thick. I would have ripped it out. What I would have done is put ceiling tile on the wall, but my cat would claw it. So since I'm not going to live here forever, I'm just leaving it here. I'll pull this out of here when I get the place ready to sell it. But yeah, it's a mahogany veneer. When I do move, if I get to build my own home, I will make my own paneling. I'll use, either pine or cypress or whatever I can get my hands on, and run it through the planer and run it through the shaper and make my own paneling, because I always like having wood paneling in the library or in the bedroom. To me, having a quiet home is extremely important. I do not like having hard surfaces, and I hate drywall. I will never use drywall for anything I own. This house, it has plaster. When I built the house, we used concrete block. The addition back here is concrete block. So that's really good. Okay, so let's see what we got here. I see we have 59 people. Well, that's good. Almost 60. Maybe some of the people from Mitch's live stream have decided to come in here. That would be a new record. If we could reach 100, that would be even bigger. I think the most I've ever had was about 60. So let's see. All right. Okay. 17th century. Okay. My dad is black, my mom white. When talk about who they like to date, I'm just sitting here like I'm in danger. Okay. I love Looney Tunes and Dragon Ball Z. I love Looney Tunes. I never saw Dragon Ball Z. I think that was sort of an Asian animation. And Cindy Demanchi is here. Hello, Rick. Well, hello, Cindy. I'm glad that you're here. Glad you took the time out to watch the quack. We're looking to relocate. Getting too crowded here in Florida. Yeah, it's way too crowded down here. Miami is Florida's septic tank. Craig Smith. Rick, my parents' home was built in 1966. It is full of beautiful mahogany woodwork. Well, there you go. Now, hopefully, it doesn't get in the hands of the home flippers, because they'll rip all that out or paint it white. Remember, the idea of home flipping is simple. Take out anything unique. Everything has to be white, black, and gray. That's the home flipper. If you have brick, it's going to be covered. That's just the way they are. Any rocks, that's going to be covered too. Okay. So let's see. I'm not a fan of tile. That's all I see in Florida. Yeah, you tell me. I got terrazzo floors. And if I do build another house, I will do terrazzo again. Thumbs up for Rick. Well, yes, thumbs up for sure. Hi, Rick. Wolfband, there you go. Hello. Glad you're here. Hi, Annabelle. I'm going to read you. You're not a spring chicken, Rick. Get on the new place soon. That's exactly what I'm doing. That's why I'm trying to get my truck done. Okay, Rick, you'll have to dance and act like a maniac if you break your attendance 100. Well, all I got to do is open the door and let Milton in here, and I'll be running around. In fact, I will let the beast in, but he has a tendency to knock me offline, so I've been keeping him out, and he's been entertained. There's a cockroach somewhere in the house, and he's after it. So he's watching the wall. He's going to go in there. He's going to get that thing sooner or later. Okay, let's see what we got here. Thank you. Okay, there we go. All right, so I've gotten to the end of the comments, so let's talk a little bit about what I've noticed. Now, I have a friend of mine that I've been friends with for over 40 years. He is 13 years older than me, so he's what, 69? He has type 2 diabetes. He's had several respiratory issues, but you have to remember he used to drink sweet tea all the time and soda, and he smoked cigarettes. Now, the cigarettes almost killed him because he had serious lung issues. He had bronchitis. Thankfully, he didn't get COPD. He was in intensive care for a couple of weeks. So he finally quit smoking, but then still drinking the sodas and eating the duck food and all that. Type 2 diabetes. He has sciatic pain. And he also has, the issues with having the blood sugar too high, high blood pressure. They got him on a bunch of medications and all that. But I've noticed that lately he's been eating more meat and less duck food. Doesn't drink soda anymore, just drinks water. Well, I discovered something. Now, he's one of these people, and a lot of people here in the South, we call this the Bible Belt. He thinks that God directs every one of his steps, and that he gets blessings and this and that. And okay, that you can believe that if you want. And I do believe that God does reward certain people at certain times, but I think they can be a little presumptuous and believe that God does everything for them, because I don't believe that. I think most of what we get is from our own doing. Maybe we can get some spiritual guidance. Maybe there's a miracle from time to time, but you can't rely on that to solve problems. But he loves to watch those religious channels. And, I find that kind of offensive because when I look at one of these online pastors or religious, TV or what do they call that, televangelists, all I see is a used car salesman. That's what I see. And I hate to say it, I see this also in the carnivore space. People out there saying it's the stories that matter, or, you have to eat, you have to avoid carbohydrates and all this stuff. So I see the same evangelism going. And the reason they do that is because it makes them money. They give people standards that are too difficult to follow, but it keeps them going. It's like, well, I would love to do this, but I can't. So I need encouragement. So they're going to send them money. They're going to buy their books. They're going to join their club. They're going to do all these things as a way to try to become part of that, that culture. And of course, it's impossible because the idea that's given is just not physically possible. But anyway, he was watching a TV show, and I've seen this guy before. I think his name is Callie Means. Now that sounds like it didn't sound like a person's name, but I guess he's a doctor. And he was complaining about the quality of the food, the stuff that they serve people, and how they scared people away from animal fats and all that. It seems like our carnivore, low carb lifestyle is still trending. And I think as time goes on, more and more people are going to start seeing us as not just the quacks, but maybe an alternative lifestyle. Now, we know that a certain group has corrupted that term alternative lifestyle, and we know who that group is. But when it comes down to it, really, the carnivore community is the alternative lifestyle. And that's something that I was finding interesting. So, and my friend I've known for over 40 years, he's always looked at my diet as being weird, but now he's starting to see the value in it. So I guess it takes a lifetime of health issues and seeing, like, his friend died. A lot of people have died. The longer you live, the more people you know are going to die. And I think eventually it's like a wake up call. You start to realize, I don't know. It's just the way it is. So, I'm trying my best, but there's nothing I can really do. But I think people will start to understand that they're on the wrong path. And Wolfman says, I love the carnivore way. I move people's homes for a living, physical work like me. No one understands that meat is why I can run all day and have the energy. That's right. That's like me. I wish the best of people that eat duck food. And again, the corporations, they make a lot of money off of duck food. They convince us that that crap is actually edible. And that's a shame. Okay. Was your earlier? I prayed a lot about going carnivore. Well, that's good. I'm glad that it helped you. I texted Mitch, but I'm sure he is resting. I hope so. Please leave the guy, let him do his thing. As CV Carmack says, Rick, you aren't in the 700 Club? No, I've seen their news from time to time, but I can't stand those people most of the time. How about the taste of spring we've been having? Hey, here it's been summer all year. That's so good. Carnivore strengthens you. Yeah, it does. We have a question. First QQQ of the day. Why isn't honey a carnivore food? Because honey is just regurgitated plant material. Basically, anything that is carbohydrate dominated is plant based. Plants are built on carbohydrates, where animals are built on proteins and fats. Yes, there are carbohydrates in animals, but a very small amount. So, my rule about foods, if the food has a lot of carbohydrates, it is not a carnivore food. It's that simple. And Ellen says, Kelly is a doctor. He's a politician. Okay, but his sister is. I think his sister's name is Casey. Yeah, and there it is, Casey. I got to stumble to the kitchen. Okay. I'm pouring that cup of ambition. Well, there you go. Check out Booby Goat's channel. You got some good outdoor videos, a lot of birds there. You can see you got ducks, sounds like geese and chickens and all that. And again, small channels are what you want to check out. Rick, sometimes we just want to support the ones that give us their time and put in the work to give us a place to be seen and heard. Yes, thank you for that. Rick, you are a good influencer with your friends. Well, they may disagree, but I agree with you. At my church, everyone eats sugar. And you know what? I've seen that at all the churches. It's a bake sale. Oh, horrible. Helped an American friend, showing her Ken Berry videos. And see, my older friend, Ken Berry was the one he attached to. But sadly, Ken Berry never was able to contact him, but he was doing good. He had me. Honey is high in fructose and glucose. Yes, again, carbohydrates. That's not carnivore food. Honey is not a carnivore food, no matter what Fruity Paul says. And Fruity Paul is an outlier. I wouldn't listen too much to what he says. Rick has a differing opinion, and that's okay. Yes, I do. Okay, we are finally in autumn in Queensland. I love autumn. Well, good. Queensland. Yeah, when it gets cool, that's nice. Fly to plant to plant. Since bee. Question. Since bee fly plant to plant. Well, yeah, I mean, bees make sense. Yeah, bees get their honey from plants. I've got more loud geese and ducks. Yeah, see? And you listen to Booby go shout, all that bird noise. I couldn't get away with that here. That's why I have Muscovy ducks. Can you talk about fiber? And is it unnecessary with a carnivore diet? Yes, I can. I've been on the carnivore diet for 40 years. I don't even think I eat any fiber at all. And I go to the bathroom once a day, every day. I've never had a constipation. I've never had an issue. I don't produce gas like most of the people I know. And that is kind of nice. But I've never seen the need for fiber. I mean, if you can't digest it, why do you need it? And I don't even think you can really absorb much through your large intestine except maybe water. So even if you're fermenting it in there, unless you're a gorilla and eat your own poop, I don't think it's going to do any good. So, I would avoid it. But again, some people like it. I just don't. A lot of people act like all meat diet is a fad. So they dismiss it. Yeah, it's true. They don't care. But you and I know it's not just a fad, it works. Leading by example is very effective. Yes, 61 viewers. That's right. Still have 61. I haven't lost them yet. That's good. Casey has a book out called Good Energy. Love Booby Goat's channel. Yes, please watch her channel. My friend passed. He was ethnic Icelandic, but didn't eat much like an Icelandic person would. Standard American and fast food. I wonder if that affected him. It probably did. Icelandic people are supposed to eat seafood. That's their thing. So, Okay, I can't wait for Booby Goats. Fruity Paul looks sick. His complexion isn't good. On carnivore, he looked healthy. He's lost that. Well, I look sick too. So looks are really not that much of an important thing. Question. I know you have never left the USA, but what is the furthest place you've traveled to? Well, when I was a kid, my parents went to the Bahamas. The furthest place I've gone from here, I guess, would be Los Angeles. So, and that was over 20 years ago. That's about as far as I've gone. All right. I can't wait for Booby Goats Live. Oh, she's got a live today? I didn't know that. And I see Jonathan's still here, which is good. I like having you here. I hope that you're able to listen to me. I think a lot of times people listen to me as a way of like the companionship, and I'm up to 62 now, which is even better. Okay, that's right, Thomas. I'll be going live this afternoon. Okay, I'll have to check that out if I get the time. I'll put it on when I'm out there tinkering with my engine. Question. Okay, I answered that. So that is for my time. Hey, Rick, stop calling me a gorilla and insulting my habits. Joke. Well, the gorillas eat their own poop. So, if you're eating poop, well, then maybe you're a gorilla. I don't really miss duck food, Rick, when I can eat yummy meat. That's right. Once you know what the good stuff really is, you're not going to miss the duck food. What's your thoughts on canned sardines? I did the 72-hour sardine challenge and I felt like a superhuman. I love seafood. I used to eat sardines all the time, but they got too expensive. So it's one of those things that I no longer eat. But hopefully I'll be able to go down to the Keys, catch some fish like I used to. And yeah, I used to eat a lot of seafood, and I haven't had it because of economic issues. Canned sardines are fine. Even my dad used to eat them. They were pretty good. Okay, I was just asking as I wondered if you had ever experienced all the seasons. No, not really. I've seen snow once, but I'd never. Normally, when I travel, it's in the summer, and usually it's warm then. The wintertime, I pretty much don't go anywhere. So, no, I haven't experienced all the seasons. Okay. Annabella says, you have a calming voice, Rick. Well, thank you. I'm glad that I do. I think, I've watched my own videos. I know a lot of people don't like to watch their videos. I recently took some time out and I watched the video that Dave Mack did of me, a year and a half or whatever it was ago. And I was laughing. And remember, I was the one that made the video. And I was working outside and I heard the voice and I think, you know what, this guy, he definitely has a good voice, which is me, and I make myself laugh. So that's pretty good. Now, when I'm making an interview or I'm making a video, I'm not laughing about it, but when I watch myself, it is quite funny, and I think the ability to laugh at yourself is important. So that's good. Let's see. Wolf sardines for 2 weeks straight. I feel good. Okay. Almost fainted. Might be low blood sugar. That happens. I didn't set the price of my merch, sadly. They cost a lot. Yeah, see, that's the problem. If I was going to make merchandise, I'd have to get my own supplier, and it's just a lot of work. Okay. Eat sardines every day. I love the damn things. To see, sardines are good. Omega 3s and protein. Seafood in general has healthy fats and it has very available protein. And even in the Bible, they used to go fishing. What was it? Jesus turned bread and fish to feed a large number of people. So fish is definitely something. I know some of my Catholic friends, they have fish on Friday because they don't eat meat. So seafood's good. And again, if you're on the carnivore diet, I know everybody talks about a lion diet. I got news for you. Cats love fish. I can't imagine a lion refusing a piece of fish. That's one of the reasons I hate that term, lion diet. And if you're a vegan, you might be on the lying diet instead of the lion diet, because I know several of these vegan personalities, especially the ones that have muscles, they're not really vegans. The secret is they're taking creatine and supplements and all this other stuff. They may have been taking, those supplements that they put in their rear end. And again, I'm not against that. If you want to use anabolic hormones, I think that is your right to do so. I don't have a problem with that. But please don't lie to people. You know, don't say you're natural. Just don't say, tell them what you do. You don't have to tell them what you do when they're not looking, but don't tell them you're natural, because you're giving people unrealistic expectations. And that's something that I really am against. I don't have a problem with that. And in fact, I would rather see somebody use anabolic hormones than start drinking or smoking, because drinking and smoking has zero benefit. But at least, if you're on an anabolic lifestyle, you're putting on muscle, at least you have something to show for it. When you get older, you might be stronger. The trick is not to overdo it and don't kill yourself in the process. But there are ways of doing it that are responsible. It's like anything else. Okay, let's see. Okay, we got a lot of comments. I see there's back and forth, sardines, da, da, da. And BK says, I like your live streaming because you're a good talker. I can't do that. Most people can't. I'm able to continue on. I never run out of things to say. You may see that I'm somewhat, quiet in most cases, but once I start talking, I don't stop. And you should see me when I talk with friends. I get really animated. I start talking about corruption, I start talking about duck food, and that's it. Okay, comments are coming in faster. I got 64 people. That is fantastic. My elite group is getting bigger. That's a good thing. Mitch's lifetime of card addiction laid the groundwork for this. Yeah, exactly. I can't wait to see him again. And you will, I guarantee it. Cherry Sue says Rick has the smooth midnight DJ voice. I've been told for many years that I had a radio voice. And I used to do narrations, and I did several of these tutorial videos. So yeah, that is very true. Annabelle is a pretty name. Yes, I am on the wolf diet, so watch out. I really have the association of fish and chips and lemon. Yes, I have not eaten fish on carnivore. You should. If you can eat fish, I think it's good for you. I'm a big supporter of seafood. It is carnivore. It's like iguana. Iguana is between seafood and land animals. I picked up a dead iguana from the side of the road yesterday and I ate it. I didn't post a video of cooking it because I was so hungry. See, most people have carb cravings. I was having serious iguana cravings. I was like, I just wanted iguana so bad. And then I'm coming back from Winn-Dixie and I look on the side of the road and there's a dead iguana right there in the gutter. And I picked it up. There was a couple of flies around the head, but it was still flexible. And I smelled it. It didn't smell rotten. I said, you know what? I'm going to take it home and take a chance. And I cut it up. The meat was still good. I threw it in a pot. I boiled it. And it was so delicious. I was like, oh, that was a treat. So that was a blessing right there. So somebody ran over an iguana and it ended up in my stomach. and it was very satisfying, and I was really happy. Okay, now let's see. What else do we have here? People will blame CV eating for Mitch having a stroke. Yeah, they're going to do that, carnivore. But the thing is, unlike some people, Mitch isn't going to stop. I know the type. He's like me. He's stubborn. He's going to continue to eat the carnivore diet, smoke his cigars, and drink his coffee until the day he drops dead. So Mitch is officially on Rick's heart attack diet, and good for him. I support that 100%. You won't catch me drinking nasty coffee or smoking a cigar, but that's his right to do so. And good for him. You keep it up, Mitch, and you're going to be back online, and we're going to be here for you. And one of these days, I'm going to get to meet you because once I get my truck running, I'm going to try to meet up with you the next time you go somewhere. And you're going to see that Rick is 100% real. Rick is a quack, and you're going to like me. You'll see. Okay. Got another question here. Do you see any point to buy 93.7 over 30.73.27? No, I like the fattier ground beef myself. If you prefer the leaner, that's fine. But I find the fattier is more satisfying and it's more flavorful. I get more energy from fat. If I eat just meat like that, I don't get as much energy. Fat seems to really get me going. It also helps me to think. I'm the harmless wolf. Question from Jonathan. I have a friend who is collaborating online with someone we know isn't natural, but they claim lifetime drug free. Yeah, right. I feel at odd ends about what to deal with. What would you do? Um, I have to admit, I would probably call him out. It's just the way I am. I mean, again, if you're not natural, stop lying. Don't give people unrealistic expectations. Now, if I had my way, anabolic steroids would be completely legal and I would have no trouble with teenagers using them. It doesn't bother me because again, they're going to smoke and drink, they're going to use drugs, they're going to do that anyway. But if you're not natural, you need to disclose that. That's what I believe. But again, you can keep your mouth shut for now, but eventually it would just bother me to the point where I'd have to say something. It bothers me. I see these influencers online and I make comments on their channel. They usually delete it, but it's just the way that I am. It's like Michael O'Hearn always claims he's natural. He says it's duck eggs. I'm like, come on, Michael. If you eat just duck eggs, you're going to look like me. You're not going to look like that. The guy's on, I don't know how many hormones, I'm sure. But again, I don't care about that. Just be straight. And Pastor Krabs says, Rick, you seem pretty relaxed and content. What is the secret to not allowing anything to bother you? I don't know. I used to be bothered by stuff, but I realize that my time on the earth is limited. And the Bible does say that no one can make their life longer by being anxious. So, what I do, the only time I get bothered by something is when there's an immediate thing. Like, let's say I'm in a cartoon and a piano is going to fall on me, I'm going to jump out of the way. If I see a car coming and I'm on my bicycle, I'm going to jump off over the fence and let them crash into the guardrail. So I only get anxious on a short term. Being anxious long term does nothing good for you. And that is the thing. Okay, that's tough, Jonathan. Yes, it is. Chicken loves sardines too. Yes, they do. Chicken eat anything. Anything. They feed the chicken this duck food, and the poor chickens would rather eat bugs and whatever else that's moving. With a chicken, if you throw chicken feed and you have something moving, they always go to the thing that's moving first, just like ducks do. Even birds are not as stupid as people. Okay. Um, Mitch will force them not to blame carnivore. Trust me. They will have to prove it to him. They won't be able to. Yes, that's the thing about him. He is not going to be deceived by these people. All right. It's just something that doesn't sit well with me. Well, Jonathan, I agree 100%. And again, nothing wrong with using anabolic hormones. I support that 100%. Just don't say you're natural. Because again, let's say you look like me. You got toothpick arms. You're not going to build muscle naturally to the point that these guys do. I would have to use the anabolic hormones, which again, if that was my goal, if my goal was to attract women or whatever, and I don't even think women are really attracted to the muscle guys that much. I think the muscle guys attract more men than they do women because they're always checking each other out. And again, there's nothing wrong with that either. There's some guys out there that are really attractive. So you know, if that's your thing and you want to go and do whatever, I support that right 100%. But again, be straight about it, pun intended, and just admit, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that we have a system that's broken. We have a system based on control. And I think a lot of times they want young people to be weak and gullible. They don't want them to be strong and independent because it's a threat. Can you imagine if all the young people were jacked muscle guys and then you get one of these authoritarians over there and they're trying to push them around? So if you're jacked and you're armed and you're confident, you become a real issue. It's better to have them kind of soft and sit in front of a computer and play video games and do whatever else they're going to do. Watch porn, which is another thing that I think is stupid. You have the right to waste your time watching that crap, but the fact that it exists is sort of I don't know, I guess I would call it degrading to the population, because you ever notice that a lot of these religious maniacs that go out there and condemn people that are adultery and homosexuals and all that, and what do they get caught doing? They get caught in adultery, homosexuality, and all these other things, and they're lying about it. And again, if that's your thing, go ahead and do it. Again, on Rick's heart attack diet, Rick's lifestyle, it comes down to a very simple concept. You can do whatever you want as long as you're not doing it at somebody else's expense. That's the whole thing. Do whatever you want. If you're doing it at somebody else's expense, it becomes a problem. So if you're like me and you collect a lot of crap and people say, oh, you're a hoarder because you have all this stuff. Well, I haven't done it at anyone's expense. People have sold me the stuff cheap because they didn't want it, or they gave it away because they were tripping over it, and I put it to use. And just because you may not like the way my home looks like a jungle, that doesn't affect you directly. And I'm here with my ducks and my cat and all that stuff. That's fine. But if you're out there scamming people, you're offering them false hope and you're getting rich off of that, that's what bothers me. So if you're going to be in the fitness industry, you're going to lie to people and tell them that you're natural, and meanwhile you're juicing up, you're just giving them a false hope. Now, hopefully, if most people learn like I did, you can recognize when someone is not natural and they're lying to you. It's just like when I see a scammer on an infomercial or on the internet, and I know they're saying they're making $10,000 a day. I know they're lying because they're making the video from a rented car. So again, I know that type. I know exactly how they think. So again, this is just something that you need to do. Now, let's see what else we have here. Toyotas are king, Rick. Toyota, hey, you like what you like, right? I do that with rabbits. If I run over one, I pick it up, check if it's warm. Yeah, see? Free, it's in the pot. There you go. Why waste the roadkill? And a lot of times, if the roadkill is no good, like let's say I found an iguana that squash, I'll throw it back in the canal so the gators and the ducks can tear it up. Because the thing is, if you have a dead animal on the road, what's going to happen? Well, another animal is going to try to eat it, and they'll probably get run over too. So I'll try to pick it up and dump it off on the side or somewhere like the vultures. The vultures will get it. So we don't want to waste a life for nothing. All right. We are quackers for you, Rick. Well, thank you very much. Yes, Rick, you can help Mitch learn to chill. I can try, but again, Mitch is an old timer. He's been around longer than me. He's probably old enough to be my dad. So, there's not much that I can say. I would be a kid compared to him. So that's fine. And again, let's see. I am having a pork rind bacon burger. That sounds delicious. I love it. Okay. I'm about 90% carnivore with a little of this and that. And again, if you eat 70% or more of your diet is meat, you are a carnivore according to Rick the Quack. So you want to eat plant material, go ahead. But again, if you want to be in Rick's Heart Attack Club, if you're going to eat plant material, it's got to be locally sourced and it's got to be something that you can pick. It can't be anything processed. Processed, ultra processed food is forbidden on Rick's Heart Attack diet. You can't eat that, which means no bread, no pizza, nothing. Now, if you want to make bread and you want to make it yourself and it's fermented, you could probably do it. But my view of bread is it is not food. Bread is slave food. It is for people who can't afford real food. So it's the same thing with like corn tortillas and all that. I'm not against it, but I'm saying that it's slave food. If you're willing to settle for that crap and you still eat 70% meat, that's okay. but that's just the way that I feel. I'm not an authority. All right. Well, here's a question. Do you think Chafee is natural? You mean now or earlier? I think that Dr. Chafee probably used some enhancement in the past. I don't know if he's doing it now. He doesn't take his shirt off anymore. So, but I do think that there is something going on there. You don't get a build like that just from being natural. But again, he never claimed to be natural. He mentioned that he was not on the carnivore diet before, so I'm not going to speculate. I don't think he's using anything now, but I do believe that, like most people that were in the fitness space, I'm sure that there was some type of chemical enhancement going on. But again, how can I speculate? I don't know. I'm not gonna I really don't care, honestly. If he's juicing, that's fine with me. I don't care. It's like Dr. Sean Baker. There's always been the debate: is he natural? Is he juicing? Well, he's said that he's natural. He's done blood tests and all that. But again, I've known several bodybuilders, and any good bodybuilder knows how to avoid drug tests. They know exactly how much hormone to use at what time. They always can find a way around it. And again, bodybuilders are smart people, in my opinion. I think that they are typically higher IQ than the average person because in order to be successful at that endeavor, you have to be able to manage many things. Some of the younger guys that are not that smart, they can go and juice themselves up and get really big, but those are usually the ones that don't live very long. They have a heart attack in their 40s or 50s. But when you see somebody that's, 40s, 50s and has a body like that, if they did use hormones or doing it in a responsible way, and again, I support that 100%. And you know, again, I don't know. It's just speculation for me, and it doesn't offend me whether they're natural or not. I've been eating 1 or 2 cups of cream a day. Helped me a lot. Oh, there you go. It helped me lose a lot. Now, some people gain weight on dairy, but in your case, I think you have that under control. Okay. Um, I wouldn't worry about all the fructose fear mongering. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, fructose from fruit isn't really going to get you. Okay. I respect that admit to taking steroids. I like Mark Bell, for example. Exactly. You know, even that goofball Greg Doucette or whatever his name is. I mean, he's a real wacko. He admitted to using steroids. He was caught with steroids. So again, you're not going to have an award-winning bodybuilder style body without steroids. It is impossible unless you're one of the genetic freaks, and in that case, I think you're actually, cheating as well because you have genetics. I don't see why it's so frowned upon, why people get so mad about steroids because it doesn't bother me, you know. If you're willing to inject yourself in your rear end with a hormone and put in the work at the gym, because again, this is not an easy lifestyle. This is not a lifestyle where you're just sitting back and doing nothing. It takes active management. And anyone that can do that for long term, I have a lot of respect for, as you probably know. And my friend that's in Minnesota, he used steroids when he was younger. He hasn't used them since his late 20s, but he built his physique on anabolic steroids, and he admits it. He doesn't use it now, but he doesn't look as big as he did back then. He still looks great. I mean, for a 50-year-old, probably the most attractive person I know. But again, this was built on anabolic hormones. And there's a reason why that stuff was invented. It's not bad stuff. Even bad medications like statins and all that, they have a purpose. When you're in a critical situation and it's life or death, those medications can save you. Even the Ozempic that everyone's talking about, how bad it is. Long term, it'll kill you. But I think for some people, it may be an option. Again, I'm not going to say that all these things are bad. It's like vaccines. I don't think there's anything wrong with some people taking certain vaccines. But again, it has to be done in a logical and monitored way. I didn't take the COVID vaccine because I already had COVID. Why am I going to take a vaccine for something I already had? It didn't make sense to me. But see, if you think for yourself, you can work like that. And this is what I like about, being able to do that. But when government makes rules, this is legal, this is illegal, whatever, they take that away from you. And now you don't have the opportunity for self-improvement. That would be like trying to get everybody on a plant-based diet. Okay, got more comments here. They'd rather eat plain whipped cream. I wouldn't worry about all the fructose fear mongering. The problem now is the high fructose corn syrup that's in everything, and not the table sugar sucrose. People have been eating sugar for a long time, and I think for many years they got away with it. I mean, now people drink sodas and stuff. You know what I drink? Water. Why would you need anything other than water? You look at animals in the wild. I look at my cat. What do? They go over to the kitchen in the water bowl, or they go in the toilet bowl and they drink water. I've never seen a cat drink sodas. I know people that have tried to give soda to their cat. The cat took a lick of it and went, it was terrible. I've seen dogs drink soda, but it's just terrible for them. All right, now let's see. Furtive places. Sometimes lately I can't furtive places. Lances from women, but I just keep going. Interesting. All right, we have a question here from Lisa Wanderous. I just got my 2-year carnivore blood work done. My cholesterol was 11.8, 457 in US measurements. I fit all the criteria for a lean mass hyperresponder. Is this too high? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. The last time I had a cholesterol test was in 1996, and they told me it was the highest they'd ever seen in a 28-year-old. And yet I'm still here, so I don't know. But you could check out some of the carnivore doctor channels. Maybe they'll have a good answer, or maybe one of the people here can give their opinion. But remember, the disclaimer on my channel is that all the opinions and all the information shared in the chat section is not necessarily what I believe or endorsed by me. So you take that advice at your own risk. All right. The steroid era of the MLB was the greatest, yes, of all time in baseball. You see, they're taking steroids, they're performing better. And again, I don't have a problem with this. What is wrong? Why do they want people to be weak and disadvantaged? If you can use steroids, go ahead and do it. If you want, just make a different league for the people that don't use steroids. Nobody would watch that. That's the way it is. But again, they play this game of cat and mouse. They use the anabolic steroids, and then they find ways to avoid being detected. This is what happened with cycling. Was it Lance Armstrong? I mean, come on. Steroids are part of the world. You're never going to get rid of them, so stop trying. Don't make them illegal. Make them legal. Make it where you could just go to your pharmacy. You need some D-ball or you need some whatever. Just get some testosterone. Just get it yourself. Just go ahead and do it. If you die in the process, that's your own doing. But if you make it legal, then it'll be possible for doctors. You could go to your doctor and say, "Hey, I'm kind of skinny, I want to put on some muscle. What do I need to take?" And then they'll give you some advice, and that's it. There's nothing wrong with it. If you notice that you're having health issues, you could cut back. You could cycle for a while, take time off. I mean, if you juice yourself all the time, your nuts aren't going to work anymore. I mean, maybe that's what you want. I don't know. But again, that should be your option. And I don't know why they have to try to control people. I don't have a problem with young people using steroids. That's just me. I'm not going to talk them down and say, "Oh, Rick, you're skinny. Why do you care about that?" Well, because I think that people should have the choice. If I would have been younger, I probably would have used them myself. I mean, they were somewhat legal back then, but I decided the heart attack diet was the way I wanted to go. And I'm kind of glad I didn't use them because I think if I would have been on steroids, I would have put on muscle, but I would have been shorter. And I think that's a trade off. And I think that if kids were educated, maybe if you were skinny and short, you're thinking about steroids, you go, well, maybe I'll wait a little bit. Maybe I'll go on the carnivore diet. Maybe I'll get taller. And then when you're in your 20s, you go, hey, a little anabolic here and there ain't the worst thing in the world. You could do that. I think it would help a lot of people's self-esteem as well. And I'll probably lose subscribers because of it. Oh, Rick's over there encouraging steroids. No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that the options should be open. All right, let's see. Go Sandy Blythe. Okay, are you up late too? Got some comments here. My glance at the women are more obvious. Okay. Is the quantity? Okay, we got some comments here. And we have people here that have experience, so don't be afraid to make their comments. Don't forget, Mitch had brain surgery, and from what I have read, stroke is quite likely, even years later. Yes, because of dormant clawing. Exactly. See, they're going to blame it on the carnivore diet, but I think the carnivore diet is actually going to help him and he will recover. I know a lot of people of his age that have had a stroke and they become somewhat degraded very quickly and it takes them a long time to recover. My friend, his girlfriend over there, she's had a couple of strokes and it's taking her a very long time to recover. And she's only not even 70, late 60s. So, I think that we're going to be impressed with what Mitch can do. And again, don't feel bad for him because it's just natural. These things happen. All right, don't forget that. And here's your comments. Spray toasted with peanut butter. You aren't eating it. Okay, comment, comment, comment. And let's see. So we got some new people here. I should pick that up. Okay. A lot of comments. That's good. Let's see. Where do you think the American education started to fall apart? I think it started to fall apart with the Department of Education. I think it's actually this whole Rockefeller thing and Rothschild and whatever and education became mandatory, that's when it started to fall apart. Because before that you had voluntary education. And you have to realize people don't really need to learn all that stuff, especially when they lived on a farm. You can look at the Amish people. They don't have that much education because they don't need it. But once you started getting industrial, the Industrial Revolution, you need factory workers and all that. The idea was to get the kids in one place at a certain time, have them sit still, listen to do what they're told. That was the whole idea of education. And as the system progressed, it just degraded because, you know, you can only get people to do that for so long. I remember when I was in school, I hated it because I always found my time at home to be interesting. You can do different things, but it's like now they talk about ADHD, attention deficit. I think I'm one of those people that have that because I get bored very quickly when I'm not doing anything. This is why I can't stand sports and movies and all that stuff. I can't get into it. I have to be doing something. Like right now, I'm sitting here, but I'm not bored because I'm talking to you and I'm reading. But if I was to sit here and watch the internet, this is what would happen. I'd fall asleep. I can't do it. Even with all the energy I have, when my mind is not being stimulated, I can't do anything. And I get bored. And that's it. Okay, let's see. I love Tammy too. Water and coffee. Okay. I put coffee. Yeah, I'm so glad carnivore helped you. I agree with Rick's commentary. Yes, Jonathan, you should, because you're a living example of what I'm talking about. Someone that dedicates his life to the bodybuilding art. And bodybuilding is not just a sport, it's an art. It's I think one of the purest art forms out there. Now people do carry it a little too far. They get very obsessed with little details, but again, that's the artist mentality. The difference is instead of carving a stone or using paint, you're using your own body. And again, that's great. All right, so let's see what else we got here. Found a heavy cream. Okay. I should pick that up. Okay. Spirits to help Mitch with healing. Okay. I still got the flu. Yeah, the spirits aren't going to get you away from a virus. It happens. Yeah, no doubt Mitch's good health will aid his recovery. Yes, it will. Next month, Rick looks like Jay Cutler at 6'6". And gets steroids. That's not going to happen. I think I'm too old for that. Although I'm not ruling it out completely. I mean, I got nothing to lose, right? I'm going to have a heart attack anyway. I don't have a problem with it. The thing is that I don't want to end up with, nuts the size of, what do you call it? I mean, going from duck eggs to pigeon eggs may be a problem. But then again, who knows? All right. Let's see. Amish got it going way better. That's true. Although the Amish do eat a lot of sugar and they do use some GMO crops, the Amish are still healthier than the average person. And the Amish, they have a lot of traits that I like. They're not showy. And again, I've been accused of being Mennonite myself, but I'm not. If you look, you'll see I have no facial hair. I have greased down hair. I have a different hairstyle. I don't wear the silly hat. You won't see me in a straw hat, but I do have similar clothing. So, but I do like the attitude of those people. And I think in many ways they set an example for us because they use their freedom of religion as a way of getting things that they want, being off the grid. And I think a lot of us could do that. I could imagine people turning carnivore into some kind of religion or something like that where they could get protection from the Constitution. There's many ways that you can do that to be out of their system and don't have to be fed duck food and put in their electronic prison. And that's like one of the, I don't know if you remember, if you're old enough, they had a TV show. It was made in England called The Prisoner, and there was like the village. Well, a lot of times I feel like everyone's living in the village and they're giving them village food and they try to make them happy, but it doesn't work for everybody. And there's always someone that's going to rebel. And that's who we are. All right, let's see what else we have. We have 69. We went down to 68. I guess I lost somebody. Somebody got bored and fell asleep. And let's see what we got here. Um, got some comments here. And Jonathan says, that's the best explanation I've heard of bodybuilding. Thanks for that. Well, that's the way, that's what I feel. And again, I've had several bodybuilder friends, and you would think that a nerdy guy like me wouldn't get along with bodybuilders, but it's just the opposite. The regular jock kids, they tended to be a little annoying, but the bodybuilders, from what I've seen, are generally the most intelligent of the bunch. Bodybuilders spend a lot of time alone. They're not on teams. And I think in many ways, it develops your personality in a different way. So I really do. I appreciate the ones that I've known. Now, obviously, there's some of those guys that they're just meatheads. Well, actually, I guess I could be called a meathead in another way. But most of the ones that I've known were actually very good. And when I was in high school, and I would help a few of my friends out that they got into bodybuilding. I'd help them out with some of their classes. They're always nice to me. It's just, I guess it's the experience that I had. I have a lot of respect for that culture right there. Okay. So, yes, and likely related to surgery. Yeah, they're talking about Mitch. It's good. And Ellen's talking about it. And okay. All right. So I see rapid healing of flesh wounds. Yep. Scratch the eye when put on. Yeah, that's part of the carnivore diet. I get damaged all the time and heal up fine. Comfrey, also that plantain weed that grows here too. I tried to raise bees. Our electric company came out and sprayed chemicals. Yeah, see, that's a problem. They spray those stupid herbicides, and then the bees get into it and they die. I would like to see all herbicides eliminated. And instead of the government banning it, they should make a system where anybody could sue these companies instead of having to go through the crooked court system. So, in other words, if they spray herbicide on the canal near your house, you'd simply file a lawsuit and tie them up in court. That's the way I would do it. And then that way they would stop doing it because you wouldn't have to ban it. The herbicides would still be legal, but they wouldn't be able to use it anywhere that you would be exposed to it. If you had any kind of problem, let's say you got a cancer or whatever, you could sue them for that and just tie it up forever. They wouldn't use it anymore. They could, just let the weeds grow. Who cares? And that's it. And really, that's what should happen. If they want to get rid of the weeds, there's what we call mechanical control. There are many ways of doing it without herbicides. All right. More than anything, my teenage daughter stresses me out. I'm always trying to build her and keep her from making mistakes. That's impossible. You got to let the kids make mistakes. I'm always fighting the same wars. Yeah. I wonder if Mitch will get carnivore in the hospital. I hope so, because the hospital food is garbage. Have you ever been to the Coral Castle? Yes, I have. I've been there a few times. Most bodybuilders aren't even as tall as Jonathan. Yes, they are short because they probably took steroids too early. I hope the stroke is not from carnivore. I don't think it is. Okay, got him on the heart healthy diet. Yeah, go on the heart attack diet. I think Betty wants a cigar. I don't think he's going to want a cigar until he gets better. I think he's going to probably wait until he gets home. Mitch needs a care package. Yeah, you should. You know what? If you could send him meats, that would be great. I'm sure he'd appreciate that. That's what's going to happen eating all that red meat. That's what the vegans are going to say. I have wild plantain all over the place here. My neighbor has comfrey. I don't want to come. Yeah, the weeds can take over. And again, plant material can make a short-term remedy. When you're in a crisis, you may need chemical intervention. Plants are your friend. Doing it long-term is not going to work. Speaking as someone who stayed in the hospital, you can get animal-based foods, but it won't be great. You would have to fight them to get it. That's right. I didn't start having health issues till they put a smart meter on my house. And it got worse when they put the gas meter. They put one on my house a while back. I didn't notice any difference, but I have concrete walls, and I have the reinforced. I have the mesh, the expanded metal mesh, which I think blocks all the signals. I'm going to make a video of how I check for electromagnetic frequency with my oscilloscope. I'll show you a little trick where you can find out what's going on. I've not had to use a nebulizer for asthma. Oh, good. I guess the carnivore diet is anti-inflammatory. That's great. See, so Annabella's getting benefits. Okay, it's related to head injury. Yeah, the brain bleed. See, Ellen's talking to retired Rick. Told my husband if one of us ever has to go to the hospital with sneaking plain hamburger patties. Yes, from the McDonald's. That's so sad. Oops, not too long ago. I need to find out what that was 4 to 5 years ago. Okay. I hope he recovers well. And Ellen says, I'd love that video. Yes, I need to do that. I need to do more videos. The problem is I tend to work a lot during the week. I have time today, but then I'm working on my truck. I'm kind of in a hurry. You know, I want to get this truck done. I want to make a trip. And actually, I want to do something a little bit different. I have to figure out a way to get one of my friends to take care of my cute little black cat. But if I did, I'm going to try and make a road trip. Excuse me. I have several places I want to go. Okay, let's see who we have here. TS111. Okay. Oh, look who is here. Ruthie is here. Big Belly Bumbles. Hi, I'm glad you're here. I need to check out more of your videos. Again, I've been working all the time. Their channel's interesting because, you know, her husband is into trucking and he's always doing repairs. So something you can check out if you like other channels other than just the regular carnivore channels. And it says we'll be doing a live at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. We just scheduled it. So if you have a chance, check out their channel. They're entertaining. Why not? You know, it's not just the carnivore space here. I mean, I know everyone wants to hit the carnivore channels, but check out some of the other channels. We may be able to bring some of them into the carnivore space or at least improve their meat intake. Okay. Mitch should find a doctor who will diagnose him with allergies to plants, right? Or print a card himself. There you go. That'd be funny. Thanks for the shout out. It's my pleasure. Everyone's welcome on my channel. And again, it's not just the carnivore channels. When I start on YouTube, you know, somebody here probably knows what some of the first channels I subscribed to. And if anyone knows what type of channel I first got into when I was on YouTube, go ahead and let me know. And I don't have a prize for you, but I'll give you a shout out. Quack Quack from Tuca, there you are. I see you're here. Mitch's live stream is not on, so you'll have to settle for mine for now, but that's okay. You know, we may have a couple of disagreements, but I think Mitch and I are on the same page. You know, his attitude and mine are very similar. I'm like the younger version of Mitch. Okay. Quack Quack. Yes. My excuse for a lot of stuff used to be I'm a single person. Now my excuse, I have a cat. Well, there you go. I'm going to take care of my kitty. I'll either have to take him with me or I'll find a friend to take care of him. He's a good kitty. And as he gets older, he's going to be super nice. But I have a plan. Okay. Thank you for encouraging people to watch our live. Well, please do. You know, that's tough. My dad would give us cod liver oil. Oh, I love cod liver oil myself. It worked. Yeah. Hope your daughter. Okay. Mopar. Well, that is true. But there weren't that many Mopar channels. But yes, I did go. There was a couple of Mopar channels back then. But there's another subject, and you'll see it if you've ever watched the videos that I watch. Well, think about it. It's related indirectly to the carnivore diet. So if I was going to see, what was my purpose to go on YouTube in the first place? It was to meet people. So I would look for people that were doing. There we go. Meathead says farming. That is correct. That is correct. Now we have a question. Blowing up stuff. Well, yes, I was on those channels too, and I have to admit I've done a lot of chemistry. Where is your cat this morning? I have been keeping him out. I'm going to let him in around maybe 10 o'clock because he has a tendency of destroying the keyboard and knocking me offline. So I'm letting him do his thing, maybe get it out of his system. I'll open the door. I'll let my little monster in here. He's a sweetheart, really. Okay, so yes, the farming channels. And there's a handful of farming channels that I want to see. And again, my goal was to visit some of these people, but the problem is they're all so far away. There are no farming channels anywhere near Florida. There's no place here that I could make a trip. It would have to be 150 miles or less to be able to make a trip and then come back. But there are some people in North Florida. I got a friend in North Florida. There's people in Georgia. There's people in Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio. There's a lot of them in Wisconsin. There's at least 3 farming channels I've been following for more than 10 years that are in Wisconsin. There's a lot of dairy there. And so what I wanted to do was to contact some of these farming channels and then take like a month for a road trip. And what I was going to do is find out, typically in the summer, like in hay season, that's when most people need the most work. And there are certain jobs I mean, I can do anything on a farm. I'm the guy, I can do repairs, welding, whatever, but I do that stuff all the time. So I wanted to find someone who would do things that I normally don't do. For example, clearing brush out of the pasture or fixing fences or, working with hay. I love working with hay. When I was younger, I used to be able to, we used to, for $20 a day, which wasn't much, we would load hay bales on a trailer. And I actually invented a tool to put on the front of the Bobcat. It was basically like fingers, and you pick up the hay. You could pick up 9 bales with a Bobcat. And instead of having 4 kids doing all the hay work, all you needed was one person to operate the Bobcat and maybe one person in the tractor. So you turn one of the worst jobs on the farm into one of the best jobs on the farm. And yes, the Bobcat is bumpy and it's hot, but it's fine because you can go in there, you can just, wear shorts, sleeveless shirt, whatever. It's not going to be that hot. The wind blows through, you're fine. You don't have to be in the sun because the roof of the Bobcat covers you. You only get the sun from the side, and you're rolling around picking these things up. You load it on the trailer, and then when you get back to the storage area, then that's when you might have to do some hand work because we still stack the hay by hand. And of course, here in Florida, the cows were raised for meat and milk, but they were not fed hay because we have no winter. So they could graze on their own. So it was very common for land that was unused to be cleared and to be able to graze it. And the grazing was like free mowing because if you had a piece of land and you weren't using it for row crops and you weren't using it for vegetables, a lot of the ground here was very rocky, a lot of coral rock. You can't really farm it for vegetables. I mean, they would use what they call a rock plow, which is a bulldozer attachment to break up the rocks. But a lot of land, they didn't want to do that. So they use it for cattle. And also in Florida in the rainy season, there's some land that's low that gets swampy. You can't grow vegetables on that land unless you drain it. And you can't grow mangoes and avocados on that land either. So what they would do, they'd use it for cattle. And it was great because, you know, you're taking land. And the other thing too is that land that is idle, you pay a lot of property tax on. But if the land has an agricultural use, then the tax is lower. And there's still places over here in my neighborhood in horse country that pay only like $100 or something, even though the land is probably worth 10 million by now, because they got some cattle on there and a little fence and whatever. It's really nice. So, and it was fun as a kid. Down the street, we had a field with radio towers, and they had cattle in there to keep the grass down. And I would take leaves like banana leaves and old fruit and whatever and throw it to the cows. They love to eat that stuff. It was always fun, and the cows are walking around, and they're never in a hurry. They're just kind of swishing their tail and they're walking around and eating, and that's it. And on the farm, the only thing you had to do is you had like Brazilian pepper and you had elephant grass and stuff that cows would eat the elephant grass. The Brazilian pepper you had to pull out, and it was usually along the fence row where all the weeds and stuff would grow. Cattle are weird because they like to eat the grass that's a little bit short. They don't like the tall stuff. So then what do? Every now and then you get on the tractor and you what they call bush hog, you mow the field. And then when later on, when they invented the skid steer mower, which is Bobcat, you put the mower on the front of the thing, you can get under the fence and see, like when you have trees over your field, you don't want to drive the tractor under there because back then a lot of the tractors didn't have a cab. And if they did have a cab, you'd have these branches banging into it, breaking your lights, damaging things. But with the Bobcat or skid steer, the thing has a very strong cage. It's designed to be tough and it's lower. Tractor is higher up in the air. So, it's very difficult to get in there. You get in the Bobcat, you can go under the tree, around the tree, you can lift up the mower and knock those branches down. And that's the kind of technology that made things better. The problem is, starting in the 1980s, we had a lot of drug money come in here because of the cannabis, which was in the 70s, and then the cocaine. You probably heard of cocaine cowboys and all that stuff. And that money was just pouring in here by the truckload. So what did they do with the money? Well, they had to put it into something. They started doing more development, build a bunch of shopping centers, a bunch of houses, apartments, and all this stuff. And all that farmland that was sitting there doing, well, producing animals, producing delicious food, was turned into useless crap, which is a shame, you know. Now you go out there, a bunch of shopping centers, a lot of them are empty, but it doesn't matter. They just keep building more and more apartments. So that's fine. But the thing is this, I want to try to get sort of like back to this. I am going to move out of here eventually, but I got to know where to go. I don't know where I'm going to move to. I got friends that live all around the US. So I thought about doing was I got a friend, let's say in Ocala. I could drive up there, stay with him a day or two. Go to my friend in Georgia. He has a large farm where they produce hay. They produce a lot of hay, mostly round bales, but they do some square bales. And he's always told me, if you come here, I'll pay you. I'm like, you're my friend. You don't have to pay me. But we need people to do the hay work. And the problem is a lot of the workers they have there, you have the foreigners, or as he calls them, the brown people, and they work, but they like to drink. And usually by Monday, they're not around. And then the white guys are even worse because they're all on meth and they are hyperactive. They break equipment, they get into accidents. Practically one guy cut his finger off. I mean, it's like they are just crazy, the meth heads. So he's got a choice between the brown people and the meth heads, and neither choice is very good. Regular white people don't want to do that kind of work. And it's not like it used to be. It's not like when I was a kid where you had to go there, pick up the bales off the ground, put them on the trailer. It took four guys. Somebody would be in the tractor going down the field. Then you have two guys on the ground picking up the bales and one on the trailer. Sometimes you'd have two on the trailer. So you walk along, you put the bale on the trailer, then the guy on the trailer stacks it. And it was like, not so bad at this time of the year, but in the summer it was so hot. It'd be 90 something degrees, baking in the sun. I can't do anything. I'd be in the sun roasting. It was terrible, sweating like crazy. Not fun. But nowadays they have the equipment. You have telehandlers for moving large amounts of bales. You have the Bobcat or skid steer, which is my favorite. That's the way I like to move hay. The tractor. You still have the tractor with the spear on the front and the back. I mean, it's all mechanical now. But still, you can't get anyone to do the work. So that's why I'm thinking, I can hit that. Some of the YouTubers that I've chatted with, I mean, one of them, they say, if you want, come over here. We're not going to pay you anything, but you can stay here and work for us. And that's fine. You're probably familiar with the Bark channel. He's all the way in another country. He says that all the time. There's I think it's How Farms Work channel. Ryan, he's actually said, if you come here, you can work with us. There's the guy in South Dakota. I think he calls his channel Ranching Sodak. He's had people over there. He had an old guy that was picking rocks with a bobcat. So there's the thing about the farming community. And of course, my guy, up in Michigan, Ray, he does hay. All of them could use help on the farm. So I'm thinking, instead of me wasting my money on one of those vacations, a lot of people go on a cruise. What am I going to do on a cruise ship that I couldn't do already in Miami? But on the other hand, if I go to a farm, you know, as long as I don't have to do the work I don't like, in which case I'm not going to hand shovel manure. That's just pointless. But I don't mind using the bobcat to move the manure, and that's what most people do. So the thing is, you know, that's what I'm intending to do. So I haven't been on a vacation since probably, well, the last time I went on a trip was 2005, and that was for a convention in Las Vegas. I don't think the last time I actually went to visit my friends was in 2003. That's probably when it was. That's when I visited my friend in Georgia. And when I was there, we did hay work and we fixed the fence. A lot of time in the Bobcat, but again, I had no problem with that. We got it done. Everybody was happy. So that's it. So anyway, that was my intention. And if I can get my truck reliable the way I want to, I'm going to start. Now, I own a lot not that far from here. Well, it's about an hour and a half away. I'm going to start looking at that and see what I can do there. So that's one thing I'm going to be doing. That'll be added to my videos. And then I'm going to start visiting friends. My friend that gave me the engine, he lives in North Florida. There's land over there. Once you leave this septic tank of Florida, which is South Florida, the further north you go, you start to get away from the rampant development. Now, there's the coastal areas are heavily developed. Orlando is heavily developed, and therefore Ocala has a lot of development. There's pockets of this really expensive development. But the further up you go in Florida, the less there is, and you have more rural areas. And I think it's just a matter of finding the right fit. And again, even my lot, that's in Hendry County. It's not that far away, but still, we got to get this done here. Okay, now I see some comments. I missed a few. Retired Rick had to go, so I'm sure you're gone by now, but that's fine. I was too young to drive, but love the hay wagon. Yeah, I see the hay wagon. The problem is, I knew somebody that fell off the hay wagon and got hurt, but those things happen. Rick, I've been transporting now. Since I've been transporting, I've been able to witness farms who practice regenerative farming. Once plowed fields are fenced in with their cows grazing, they move them to the. Yeah, exactly. Once the field is no longer suitable for the row crops, you can use it for grazing. And it often improves if it's done right. I've never done drugs other than sugar. It's great to see regenerative farming. Most of the planted fields have modern farming, yeah, with no ruminant animals. And that is a problem. Dodge Chargers, hi Rick, bacon in the sun. I see a pun there. Gotta love Indiana weather. Yesterday was 60 degrees. Today, light snow and 26. And I've seen some other people in Indiana as well. Again, all those farming states. Now, I may be biased, but I think that some of the best people in the world come from the Midwest because that's where most of my friends have come from. I may be a little bit, I don't know, because I just like the attitude of the Midwesterners. They don't seem friendly at first, but once you get to know them, they're really great people. And that's the way it is. A lot of the Latinos that we have here, they're very loud and they tend to act like they're really great, but they're very selfish in many cases. They only care about their family and a few immediate friends. It depends. I think a lot of it is cultural. Okay. I can't go on vacation. I have a cat, and I know the feeling. All right. If you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. They say that here in Florida too. I love the mountains. I prefer mountains to the beach. They are my happy place. That's right. Question from CB Carmack. What are these carnivore cruises about? I keep hearing about. I don't know. I've never been on one. I'm sure it's just a way for people to make money. I know Ken Berry has one, and there's a couple of other, these carnivore personalities. I think a lot of times they use it as a way of meeting people, but I think in some cases it's just a matter of they get with a company that wants to make money and then they have a cruise. It's like these dating cruises. They have people that go on a cruise so they can meet somebody. And again, if you want to go on a cruise, but being trapped on a ship with thousands of people with lots of viruses and nowhere to go, that just doesn't seem like a very enjoyable thing to me. And what are you going to do? You're going to eat. You're going to watch the ocean. If I want to watch the ocean, I go to my friend's house. He lives next to the ocean. and I can eat there too. He's got a barbecue grill. Um, I don't see the point of it, you know. But again, if you live inland and you've never seen the ocean, I could see a cruise might work, and it might be a way to meet people. But again, what is your reason for meeting people? I want to meet people in their natural environment, you know, where you live, or you come and see me in my natural environment. I really don't see the purpose of being on a cruise ship. And I'm one of those people that doesn't like any of those, you know, I don't know, corporate nonsense, generic, whatever. I don't like that. I like being something different. Okay. Give me a cabin with a fireplace in the woods. There you go. You wouldn't need a fireplace in South Florida, that's for sure. Have an air conditioner. My idea of a good time is curling up next to the air conditioner. If you want to move, Rick, the first thing you should do is hit that metal recycling facility. Okay. I've been there many times. Don't worry. Good person here. There you go, Smoothie. My mom lives in Freeport, Florida, which is just across the bridge from Destin. And a bear stole her garbage one day. Yep. We're about to grill ribeyes. I grab my clock. You're going to need it. Some parts of Florida, I think it's legal to shoot bears when they try to attack you. Okay. Michigan here. So if I fit your description, other than I'm really it. All right. That 4-letter word there, DI something. Okay. I got scammed last year in construction by a guy claiming Midwest values. He didn't pay me for the last 5 days and disappeared on me. And I'll tell you one thing, the same thing when they say I'm a Christian, be very scared because they're scammers pretty much all the time. I did a cruise on guided missile cruiser, late 80s. Well, see, you were on a cruise for a reason. That's a difference. You kept busy. So Rick should do more lives, especially now. Well, I do one a week. That's all the time I have. I have to work, and, you know, I can comment on other people's lives when I'm working because I'll take a few minutes out for a break and then type in shotgun a bunch of comments in there. Sometimes I listen to two live streams at once, which is really funny. And I have these little radio, I don't know where it is. I think it's over here. Oh, where is that thing? It's here someplace. What a mess. Oh well. Oh, I think I left it in my van. Anyway, I left it in my van. I used to get these things, you know, from the dollar store, these little radios. And what I do, I set up my laptop in my truck, and then basically, um, once I get a Wi-Fi signal, now a lot of times I don't have Wi-Fi credentials, so I may have to use, um, let's just say Kali Linux to be able to get online. And then once I get online, I'm able to stream whatever lives I want to listen to. So if I'm working in an office or I'm working at some house or I'm just working outside, I'll stream the live and then I'll use the FM transmitter, which I use those. I use them in my car as well. And then I'll use a small portable FM radio. Sometimes what I'll do, I'll use just a regular boombox style radio and I can listen to the lives. But in order for me to comment, I have to run back to my van and type it in. So you'll see me type in a bunch of comments. Now, sometimes when I'm doing, let's say I'm working on a computer, I'm doing technical work, then I'll be able to type it in on the spot. And you'll see a lot more comments. But in a lot of morning videos, there's not a lot of comments. I may go 10, 20, 30 minutes without any comments. Then when I go to my truck, I go there and type it in and do that. So that's the way that I pretty much do it. And that's it. Okay, I've started to fall asleep. It's 1 a.m. here. Good night. Good night. I'm glad you were here. I'll catch you next time. Don't feel bad if you have to leave. I'm not trying to keep you here. We don't need to have the longest of these live streams. I'm not in a competition. All right, and DS111 says later we discovered the Midwesterner was actually on the run from Virginia for DUI. in which he was arrested for hitting a traffic cop on the road. Oh, unbelievable. He jumped bail. This is a reason why I want to meet people in their natural environment. If I can meet the farmers on the farm, then I know they're for real. I know they're not playing a game with me. Okay. Girls get so much love in comments. All right. I like your bike ride and talk. That's what Sandy Bly says. You and a few other people. And I started the bike ride because it was just one of those things where I was spending time and I didn't, I figured let me get a dual purpose. Girls get so much love. Okay. Bike and talk aloud. The pontification there is delightful. Well, there you go. She is in Queensland. Let me try a little something here. Let me see. I'm going to see if you can hear me. I'm going to look for something. Okay. Oh my goodness. Where did I put that? I did the bike and talks because of a very simple reason. I just don't have a lot of free time. You might say, well, Rick is always everywhere. He has lots of free time, but I don't. So, what I'm trying to do is take advantage of the time when I'm just doing something that doesn't really require any real thought. So, let's say that I'm going to go to the store on the bicycle and I'll just think about some things that I've done. And a lot of times people go, well, they'll ask me questions and I don't have time to answer it in detail. So I use the bike and talk as a way of doing that. And I cannot find this transmitter. Oh, my goodness. Oh, well. Just move this back over here. Hope you can still hear me. All right, there we go. I like the bike videos on 1 to 5 speed. Makes Rick look like a maniac. Hey, that's it. Or 2 times speed. I think I talk slow enough where I won't sound like a chipmunk at 1.5 speed. But that's pretty good. All you got to do is get that yakety sax, from Boots Randolph. That'll really make it funny. Okay. Question from CB Carmack. Would you ever consider a bike in live? I would love to, but I don't have cell phone service. So I don't know how in the world I could do a bike in live. And then the other problem is how could I respond to comments? I would have to make some kind of a rig where I had some type of internet service and then I had a tablet or something, or maybe I could use voice talk or whatever. Or what I could do, I'm going to try this. I have enough Wi Fi credentials that I've collected from the neighborhood. I may do a bike and talk. It may be a little jumpy, and I don't know how YouTube reacts because I know that once I lose the signal, YouTube pretty much cuts me off. But I'm going to give that a shot. I can definitely do that because I think it'd be interesting. And there's a lot of places. The other thing I've had comments that my field of view is narrow, and that's because I'm using an old cell phone. And I don't know if anyone has ever seen what my cell phone looks like. I can show you, and you'll laugh when you see it. But and it's about 10, so we're gonna let El Toro into the room. I'm gonna open the door. Let me get my old cell phone. Don't leave. We still have 60 people here. Please don't leave. I'm gonna bring in the little monster, and that's it. So hold on a second. Let me get him. Milton, where are you? monster. There's my little buddy. There's my little buddy. Okay. What's cooking, Milton? What's the matter, little buddy? Up. There we go. Okay. Here's my little monster. Come on. There he is. Oh, yeah. You have kiss kissy. You're a cutie. Yep. There's my little monster. See? There he is. Okay. You're a sweetheart. There's my baby. I love my little cat. He's a little monster, but he's cute. What? Hello. You know, it's interesting. I was trying to find my cell phone, which is an iPhone 6. I don't know where it is. I guess he just went ahead and knocked it behind something, so I'll have to go through the living room. I cleaned the living room, and you can see many times it looks like a bomb went off in there. Actually, it didn't look too bad today. I've been putting I got rid of a bunch of junk, and then I put stuff away. But you know, he's active. And see, notice how he's calmed down. He was really wild when I got up this morning, but now he's calm. Look at that. Oh, what a sweetheart. And he's purring. I don't know if you can hear it. Purring? You're a good kitty. And by the way, I don't know if anyone knows what this is. This is a kit for the injection pump on my engine. So I'll go ahead and when I work on the engine, I'll put that in there. People say, well, Rick, why do you keep so much stuff? The reason I do is because when I find a good deal on something, I will stock up because I'm going to need it eventually. Okay, so let's see. Milton knows how to wrap things up. Yes. My asado is ready. Oh, that sounds good. Have a great weekend, folks. Crop duster, yes. I see that you've dropped off. That's good. I miss my little guard cat, Panther. She looked just like that. Yeah, these black cats are pretty nice. If Rick did it, now we know where Milton hit it from. Milton is adorable. That thing is a killing machine. My familiar, gorgeous, skitty kitty. Milton is mellow today. Yes, he is. Gasket Kit Kat toy. I'm still in bed. CV gave Milton time. See, what I did, my theory was this. He was real active this morning. When I fed him, he was running around. Now, he's going to get active again. You just watch. He can't resist. Look at how cute he is. Hello, buddy. If you've ever watched those Louis Rossman videos, you know that he always has his black cat. I forget what the animal is called. Blackberry or something like that. Black cats are often popular. Look at this. And again, this was something my neighbor found in the road, but he's turned into my little pet. He's a little sweetheart. Yes, he is. You know, cats generally don't like to be handled much, but every cat I've ever had has always been just lovable and loves attention. He likes to bite once in a while, but he's never really hurt me. He's a good kitty. And he's purring. Yeah, you're a good cat. I really like you. Hey, see? Here comes the biting. No, no. Bad pussy. Bad. No biting. Okay. He's getting better. It's just a matter of growing up. Once he grows up, he'll be super friendly. He won't bite. But you can see now, even now, he likes to bite. It's just the way he is. You want to settle down? You still look a little sleepy, which is good. I like having you where you're not trying to have me for dinner. All right, so let's see. Yep. Okay. He will eventually calm down. Yes. I found a kitten years ago when I fell out of the rear bumper of a beat down pickup truck when accelerated from a stop on a freeway. Cats get into everything. My cat was a lap cat. Every cat I ended up with popped up randomly. There's so many cats out there. They breed like crazy. So it's only a matter of time before you're going to find one. There's also stray cats around here, but they're super wild. But this one, just my neighbor found, and I would never buy an animal. I don't believe in pet stores. I believe that there's plenty of animals in the world right now. And yes, finding one that is just in your area is the way to go. It's like ducks, but unlike ducks, cats are not a food source. They're more of a companion than anything else. And they're actually good to have around because they keep rodents and other pests under control. That's a good thing. What are you doing? He's giving himself a bath. At least you don't have any fleas because you're an inside cat. Sooner or later, though, the fleas always find their way in, and I'll have to give him a real bath, which I don't look forward to. I hate to say it, but bathing a cat is not a pleasant experience. Although I have had my cat Garfield to love water. Yes, you're a good kitty. Look at that little head. Unfortunately, the camera that I use on my computer is built in the top. It's like a pop up, see? So I can't really move it without tilting the computer down where you can see the cat, but you have to take my word that he is here. Okay, let's see. All right. He'll eventually calm down. He's still young, yes. And my cat was a lab cat. That's right. I fed 13 strays, $200 a month. Gotta go, Rick. Taking wife shopping on Meathead. There you go. Well, Meathead, I'm glad to see you here. And your last free Saturday. All right. Enjoy it because when you don't have the time, you can't do it. Hopefully you'll be shopping for some meat. Wow, Sandy Blythe. Think okay. All meat you can buy with that. Yeah. That's awesome. You're helping the strays. Well, that's it. I like helping the cats. You can get them fixed where they don't reproduce and then just feed them as long as they live. Now, mine, I have to get him fixed eventually. I don't like to get them fixed too soon. I like them to develop first, but I don't want him squirting up my walls with cat urine. So eventually he'll be stuffed in the cage. I'll have to find someone that can castrate him. I feel bad for him, but the last thing I need is him getting outside and mating with females and having more cats. Because we got plenty of cats already. You silly little thing. Look at those little paws. You have to see how lively this little guy is. He's this cute little thing. If I can get him down here. This computer goes. Oh well. One day I'll get a better camera, something I can move around and you can see my little monster. I also want to get a computer that would run the OBS software so that way I can have multiple camera views. And there's also things I want to include in here, including some pictures, documents, and stuff like that. So I'm working on that. I'm looking around, see what I can find computer wise. And I mean, this one is a gift from my friend Russ Mitchell. He was going to get rid of it. So I have that. But I'll find something. It's just a matter of time. I'll get it to work. That way I can have multiple layers, multiple camera views. I can have a view of the outdoors. I do have security cameras, so maybe I could use the video capture device and then have multiple views. I could even have like a background. There's something I can definitely do. But for now, we're going to do it just the basic way, no editing, pretty much raw, whatever. That's what we're going to do. Right, little buddy? Cute little buddy. Look at that. Look at that little guy. You're a good kitten. I like you. Yeah, a little snappy at times, but he'll be fine. Audio issues. What kind of audio issues am I having now? That's not good. Okay. We know he's lively, yes. If I ever come into money, Rick, you are on my list. Well, thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate that. If I ever come into money, there's a lot of people out there I'm going to have on my list. And some of you are here. Thanks, everyone, for letting know about Mitch. Yes. And again, feel free to share any information you have on any related channels because we're kind of all here in the same space. And we want to make sure that we look out for each other because this is not a competition where one person wins. This is a group effort. We're all on the same race, and finishing it is how you win. Audio is muffled. Is that any better? Let me know if it sounds any better. I wonder if it's just a loose connection. How's that? Any better? Okay. Is Milton fixed? The sound has worsened. How do I sound now? Okay. Well, that's not good. Let me see if I can find that extension. Hold on. All right, where is it? Got the headphones. Oh, here it is. I got it right here. Okay, let's see what we got going on. Nope. All right. Oh, it's such a pain to get this out of here. No, Milton, don't do that. No, stay away from the network. You do not want to do that. I'm tired of you cutting me off. All right, let's see. Okay. Let's get to the bottom of this. Okay, can you hear me? Sounds okay on this end. Let's see. I sound like a scratchy sound. Yeah, I hear that too. Interesting. Is that still bad? Can you hear me okay? I still hear interference on my end. Okay. I see the problem. There it is. Okay. Milton, you did it again. I can't believe it. Ah. Okay. I found the problem. Can you hear me better now? Hopefully, I can hear myself just fine. How does it sound on your end? Is it good? Okay. Buy low. Okay, I found the problem. My little friend decided that an XLR cable is a cat toy. Now, the problem is he seems to have short-circuited with his little teeth. I changed the XLR cable, so it is a little bit better, but you're still going to hear some static in the background. You probably hear like a buzzing sound, and that's because Milton, I wish you could see what he's doing. He has been playing with the microphone cable, and when I traced it back, it was all chewed up. So I don't have a cat. I actually have a dog, it seems like. But that's okay. I'm going to work on that for the next time. I actually need to make up another XLR cable. You have to realize that I'm using a very primitive, old system. And what I have is a mixer, an old analog mixer. And I use one of those video capture devices plugged into the computer. So the microphone is a condenser mic. It's actually connected to an old Shure mixer that provides it with phantom power. It's a very old system, but I'll get it fixed. Don't worry. But at least now, you can hear it, which is fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's Papa Carnivore. Yeah, he's got the granddaughter, right? Or grandson. Let's see. Son, baby girl. Yeah, granddaughter. Okay. Ellen Jean. Oh, good. We were thinking about Mitch recently and wondering how much stress he's had lately. And you notice that he's been a little bit snappier than usual. I think that's part of it. That may have been related to the stroke or, just from all the things that he was doing. It could have triggered it. We don't really know. We'll probably never know. All right. Also, Kim, remember he had a brain injury. Yes. Okay. So we're talking about Mitch. That's good. And let's see. Aren't strokes blood clot related? They can be. They can also be from blood vessel breaking and blood leaking out. That's another thing. I've been away from YouTube for at least a week because my work involves the stock market. Yes. And the stock market's been going down, although the Fed will pump it up like they always do. But I think there's going to be a time when it all just blows up and that's it. All right. What is a... Uh-oh. Hey, Milton. What is a caliphate? Caliphate, maybe? I think that's some Islamic thing. I don't know. Milton, no. Milton, stop it. No. No. That is not a cat toy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah, caliphate. Yeah, you can Google that one. Thanks for the update. Well, there you go. That's nice. That's the one thing I never will be. I'm not going to be a grandfather because I've never been a father either. So grandfather's not happening. I am not going to live to 120. I figure maybe 94 I'll croak with a heart attack by then. So I probably have another, 30-something years before I drop dead. So that's why I got to get moving soon so I can get something done. There's a lot of things I want to do, and one of them is to get involved more in the production and distribution of quality foods. And I'd like to promote a different lifestyle. I want to be the anti-Miami. Miami is basically less for more, stack and pack, live in a white, gray, and white, black, and gray box, and that's not it. I want to live in something that's, you got lots of plants, animals, you have natural finishes, stone, wood, whatever. White, gray, and black is not my thing. And you look around my home, you don't see anything that's white, gray, or black. It's just, there's some things that are black, of course. My phone, that's black. And, some other things are. But the whole white, gray, and black thing, I just don't like. I tend to like color and chrome. That's my thing. You want to have like my bathroom with the pink and the green and all that stuff. And then have chrome, natural brass, metal, that kind of thing. That's the Rick way. Okay, so let's see. Caliphate is when Islam takes over. Yeah, Mitch is not a spring chicken, but tried to act like one. I felt like he was doing too much. Yeah, I don't think carnivore had anything to do with it. I don't think so either, and I agree. Take a break. Mitch, take your advice. Take the rest of the week off. You're welcome, Jerry. Ellen was in the chat. Yeah. And again, feel free to share the information here. We're here to give each other information, and that's it. Okay. Let's see. Hi, Rick. How you doing? Are the ducks? The ducks are around. They're doing their quackable things. And let's see. Okay. Jonathan. Blah, blah, blah. Only MAGA things for me. Well, okay. Make everything crap again, whatever. His real name is Elons, which means light of God in Hebrew. Interesting. Does anyone remember Emilio the Duckman in the movie Night at the Roxy? No, I don't remember that. Something I'll have to look into. Rick does not like white, black, and gray. He should look in the mirror. Well, I don't know. I have a white shirt, but I mean, where's the black? I mean, black socks maybe? You know, that's always possible. I have beige pants. That's not gray. So, anyway, the camera here is not that great. What is MAGA things? All right, I'm German. They pumped in millions. Mm-hmm. What did Anna say? Okay. And Laura, I love the name and what it means. Polish. We hate what you did to your countries. Okay, same thing has happened here in the U.S., but 98% of them are Hispanic people from Central and South America and the Caribbean islands. That's what South Florida is. They flooded us with people from everywhere. So we'll see what happens next. England, France, Germany, lack of words. So we got some, information here. Any fascinating celebrating, blah, blah, blah. All right, so we have conversations going on. Now, in terms of what I'm going to do, again, my goal is very simple. I mean, I have the work that I do to make a living, and then I have my own projects I need to take care of. And obviously, my truck is number one. I need to get that fixed. I do use my van for working, but the van has a bad transmission, so it's on borrowed time. Eventually, I will fix that. But my goal is to eventually have my truck running. Now, on Monday, I'm going to travel up to the carnival. Up there, they do have used vegetable oil that they use for cooking their food. And again, I don't condone the use of seed oils, but people do go to the carnival. Now, this one carnival that I get the oil from, if you're going to eat seed oils, you might want to go there because when they are done with the oil, it's still very clean. It's very easy for me to filter and burn as a fuel. Now, it is controversial because I know that most people in the carnivore space say that seed oils are very toxic, and I believe the same thing. But I think that if you're going to eat seed oil cooked foods, you're better off cooking fatty foods and using just the oil once and getting rid of it. If you have like a turkey fry where people get together and fry the turkey, not much seed oil is going to penetrate the turkey. Now, if you're like me and you're sensitive to it, you won't be able to eat the turkey or you'll get diarrhea and gas like I do and stomach issues, intestinal pains. But for the average person, it might be a step up. If you're trying to break away from the seed oils, you might want to use the seed oils less frequently. Don't pan fry. Oh, there goes Milton again. Oh, he's in the bowling pins. Pan frying in seed oils seems to be the worst because they oxidize badly. But if you're going to use seed oils and you deep fry, do it in a large amount, use it once, and then give it to the guy with the truck so he can drive the rest of it off. But graduate to lard and tallow, and you'll never have to worry about that again. So that's what I say. But I do get the oil from the carnival, and I'm very happy if I can, filter that and put it in my truck. So hopefully in a week or two, my truck will be finished. Once I get the flywheel, I get the engine prepared, change the valve covers and gaskets, oil pan, clean up the engine. I got to get it on the engine stand. I'm going to try to do that today, get the engine on the engine stand, and that's my plan. But that won't happen until the live is over, and hopefully I'll get that done. I may even go back to the store, get some more of that pork that they have, the pork butt for 99 cents a pound, put that in my stock because you never know when you'll need it, and that'll be good. Okay, let's see. Lack of words. Okay, Milton. Yeah, it's a cat's name. Same thing has happened in the U.S. All right, I read that. I like the second generation Ford Thunderbird and beautiful cars. They were nice. All that 60s stuff was pretty awesome. Mazel Tov, Papa. What will your grandkids call you? Okay. Rick, do you make bone broth? I do when I can get bones. I haven't had bones for a long time, but I did used to make bone broth, and I would use them, for my heart attack foods. I used to make a heart attack soup, which I would take from time to time. I haven't had it in years, but I did used to make it. And let's see. Peter, I am ready to be, okay. Ready to be one. Okay. My son is 27 and in love. Uh-oh. Duck mating is coming soon. Chasing some girl in London right now. Okay. The ducklings are going to be around. Let's all open a farm together. There you go. Or at the very least, let's all buy from these farms so we can all make some money. Oh, Milton is so happy to be just a cat. He is, and I think he's over here. He knocked over my bowling pins. I don't know what he did next. But he's definitely a little lively thing. He loves to take time out and do his thing. Congrats, Papa Carnivore. So we have a lot of conversation going back and forth. So let me go back to what I was saying in terms of my plans. I want to fix my truck. I'm hoping by this summer, maybe I can take a road trip to meet some of my friends. Maybe I can meet a couple other YouTubers. But my main goal for meeting YouTubers, as you know, there is a conference they have in Tampa, Hack Your Health or whatever. And one of my friends has invited me to go there. I doubt that they're going to have me speak in any way because I'd scare everybody off. But on the other hand, it's pretty likely that I will be going. I think he's gotten the ticket or whatever it is. And I need to get my truck running, where I can drive to Tampa. It's probably a 4-hour trip, whatever it is. So you know what that means. Road trip means steak on the engine. So hopefully I'll get a nice cooler. I used to have one of those battery-powered coolers. It broke. I'm going to try to fix it or get another one. And, it's nice because wherever you go to, you can plug it in. It keeps your meat nice and cold. They have those little, I don't know what you call it, thermocouple or whatever, thermoelectric effect transistor things, but they just don't work very well. The one that I have has a tiny compressor. It has one of those little, flat style compressors, and it does a decent job. And you plug it in. Now, my truck, I had the alternator rigged where I was pulling 120 volts, but the frequency varies. So what I did, I rigged it up straightly to the to an inverter, so I could run it whenever I was running it. But I wouldn't do it when it was parked because it would drain the battery. I just unplug it, and that's fine. But anyway, let's see. Let's see what we got here. Oh, no. What are you doing, Milton? Oh, no. Get out of there. No. Stay out of there. You bad kitty. Oh, he can't resist that XLR cable. I don't know what it is. Okay. Ready to... Okay. 12-volt freezer on Amazon. Yeah, they do have them. Rick, do you pay some money to the government to have a pension in the future? Well, I mean, there's Social Security. There is some tax that I've paid on that. I haven't paid it in a while because my income's so low, but it is there. But there's no pension. I mean, it's just Social Security. What is it, $1,000 something a month? It's probably less than the property tax is. That's another reason I want to get out of here. That'll knock $12,000 off of my expenses. When somebody else, some dumbass, some person is going to have to pay that overpriced, inflated tax. Now, the other option is they are talking about eliminating the property tax in Florida. I don't think they'll allow that on the ballot because that'll cut off all their corruption and everything. But if the property tax ever was eliminated from Florida, everything would change. Instead of selling this place, what I would do a complete remodel from top to bottom, and I would turn it into a rental, or I would sell it after that. So if property tax is eliminated, my home, oh no, not Milton. My home is going to change. It's going to go from being the dump of the neighborhood to being the best. Milton, stop it. Because when you don't pay taxes on it, you're not leasing it. You actually own it. It would be like having an antique car. They charge you the same tag, whether it's a piece of junk or whether it's fixed up. So there's no reason not to fix it up. Okay. What do we have here? Okay, we have a question. What section of pork can I buy to cook like bacon without the nitrates and sugar. It's the pork belly. You want to get the pork belly and you can slice it up into bacon. You can cure the bacon yourself. Now, I'm not really against nitrate if you can get real potassium nitrate because that's called saltpeter. It's been used for thousands of years. There's nothing wrong with that as far as I can tell. You know, it is a source of potassium and nitrogen. May not be that bad. The nitrites I'm more afraid of, and the sugar and all that. They use sugar for curing. It sort of helps with the curing process, and it also gives a flavor that people like. I don't like that. But pork belly can be used to make bacon. If you want to make basic bacon, just cut it in slices, put it in salt, and let it dry out and let it cure in the refrigerator. So you can do that. But a lot of times I'll just eat the pork belly boiled or cooked. It's actually quite nice. I've even boiled bacon when I'm not really that crazy about crispy bacon. It's just too much work. But yeah, get the pork belly and you can definitely do that. So anyway, in terms of Milton, well, he's up here on the bed, so that's pretty good. And I apologize for the static in the background. I can hear it on my end. Hopefully you don't hear too much of it over there. But it appears that Milton has wrecked my next XLR cable. I let him play with it. That was my mistake. So I may have to go ahead and just I got some shielded cable wrapped up. I'm going to get the oscilloscope in here. I actually have an oscilloscope. You can't see it, but it's in my little mini electronics lab that I keep in my bedroom. I'm going to get to the source of it. I'll get the audio back to par because I think on my live streams, a lot of people go here to listen to the audio. They don't come here to look at me because I'm old and sickly, but they come here to listen to the audio. And, that's a good thing. So we want to keep the audio good. And I think in my case, I'm never going to be an internet influencer because that's not my goal. But for people that are listening, they want to get a little encouragement. Maybe they want somebody. It's like they used to watch Bob Ross when he did his painting. I've had people compare me to him. I've been compared to Fred Rogers from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. I've been compared to a lot of people, which is fine. And I'll be glad because if they can listen to me instead of listening to a bunch of scammers, that's the main thing. Because again, you're not going to catch me asking for money. That's not my style. That's why do bacon in the oven. Yes, easier to cook than fixing within a fry pan. And if you have one of those convection ovens called an air fryer, I know a lot of people have really good success with the bacon and it comes out really nice. And that's it. Okay. DeSantis said the other day he wants to get rid of property taxes in Florida. I'm all for that. And again, that's a game changer. If DeSantis gets rid of property taxes, real estate here is going to double in price overnight. People are going to flock in here from all over the world. These places are going to be so expensive. Florida is going to be the richest place in the world. So if you already live here, you're going to benefit. If you don't live here, you're not going to be able to move here. You're going to have to wait until one of your relatives die. Now, what will happen eventually, we will get a hurricane. It will cause a lot of damage. Insurance will go through the roof. And eventually Florida will settle down. But I think getting rid of property taxes would be the best thing that could ever happen. And if property taxes are eliminated, I will absolutely not leave Florida. You won't be able to get me out of here. You're going to have to blow me with a Category 5 hurricane and a nuclear weapon to get me out of this state because that's my biggest complaint is property tax. No property tax, I won't leave. And I'll find a way. Even if the property costs $10 million an acre, it won't matter because I'm just going to, I'll just exchange what I have for another one. I mean, that's it. But I don't think it'll be that bad because the U.S. economy is going to crash eventually. The Federal Reserve will become powerless to inflate, and then things will crash. We'll have Great Depression 2.0. And that's why we need to get ready now. We need to try to localize our food source. We need to learn how to create our own food. If you're a carnivore, it's going to be difficult. But if you live in a rural area, you might be able to raise some animals. But the other option is to get to know people that are in rural areas, develop skills. If you want to get into farming, you're going to need to learn a lot of things. You need to learn things like carpentry and welding, electrical, plumbing. You need to learn all these things if you want to be a farmer. That's my opinion. Because the farmers that I do know, that's what their whole life is. It's all about fabricating, repair, especially today with all of the the equipment that you have like John Deere and all these companies with closed source software that makes it difficult to repair. A lot of this stuff is going to basically be junk. But if you have the ability that you could use something like a Raspberry Pi or some other microcontroller, you might be able to reverse engineer this stuff and make these pieces of equipment run and bypass all the complicated electronics they have. Because really, when it comes down to it, things like refrigeration, engines, and so on are basically mechanical items. They just use electronics to control them. And there's going to be a lot of abandoned buildings and a lot of rundown businesses and all these things. And again, these are things that you can do if you have the talent to do it. And I think that's very important. Okay, comments here. Milton the Merciless has killed the cable. Yes. But again, I hope you could hear me. I do hear a buzzing in the background. I will fix that before next week. Oh, and I got to tell you something about next week before I forget. I don't think I'm going to be able to have the live stream in the morning, and I'll tell you why. On the 8th, which is next Saturday, there are 2 flea markets. There's one at the church next to my house. They have a neighborhood yard sale. I'm trying to get myself a camera for those little digital video things that I have. So I'm going to hit that, try to get one of those camcorders so I can try to record those tapes onto my computer and then maybe recover some of my old YouTube videos. I think you might find that entertaining. And the other thing we have is the local ham radio, and that's over at University of Miami, and that's, I guess, in the morning till noon. So probably from the time I get up in the morning at 7 all the way to noon, I'm not going to be here. If I do a live stream next week, it's going to have to be in the afternoon. And I don't know if I have to work, so what I'll do, I'll find out the Friday before. If you want to see me, you want to spend your time, and you want to go on a live stream, I'm going to do it probably in the afternoon on Saturday. I'll just skip it for the week. So that's what I wanted to warn you. If you come here at 8 in the morning, I'm not going to be here because I'm going to try to hit those yard sales. And again, I'm not looking to get more stuff. I have specific things that I need. I do like the Hamfest because they do have some audio gear. That's where I got all the stuff that I'm using now, microphone and all this other stuff. So, and again, I want to show you, I'm going to disconnect the microphone and you can hear there's still static. So the problem is not in the microphone, it's in the cabling. And again, I will fix it. And I'm very sorry that you had to endure some poor sound quality. And again, I will fix that. No problem. Okay. Pork belly will do, yes. Costco bacon, less than 1 gram of carbs. And again, if you don't have a problem, if you're a lean person that's otherwise healthy, you're going to eat things like bacon with carbohydrates, I don't think it's the end of the world. Just like I tell people, if you have seasonal fruit or you have fermented vegetables, it may help you. There's the guy, I forget what his name is, in Frugal Prepper's channel, and he eats fermented vegetables. There's a lot of people that will start the carnivore diet. It may work for them for a while, but then over time they may need to adjust. So don't be afraid if you have to add seasonal fruit or fermented vegetables. The thing that I'm telling you, once you're on the carnivore diet, please don't eat ultra-processed food. Ultra-processed food is a scam. It's a way for big corporations so they can finance their CEO's lavish lifestyle, and you suffer while they're out there living it up with their, McMansion and their yacht and their private jet. You're over there at the doctor with gut issues and skin issues and all these other problems, and you're losing your money to buy this crap. You're buying 5 cents worth of crap for $1. That's not a good deal. When you're buying meat, the markup isn't that high. And if we can come up with a network where we can buy animals directly, I think it will work better. Because the problem is right now with the model we have, the processing costs are so high on cattle that when you try to buy locally, it costs you a lot more than when you buy from the food system. But if more of us live in rural areas, we can just buy these animals at the same cost or even less than some of the big producers do, because we can select animals. They go to an auction, and a lot of times the auctions are kind of rigged. They may or may not get good prices. But if we know somebody, we might be able to select an animal that we might want to try out, and we can make a deal directly with the farmer. And again, I'm hoping eventually, once this whole scamminess gets out of the space, I would like to get involved in some type of peer-to-peer crypto where you can actually do work with and for farmers and sell products and so on. And then with a trust-based system that's backed up with a blockchain, we might actually be able to trade it for meat between different farms. That's an option. But at this point, the best option is to be in a location where you're near these producers. And then that way, they're not like what happened in the pandemic. A lot of them couldn't sell their meat because they weren't paying anything for it. And when a farmer has to sell for less than it costs them to produce something, they can't last very long. So that's what it is. Okay. What do we have here? I follow some keto influencers that just moved to Arcadia, Florida to start animal farm. Oh, small farm. Okay. They want self-sufficiency. I have to check that out. I know where Arcadia is. I haven't been there in 20 years. Maybe that'll be one of my stops when I go on a road trip. Costco has 6-slice pork belly. Good. Just put it in the oven. Yes, that's right. Your seasoning of choice. There you go. Home and auto insurance in Florida is through the roof. So getting rid of property tax will really help. Yes, especially since property taxes are totally wasted. The state already gets sales tax and they still charge you fees for garbage and stuff like that. Property taxes are just wasted money that goes for these ridiculous projects like stadiums and trees planted by the side of the road and this other nonsense. It's crap. And the school system is a giant waste of money. They're basically prison camps, and they charge a bunch of money to keep the kids locked up all day. You can't even get in there. There's like a 6-foot fence around it. You can't even use facilities anymore. When I was a kid, you could head over to the school field, play basketball, whatever. No, you can't even go there anymore. It's got no trespassing sign. So we're spending thousands of dollars a year for property tax for something we can't even use. It's ridiculous. So it needs to go. They need to get rid of it. But they won't. They're going to rig it in such a way they can't because, again, no property tax, the corruption would be eliminated. It would all be sales tax and direct fees, and the garbage fee, again, they're going to charge that no matter what. They can charge a police fee or whatever, but all those fees would have to be apportioned. They wouldn't have a general fund they could use to issue bonds and then, just play games with that. Because right now they finance everything with bonds and they use property tax as a collateral for the bondholders to, that they'll get paid back. Without that, they'll have to take risk. Interest rates will go up and this corruption will end. But if they do get rid of property tax, I'm in Florida till the day I die. I hate to say it. All right. Going to Costco today. Excellent. Are you familiar with Terry Davis Temple OS? Is it usable today? No, I'm not. I'll have to look into that. I don't know if that's some Linux-based OS or what it is. There used to be what they call BEOS, which was similar to Linux but different. And of course, IBM had their OS2, which died out because it had no support. But anyway, I've been going to watch Aaron's live at 4. There you go. I'm going to try to check that out too. Thanks, Rick. Have a nice morning here. Got to go to the farmer's market. Take care, everyone, and do something nice today. I will try to do something nice today. Yes. And speaking of nice, let me hit my YouTube feed over here. The Financial Preppers channel sometimes has a live, but I'm going to look and see. I don't see any lives popping up. Saturday morning, there aren't too many lives. Oh, looks like I got Carrie videos. Yeah, let's see if we got anything here. I try to hit as many lives as I can from my friends. Let's see. I don't see anything. Most of us were busy, so we're limited as to how many lives we can do. But again, I'm just glad that I have people over here that take their time to watch me on a Saturday morning. And again, I have a lot to do, but I don't mind taking my time out. It's really going to be nice when I get to go on the road trip and meet people in person. Hopefully they'll take pictures with me. They can say that Rick does exist. Let's see. I don't see any other lives here, so that's okay. That's good. All right. So anyway, we'll continue. Let's see comments. And also, I'm really trying to get a decent computer, and I got another friend of mine that says that he has one, but I haven't been over there. Maybe, and again, maybe when we have the flea markets on the weekend, usually it's nothing but junk, but sometimes you find good stuff. Once I can find a computer, at least a decent quad core and something with enough memory, I can run the OBS. Then I'll set up the layers, and what I'll do, I'll make like multiple camera views, and I have some pictures I want to show you when I was a kid. If I can get these videos off of these tapes, I want to put in clips of that, and you can compare, because when I first started YouTube, I wasn't quite 40 years old yet. I was still late 30s. I don't look a lot different than I do now, and I pretty much sounded the same. So it is kind of interesting. And they do say that there are 2 times in your life when you age rapidly. One of them is around the age of 40, and the other one's around the age of 60. So there will come a time in my life when I have a rapid aging process. And hopefully I'll be alive then, and I won't have died of a heart attack yet. And then that way you can kind of see, because long after I'm gone, hopefully some of these videos will remain. And then that way, in the future, when people talk about diet and they talk about carnivore and stuff like that, then they'll go, oh, we look at Sean Baker, we look at Anthony Chafee, they might look at Kerry and his group, but then they'll look at Rick, and they look at the lady, what's her name, Maggie White, the rancher. They'll look at these people and go, well, these are carnivores. Like, huh, interesting. All right. So anyway, let's see. It's really good. You are here. And then there will be Aaron. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. Okay. And let's see. Sauerkraut is a condiment for me when I crave it. I don't eat much. No fruit for me. Cheese is my evil treat. Well, that's very good. That sounds like me. I don't think I've ever craved sauerkraut, but it's good with a heart attack burger. And I do believe that sauerkraut has some benefits for many people. Now, I have a different theory. A lot of people talk about a lot of bacteria in their system. I think it's the opposite. I think the less bacteria you have, the better, because your body has to fight those bacteria. So if you can eliminate all the pathogenic bacteria, sometimes having lactobacillus or reuteri, they tend to kill off the other bacteria. So I think when you're eating yogurt and sauerkraut, I eat yogurt pretty much every day. I think what happens is a lot of that other bacteria that feed on the sugars and the plant material, they get killed off. And if you're making sauerkraut, you're killing off a lot of that other bacteria. That's why sauerkraut doesn't really go bad. Imagine you have vegetables rotting in your refrigerator. They're disgusting, they're filthy, they smell bad. That's what's happening inside your digestive system. But if you're making sauerkraut, they can only ferment so much. And that salty environment, it kills off the other bacteria. So I think in many ways, fermented vegetables, externally fermented, may actually reduce the amount of bacteria you have in your body. And I think that makes you live longer. But again, it's just a theory of mine. I don't have any way of proving it. Okay, Kim, I love cheese. And then Pastor Krabs says, Rick, I just looked up my elementary school yard. It has a basketball court from 35 years ago. It now has a fence. You are right. You used to shoot hoops in our teens and 20s. Yes, it was very common, but about 10, 20 years ago, they used the excuse of security, which is a big excuse. Schools here also used to be used for local functions. We used to use the auditorium for our neighborhood get-together at the elementary school. They stopped doing that. They had church groups that used the auditorium. The school made extra money for that. They don't do that anymore. They even had at the junior high, they had typing classes and vocational classes. They don't do that anymore. So school has gone from sort of a neighborhood community center to a prison. It's a prison camp for children. Again, it's getting them used to that big brother, you're being watched, be seeing you kind of thing. That's what it is. And the schools are not even maintained like they used to be. They used to have gardens. Most of them don't have that anymore. It's just like an industrial piece of crap. They've remodeled. In fact, they're just doing the one that I went to make it look like everything else. So they don't have windows that open anymore. It's just the same old crap. Generic nonsense. Okay, what do we have here? I just finished the brie. 100 cheeses. Okay, we're talking about cheese. I found that out. I need to avoid it. Okay.
Sometimes I have blueberries or raspberries from my girlfriend's house when I'm there. Again, if you're going to eat fruits, get them locally sourced. That's the way to go. And the beauty of that is when you eat seasonal fruit, there's only so much of it. You're not going to be able to eat it every day, and your body can adapt to it for a period of time, may even benefit from it. There's that whole hormetic stressor thing that's out there. Maybe having a big boost of sugar now and then might actually be good. It's like working out. You may have to push yourself hard. You'll be sore, but your muscles will rebuild. I think, just another theory of mine, maybe loading up with some local fruit may be a good thing, but just don't go Paul Saladino and start pouring honey on your meat and eating sugar every day. My theory is the meat, eggs should be your staple food. That's the stuff you eat every day. The fruit and veggies are add-ons, and you can add them from time to time. If any fruit or vegetable makes you crave it, eliminate it, because that's an addiction right there. And anything that makes you feel sick, eliminate that too. So you start with the foundation of the carnivore diet, and then you add other things to it, and then that way you'll get the most benefit. That's my method. And again, don't be like the vegans. Don't tell people you're doing it wrong, because there is no wrong way to do the carnivore diet. Criticizing other people isn't going to get you anywhere. Trying to overwhelm them with science isn't going to get you anywhere. You may be marginalized. You may be hated. They might think you're Bart K. Jr. The information is there, but the delivery is important. Getting people stressed out doesn't help most people. Now, if you see somebody basically ready to self-destruct, they're in a critical situation, they're going to die if they don't change, then you can yell at them, and then you can use force to stop them. Put down the duck food. You may have to restrain them. But for a normal person that's just slowly going down that road to destruction, using a kind, encouraging, and motivating method may be your best way, in my opinion. But again, my opinion is worthless, I think, to most people, because I'm not a doctor, I'm not a fitness model, I'm not rich. There's nothing about my life that most people would want, except maybe a certain calmness that comes with the carnivore diet. Despite all the problems I've had to deal with, taking care of difficult parents, having everything break down, being without transportation, having a house that's falling in around me, I can still handle it, because as long as I can have the strength and energy to do, the power to think, I can find a way around it. And that's what everybody here needs to do. It's very important. This is the most important thing. Don't let the carnivore diet be your religion, because if it is, you're going to give up. You don't want to be the martyr for the carnivore diet. You want to enjoy the ride. That's the fun part. Okay. So let's see. Let's see. Chocolate and cookies, kryptonite. Yeah. Now, see, chocolate and cookies to me is about as appealing as garbage juice to the average person. You know how when they squeeze the garbage in the truck and the juice runs out, or you go to a dumpster and there's that fly-covered oozing juice coming out of it? That's when I think of something like chocolate and cookies, that's what I think of. It's like garbage. It's like eating maggot-covered meat from the garbage can. Terrible. Love pineapple and blackberries, other fruit I don't miss. And again, if you can grow the pineapples yourself, go ahead and eat them. I got a yard full of fruit that I don't even want to eat. I got bananas rotting outside that I give to the ducks. My friends haven't picked them up, so I don't want to eat them. It depends on the person. I bought a navel orange recently, sliced it thinly, and made it last a week. Well, there you go. I eat oranges from my yard when they're available. It doesn't bother me. If I eat hard cheese, I become a bricklayer. Well, some people do have that problem with constipation. I think because of the fact that I eat yogurt daily and I eat a very fatty diet, I don't have that problem. What I did recently, I did an experiment. I know Dr. Chafee talks about if you eat too much fat, eventually your body will rebel. So I wanted to see what my fat limit was. So I was eating my heart attack burgers and heart attack chicken and all that. I decided to start eating lard with it. So I ate probably 8 ounces of lard with every meal. And then I upped it another 4 ounces. Well, in a day or two, I had really urgent, it was diarrhea. There's too much information. But it wasn't like, the kind that you get when you get the flu that's all brown and painful. It was actually like soap. It was like soap diarrhea. I'm like, what is that? And then I realized, okay, that's because my body could only excrete so much bile. It got to the point where it could no longer digest the fat and it came out. And I think this is the difference when you're on the high fat diet. You can only eat so much fat. You can eat an unlimited amount of sugar. If you drink sodas all the time, you're absorbing sugar constantly. And then your body has to do something with it. That sugar goes in your bloodstream. What can it do with it? It's got to either oxidize that through energy. You have to go cycling or running and all that. And when you oxidize something, you damage it. So now you're wearing your body out faster. Or it can just turn it into fat and store it. And this is the problem. But when you eat natural fruits and vegetables, there's only so much it can absorb because that sugar is locked up with all that fiber, and it can absorb some of it when you chew it. It goes through your system. But then you have all that fermentation taking place. And I believe when fruit ferments, it produces alcohol. So you may even be getting slightly drunk on all that fruit that you're eating, especially if you're taking fruit juice. So, well, then again, I mean, maybe the fiber, who knows? But again, if you're going to eat fruit, eat it locally and don't feel guilty about it. And by the way, my little Milton, he fell asleep. Look at that. Really nice. What a good cat you are. Okay. Okay. All right. If you eat hard cheese, okay. Have you ever been to Miami Senior High School on First Street? It was a dump in the 90s when one of my friends went there. I remember Miami Senior High. The schools here have been pretty much patched up for years. I think they did some kind of facelift on it, but yeah, it's still there as far as I know. All the older buildings looked nice when they were new, but in the 70s when they had no money, they basically just patched everything up with fiberglass and whatever they had. Let's see. I'm cooking ground beef right now, and my cat showed up for his bits of raw. My does that too, He is a true carnivore. He is I got one, my role model. That's like my cat. He is a true carnivore also. Okay, she's 14 and has no teeth, but gobbles it up. Hey, I'm surprised. My cats never lose their teeth. And Thomas is back. Hey, all right. Nick Norwood's PhD gave a report on concentrated. Yeah, I saw that. Olive oil extract. That's one I won't try. It may feel better about EVO. I saw that there was some kind of extract found in the olive tree leaves, and fruits and stuff like that. So it's possible. But it's like anything else, It's like, where do fish get omega-3s from? They get it from algae. Ultimately, it's the plants that produce all the chemicals that we need. The problem is that our body can't produce it very efficiently. And I think the older you get, the harder it is to absorb the minerals and proteins that you need. And this is why humans are better off on a meat-based diet. But again, plants can be used as medicine, and even Anthony Chaffee, who says plants are trying to kill you, does say that plant-based medicines are good for a crisis. Plants can kill you, but they can also save your life. And that's really good because, understanding botany, I've always been an amateur botanist myself, is a great way to understand how we are able to process things as well. And I think in many cases, it's really important to not just be focused on one thing. You might be one of the lion diet eaters that only eats ruminant meat. That's great. But I think that the diversity of protein sources is important. And I believe that the older you get, the more important it is. It's like an older piece of equipment. It can still do the job, but you can't abuse it like you did when it was new. It may leak oil. It may knock. You may have to let it warm up. So you have to do all these things so it doesn't fail, but you can still use it. And I think it's true with us. Eating a bunch of duck food and getting away with it for a while is great, but eventually it catches up with you. And unlike a piece of equipment, you're not able to fix yourself once you're broken. I mean, your body has a limited capability to do that only if you give it the right materials. You could have a person who builds the best homes, But if you give him a bunch of cheap lumber and drywall, there's only so much he can do with that. So it's just, you're not going to get a stone house by using lumber. It's just, that's the way it is. Okay, let's see. My cat is almost twice the weight of your little doggy. And Florida says, knew a Greek lady who lived to be 102, ate olive oil, Greek yogurt, Pecorino Romano cheese, and that's it. I know a lady that lived to 113. Was a mother of a friend of mine who died in, his 70s, and she ate yogurt, and she didn't even eat the good yogurt. She used that stupid Yoplait crap that they sold in the store, and she would occasionally eat a McDonald's, believe it or not. Now, she was pretty old looking, and in her later years wasn't able to really do anything, but some people just live a long time, and I think a lot of it comes down to stress, the feeling that you are wanted and not just tolerated, and I think that is very, very important as well. Having the right relationships with the right people can make a big difference. These so-called long life blue zones, they tend to be places where people have regular contact with others, and one of the biggest problems we have is that the younger generation and the older generation are so separated, and it's all by design, it's by marketing. This really started after World War II, because before that, like when you're in a rural area, having close relationships with parents and grandparents is critical, because if you're running a farm and you need to go away and do something, your grandfather or grandmother, who can't do a lot of work, still can take care of the farm. They can still take care of emergencies. They can still do some work. But in today's world, where people work for corporations, the idea of people being more relatable to each other is unnecessary, and it's a threat, because when people realize they don't need the big corporations to survive, they won't buy their product and they will go broke. And this is the thing. All these billionaires that are getting rich, you think about Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, and you think of what's the other one? Bill Gates, and all these people. They wouldn't exist without us giving them our money. We give it to them directly through their products or indirectly through a corrupt government. So the thing is, if you can figure out a way to have a debt-free home, to have food without having to go through the corporate food system, you're basically stealing from their theft. So in other words, you're denying them the opportunity to take advantage of other people. And that's what they fear the most. And you'll see governments will do anything to discourage people from growing their own food and from learning about how to do things themselves. They try to make everything with a permit or license so they can restrict it. They want you afraid, and they want you easily controlled. And this is the thing. And what happens is people end up becoming inept at doing things. And when there's an emergency, let's say we have a hurricane and there's trees down, they pick up a chainsaw for the first time and they end up injuring themselves or cutting off something. But if they were using a chainsaw constantly, that wouldn't happen. Same thing with any other things, electrical, plumbing, whatever. They make an attempt to do it and it fails. And what do? They go back to the professionals. But the thing is that I believe that all of us that are able-bodied can learn how to do a lot of different things. And we can also learn when doing something may not be the best idea. There are some things that other people do better. But again, we have to learn from experience. We're not going to learn from just being lectured at by a bunch of so-called experts that don't know anything themselves. The old Greek lady had strong friend, neighbor, family ties, walked, did not drive, drank tap water, lived near New. Now, you see what I mean? It's like me. I drink well water and rainwater. I don't drink purified water. I walk and bike everywhere. And I have several friends. You don't see them because they don't want to be on camera, but they are here. And that's why I have to disconnect my phone. Otherwise, they'll call me. And I see my message waiting light is on, so I've already gotten some calls. I tell them, don't bother me in the morning. This is my live stream time. Now, they don't do YouTube, so I don't see them here, but maybe one day one of them will. And I'm hoping once I get the opportunity to get out and meet some of the YouTubers that I've known for many, many years, I might also be on their channel, and I might become more well-known. Right now, I'm sort of in a niche. I'm in a corner. And even though I've gone out there, many YouTube channels trying to share the message. I am basically ignored by most of the high subscriber channels because I'm not good for marketing. So when you're here, you're looking at just a real man's life, real experience. We're not looking at any kind of marketing. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm not asking for a donation. I'm just here giving my time to you. That's it. Very, very simple. All right, Rick, your well water has lots of calcium in it. Yes, it does. Very good for you. It might be. I'm not sure. Good genes and a positive attitude helps you live longer. And that is correct. Now, let me tell you a little bit about my family. Most of the people in my family didn't live past 80. My dad tried all these health hacks and whatever. He was relatively healthy, but he did have a lot of health issues. I'm going to make a detailed video on that one of these days. One of them was glaucoma. He lost eyesight in one eye. He eventually developed heart issues. And he had a terrible skin condition, which, from what I'm seeing now, may have been related to all the vegetables and juices he was taking. It might have been that oxalate dumping or whatever. Because what happened is when my dad was not able to eat much after he got the flu, that summer, this skin condition just devastated him. He would sit around itching all day. They did biopsies. It wasn't cancer. It was an immune response. So I think that decades of juicing, all that spinach and kale and seaweed and all that stuff just came out of him, and it just tortured him. And he died just about the time he turned 82. So he was expecting to live 100 years or more. He lived to 82. My mother, who had breast cancer at, 39, she was practically 40 years old. And then I was like 12. And, she got breast cancer. And she wasn't going to live, but eventually it's colon cancer that took her out. When she got older, she had lymphedema and all these problems. So about the time she turned 80, she had cataracts. They both had cataracts. They both had bad eyesight. Neither one of my parents were able to see without glasses. I mean, my dad could drive without glasses, but he couldn't read without glasses. He couldn't do what I'm doing. And, when he was 56, I look at my dad compared to me. I look 10, 20 years younger than he did. And he was health conscious. And my dad looked better than most of the other people he knew. People back then did tend to look older than they do now. I'm not quite sure what that was all about. So the oldest person in my family was my grandfather. He lived to 94. And guess what? He wasn't a carnivore. He just ate whatever he wanted. He walked everywhere. He worked at a foundry until he retired. He lied about his age, so he didn't retire until he was almost 70. And he just walked everywhere. The day before he died, he walked his dog, and he went to sleep and didn't wake up. That's what happened to him. He was junky. He had a lot of stuff, and he didn't take life seriously, and that's how long he lived. So think about it. All the people I know that were hard driving, ambitious, whatever, they got sick. They died. Most of them didn't live. 80, I think, was a limit on any of those people. So there's definitely there's something to this. If you want to live a long time, it's not just what you eat, but it's what you do. And I can tell you from experience now, I can't find it, but I actually have a picture of me when I put on body fat. And you'd say, well, Rick, every picture you've had is a skinny guy. Well, I have one picture, and a friend of mine took it. And what it was, when I was taking care of my mother was driving me up the wall. I was staying up till 3 o'clock because Mom didn't want to sleep at night. And I was getting up at 7:30 like I normally do. So think about it, 4.5 hours of sleep. It used to take me more than half an hour to get to sleep because my mom was always yelling. She wanted this or that. And I had to soundproof my door. Now, by that time, Mom was in the bed. She was bedridden, and I took care of her, change a diaper and all that stuff for about 7 months. So it was just not, and I put on a lot of body fat. I didn't gain a lot of weight. I think I gained 10 pounds, but my goodness, did I look terrible. I wasn't lean like I normally was, and I ate the exact same carnivore diet. No change. So if I can find that picture, I'm going to post it on my community page. I'll try to put it in one of my videos. But the point that I'm trying to make is that even though carnivore diet is a big part of my life, it's not all my life. Also, I've never been married. I don't have any kids. So my stress level is much lower. And again, taking care of parents, I don't know what's worse, taking care of kids or parents. I think kids would be better because at least kids are trainable. You know, they're almost like my little kitty cat over here. They can be trained. And if you feed them good food instead of duck food, it would probably be good. I've always been told that I would have been a good father because I have a lot of patience. Although I do have a limit and I will put my foot down when it's necessary. But yeah, I think that would have been the case. But again, the stress is important. And I think in many ways, it's a neglected part of this diet because people generally, they tend to say everything is due to the diet. And I really don't think so. I think there's a lot more going on. And, you know, up until about a year or so ago, I was not that active. I walked. I mean, I work a physical job. I always have. But the last time I rode a bicycle, I think was in 2008 because of just the heat, the traffic, and whatever. When I started taking care of my parents in 2010, I didn't have the time. I couldn't go on a bicycle. When you go on a bicycle, you have to have like a lot of free time. Like when you're a kid, you have nothing to do, you're out of school, you go exploring. Biking and walking is different than driving. When you're driving, you have a goal, you know, you're trying to get there, you get traffic, you get frustrated and all that. When you're on a bicycle, you're the vulnerable one. You can't bully your way in. You just have to go ahead and kind of avoid the disaster, get in when you can, and that's about it. And I think that's the one thing that a lot of people don't understand. So if you're a person that does a lot of walking or cycling and you're doing it as a way of getting around, you're de-stressing at the same time, even though the world you're in is stressed out, because, you know, you have that time to work with. And I guess that's one advantage of being poor. You're not trying to meet a lot of demands. You don't have that high car payment, the expensive home, whatever. Although the property tax is my biggest thing. But again, if they get rid of that, my life's going to change. You're not going to see me complaining about being poor anymore. In fact, my net worth is going to jump like crazy. And I mean, it may be a little harder to get more farmland, but hey, I could always move to North Florida and then get land over in Georgia and use that for a farm and, you know, whatever. But I don't think they're going to do it. But if they do, that's a game changer. Out of anything that can happen, the elimination of property taxes, I think, would be the most stimulative event ever. More than the stimulus checks and any of that. It's going to be, business here will explode. There'll be so many people selling merchandise, and I think the amount of restaurants and everything will just go off the chart because people will have so much money to spend. And just like me, you know, I work hard to keep my house crappy, to keep the value down. If there is no more property tax, why would I keep my house dumpy? I'd fix it all up. I might even build a whole new one. Who knows? If I was going to sell it, if they get rid of property tax, the property value would jump to the stratosphere. I'd just borrow a bunch of money, fix it up, and sell it. And I think a lot of other people would do that. So it's a game changer. Let's put it that way. That's why I doubt that it'll ever happen. All right. Having a pet helps you live longer too. Well, I've always had pets, except for the last couple of years where I didn't. And I have my little guy here. He's cute. Oh, he's a good kitty. I love this little thing. Look at that. Look at that sleepy little kitten. It's over there. Right? You're sweet. You're so cute. Look at that cute little face. Yeah, you're a good cat. He's improved. If you've watched my videos, you can see how much better he is now than he was. Okay. Just keep on eating your fatty red meat, eggs, and you're going to get better and stronger. That is correct. I did a bad thing yesterday. Box of cookies. I swear my feet felt badly arthritic this morning. If you're going to shock your body with all that sugar, the results are always going to be bad. Don't do it. Maybe you need to get some ducks if you're allowed to have ducks where you're at. And the next time that you see a box of cookies, you can just go and feed them to the ducks and watch them waddle and quack, and you'll feel good. Okay. Appreciation for life. Since eggs got so pricey, I have an aversion to eggs. They also don't fill me up. I just ran out and won't buy more. Guess what? This is my first day without eggs. I ran out of eggs yesterday. I'm not going to eat any eggs. I ate a dozen eggs for years, for decades, and then I went down to 6 eggs, then 4, then 3, then 2, now none. So I'm going to boycott the eggs until my ducks start laying and or I find another source. I can't deal with this anymore. It's reached the limit. Tax reduction is not the government's dictionary, yeah, let alone tax abolition. Of course not, because really the government owns all property in the United States. We are not allowed to own it. If we didn't have to pay property tax, that means that we would own it, and they can't have that. They want everything. And again, the billionaires sponsor the people that are in government, and therefore they make the laws to fit them. They wouldn't exist without the protection of government. If people had the opportunity to compete on a one-to-one basis, none of these billionaires would be able to hold their own. Take a look at all the world's rich people. They try to hide themselves, but when they are interviewed, look at how a lot of them speak. They're not very articulate. They're not very knowledgeable. And a lot of them are so out of touch. It's just like that story they have about Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake. I mean, seriously, this is what they call a kakistocracy. The rule by the worst, the rule by the least qualified. That's what we have. And this is what we're dealing with. But again, we don't have to be one of them. We can do it ourselves. We can have our own source of food. We can have our own community. There's nothing out there forcing us to do that. Okay, if there's no property tax in Florida, the sales tax will double or triple. And also, they would start Florida income tax. Well, you know what? I don't think they're going to start income tax because there's too many rich people here and they came here because of it. If they want to start an income tax, that's fine. I can eliminate my income, which I've pretty much done already, and I won't pay any income tax. That's it. Right now, I don't pay federal income tax because my stated income is the same as a property tax. So all my taxes go to the state in property tax. There's always a way around it. But you see, income tax is not as bad as property tax because property tax is a tax on unrealized gains. They're charging you a tax on something you don't have. If they want to charge an income tax, you have to have an income. And again, let's say that you're able to grow your own food or you have barter on your side, then you can go ahead and just work outside the system. You can do that. Okay, me too, Rick. I'm in my house for 31 years. It needs updates, but I'm not doing it. If no property taxes, I'll fix a few things and sell it. That's right, if home prices double, and they will. If you want real estate to go up, because right now it's in a bubble, it needs to come down at least 50% or more. You want it to go up, get rid of the property tax. The entire world will come here. And you know what's going to end up happening? Other places will follow. If property tax, is eliminated in Florida, other states are going to do the same thing. They're just going to have more sales taxes, which is fine with me. You want to raise the sales tax? Go ahead. There are no sales taxes at the yard sales, the garage sales, and the trash pile. Okay. Back around Christmas, I ate 3 cookies at work and foot. Please stop eating those cookies if you can. That's nothing. You could be right. They'll find another way to tax. Of course they will. But the thing is, eliminating the property tax would benefit me more than anything. And I can find ways around the other taxes. That's fine. I guess I haven't been punished enough. Not good. Yeah. If you want to learn from these mistakes. And again, I don't know why people like cookies. Cookies are slave food. They're garbage. What is a cookie made out of? Is a cookie made out of delicious meat? Of course not. It's made out of flour, sugar. My mom used to make cookies when I was a kid. I never understood the appeal of a cookie. It's like candy. What is the appeal? It's just sweet crap. There's nothing to it. If I have a choice between a cookie and a steak, you think I'm going to eat a cookie? Even if I was hungry and desperate, I'm not going to eat a cookie. I'm going to take those cookies over to the canal. I'm going to get myself a net, and I'm going to grab one of the duckies. So I'll give the cookies to the duckies. I'll grab the ducky, and I'll eat that. I cannot imagine anybody wanting to eat a cookie. And one thing you see a lot of down here in Miami, we don't have the barbecue places we used to. When I was a kid, that we had, Bonfire, and we had, what was that other barbecue place? Old Hickory. We had Ranch House. I mean, this neighborhood had 4 barbecue restaurants in it. Now there are 0. But there's 4 bakeries. You got the Pinecrest Bakery, the Ricky Bakery. There's a Vicky Bakery. There's bakeries in every shopping center because people love that cheap crap. Anything from a bakery is cheap crap, no matter how much they charge for it. Bread, cookies, crackers, it's crap. It's total crap. I don't understand why anybody would want to eat it. If you want to eat fresh fruit, that's fine. I can see why people would like to eat that. And it's natural, not the greatest thing for you, but it's not going to hurt you. But anything baked like cookies is processed, ultra processed. You don't want to eat that stuff. It is bad news. Okay. Let's see. If you don't learn from these mistakes, you're not progressing. That is true. I feel my absolute best when I stay on plan with strict clean carnivore, but I haven't been perfect by any means. I'm getting better and better over time. Well, Peter, that's what you got to do. You've got to learn to forgive yourself and dust yourself off and get right back on plan at the very next meal. No biggie. It's just okay. This is what we're here for. We're here to encourage each other. I make fun of duck food, but I'm not making fun of the duck food eaters. All right? I'm not the person that's tempted. Temptation is not something I have to deal with. Now, I do admit I yielded to temptation yesterday. You probably saw my short video. I was having serious cravings, and I was coming back, and, I hate to say it, but I gave in to my cravings. Did anyone see my video of where I gave in? I tried to put it down, but I couldn't. My craving was sitting there. I picked it up. I looked at it. I set it down. I was going to go back to my house, and I had to grab it. And I took it home, and I'm ashamed of myself. I had the thing cooked and eaten within an hour. So, yes, I did yield to my cravings. So if you've seen me, then you know that I do have cravings and temptations. All right, Florida. Just try and learn. Rick, how much land do you have? Your property tax are almost double my. I have a quarter-acre lot, and according to the stupid county, it's worth over $500,000. This house was $15,000 brand new in 1960. So, yeah. In Florida, if you've been in a place a long time, they give you less taxes. My land, it's probably $1,800 a year because it's 2 lots. So by the time you figure it up, it's like, $12,000 or whatever it is. It's crazy. But eventually, if they don't get rid of the property tax, which they probably won't, I'll either leave Florida or I'll be on agricultural property where they tax you on the agricultural value, which is only a few thousand an acre, and the taxes are very low. So, I had a friend, what he did to live cheap, he bought a grove. He used to be able to buy like avocado and mango groves for like $50,000 or whatever it was. And then he lived in the shed. He lived there for years. County didn't know about it, and they had no way of finding out. Okay. Promise you that the strictest and more clean carnivore you go, you're going to heal so much. Again, if you're a person that's have a background of eating duck food, strict carnivore may work for you. If you're a person like me who's never been a real quacker eating duck food, you could eat occasional fruits and vegetables and you wouldn't have any issue, as long as they're natural. Now, store-bought is a different story. I've had some pretty bad reactions to store-bought bananas. I don't think I've touched one of those in more than 10 years. I will not eat them. They do not agree with me. Okay. Peter says, I'm learning this too along my journey. It's been hard, but as Dr. Kiltz always says, hard is what you want. And when it comes to used car salesmen, Dr. Kiltz is the funniest. Hard is what you want. Good for a sign on the wall. Well, that's probably not a good sign. Let's say that if you have it in a gym or something like that, you wouldn't want to put that sign there, hard is what you want, because it may refer to muscles or it may refer to something else, and people might get the wrong idea. Okay, we're down to 37. I see that it's tapering off. I have bored several people. 3 hours, 34 minutes. We're not going to go for any records today. I have a lot to do. I have a lot of stuff. I have my truck to work on. I still have my friend's truck sitting here, which I haven't had a chance to work on. And I may even go to Winn-Dixie, pick up some more of that pork that's on sale for 99 cents a pound before it runs out, because it's usually like a weekend sale. It's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Usually by Sunday, there isn't any. I do have a job scheduled for Sunday, so I'll be gone in the morning. And on the way back, I always stop at the Winn-Dixie. There's no good deals at Gordon Foods, and there's no good deals at Aldi. So, I stop there anyway when I drive around. Anytime that I'm near a grocery store, I will stop. But, what can you do, right? Okay, I promise you the strictest, more clean carnivore. Okay, good. Peter, do you add fat to your meat or just eat the meat as is? Well, that's a good question. He can answer that. As for me, I just eat the meat as is. Once in a while, I'll add extra fat. That's the whole idea of heart attack chicken. Now, I have some remaining chicken, so I'm probably going to make heart attack chicken for lunch. Usually by 11:30, which is around now, I start the chicken cooking, but I don't want to have the heart attack chicken unattended while I'm here on the live stream. I'm going to work on trying to make the live stream mobile. Now, I do have a broken iPad that a friend of mine gave me. It works, but it has a broken display. And I'm going to see if maybe I can do sort of a mobile type video. Now, I don't have really Wi-Fi in my house. I don't like using Wi-Fi, but I do have some Wi-Fi adapters, Wi-Fi bridge. So what I might do, I have one of those Cisco with the 3 antennas. I may install that here in the hallway, and then I'll turn it on, and then I'll turn it off when I'm not. In my house, all technology is on a timer, and at midnight, everything turns off. So there's nothing technology working, phones, Wi-Fi, whatever. It's all off at midnight. Boom. And I go to bed at 11:30, so I don't even notice it, but I turn it off. It's just a way of saving energy and saving my equipment. Okay, so we have afternoons are my long time, weak point. Okay. Get at the store. Well, when I go to the store, I don't get tempted by anything but meat. Bike ride video, yes, Jerry Hall. Bike ride videos are going to be a regular thing from now on. Like I said, up till 2023, I hadn't ridden a bike from 2008 to 2023, but there's something addictive about it, especially with all the traffic we get at certain times. I love getting on the bicycle, taking the shortcut through the park, riding along the canal, and it actually saves me time. I calculated how much time it takes to go to Fresco y Mas by the van. At a high traffic time, it takes longer than the bicycle. In the middle of the day when there's no traffic, the van is faster. And whenever there's danger of rain or thunderstorms, I will use a truck or van. But I'm going to try to do as many bike rides as I can. And I'm beginning to think that maybe being out in the sun and riding the bike might even help me live longer. And it's a good sign, because if I can pedal like I do and I'm not falling over, my heart is probably still in good shape. So again, I'm not trying to exercise, but I think the bike is giving me sort of incidental exercise. I would not eat cookies. I would eat cookies, and I wish I didn't want it. Well, you need to work on that. And DC David says, "Hi, Rick. Hey, Rick. I should be on your live stream on Sunday. I think it's at 5:00. So I will join him for his live stream. And with those live streams, you can usually, because they're on StreamYard, you can join in on a lot of live streams. There is a link. So why not do that if you get tired of me? And I don't say much on other people's live streams. I'll say like a little bit and then stop. And I try to sit in the background, because usually the host is going to speak the most. But if you want to ask me a question, you can feel free to do that. That's fine. Okay. I'm repeating to myself. It's a cheap food. It's slave food. It's duck food. Just think duck food, duck food, duck food. I try to get people to do that. It's garbage. Why would you eat the crap? When you go to a buffet, they always try to get you to eat the crap, and they keep the meat sort of out of the way. Okay, Phil Grandma had to shop yesterday. No good sales, but I needed more meat. That's the same problem I have here. And Wolfman says, "See you, brother." It's hard for me, because the things that tempt a normal person don't tempt me. And David DC says, "Always enjoy speaking with you, Rick." Well, I'm glad to. If you're not aware of his story, he is a cancer survivor that is managing a very difficult and incurable cancer with the carnivore diet and his lifestyle. He also talks about the deuterium content of water, as well as grounding and other things. And I never really thought much about those things, red light and all that. But if you look at where I live, you can see that neon light over there? That's red light. And I use this stuff regularly. So a lot of these health hacks that you see on other channels, I think I'm actually doing them inadvertently. And that's it. And as DC says, slave food. They're giving you crap and they're telling you it's good. It's not good. Eat the meat, eat the good stuff, eat the food that kings ate. When you think about kings and they're dining at their table, what do you think of? You might have a pig with an apple stuffed in its mouth. You have beef, you have roasts. Yeah, they have some fruits and vegetables. But do you think that the king was eating a bunch of grain? You think they were eating nothing but bread? Of course not. What did they feed the prisoners? Did they feed them steak and eggs? Of course not. They feed them bread and water. What did they feed the gladiators? They were expendable. They're not going to last long. They didn't feed them steak. Of course not. They feed them crap. Duck food. They're feeding them duck food. And even a duck, if it has a choice, if you throw duck food with bugs in it, what do you think the first thing the duck's going to eat is? They're not going to touch the duck food. They're going to hit the bugs. I've dumped out my roach farm along with corn and other grains, and immediately they hit for the roaches. The roaches are the first thing that's gone. And then eventually, they get the duck food. So even a bird is smart enough to know that that's it. Okay. Bite of my steak, meat, yes, I owe cold butter bites with each bite of. And a lot of people like butter. I used to eat a lot of butter. It got too expensive. I stopped eating it. But I eat lard sometimes straight. Bite of my steak, meat. Florida says, Rick, so if I added a red lampshade, aside from looking like a brother, over my light bulb, would it give me red light therapy? Well, let me tell you something, a brothel. The LED light bulbs are very low in the red light, so if you put red over it, you will get some red light, but not a lot. An incandescent bulb will give you a lot more red light. And they do have red LED bulbs that you can use, and that gives you a lot of red light, although LED light is a little different than incandescent and neon light. Incandescent light does not have as much of a frequency because AC is up and down. I want to do a video on that with the signal generator. There's a lot of videos I want to do. I just haven't had the time, and my computer editing is primitive. But, you know, an LED light, if you've ever had a camera and you look at a display that's LED, a lot of them flicker. A lot of the LED displays that you'll see, they alternate through because of the way they're designed, and you'll see them flicker. LED lights do that as well. An LED light goes on and off instantly. An incandescent light is actually a heated filament. So when you turn it off, the light fades away. So what happens is your LED light is actually taking alternating current and is using diodes to convert it to direct current, and it's a very fast flashing. And I've been in supermarkets where they put in the LED light, and I start to get like my eyesight isn't as good. You know what I mean? It gets a little blurry. Because of the rapid 60 hertz flashing, it does something to my eye. But when I'm in my own house with incandescent lights, it doesn't do that. Now, these neon lights, they have a fluorescent coating on them. So even though neon light vibrates, and the other thing is, neon light is the ionization of gases with high voltage. And that ionization, although it is moving back and forth, the light doesn't change. So a neon light doesn't flicker on and off like an LED light. Now, you can fix that problem very easily by using DC power. So what you can do, you can have an AC to DC converter with a battery backup. And then your LED light will be constant red light. And that's it. So there are technical ways of doing it. But I like the incandescent. I've shown my light fixtures with their prismatic glass, the incandescent light, because it's a lower light level. So at nighttime, during the day, I use fluorescent lights in all the rooms of my house where I do work. I use old 1950s metal fluorescent lights that are painted white. Of course, now they're a little rusty. It's been 30 years since I repainted them. I'm going to reinstall these when I move. You used to see it in the 50s. You have the white ceiling tiles with the holes in it. You have the lights hanging down, so you get reflected up and down. And during the day, I use those lights. At nighttime, I turn them off and I use only incandescent and neon. So after sundown, all the lights go into a low dark mode. And again, you can buy the LED bulbs, and if you want to, you could power them with DC. And I think that for a lot of people, it would be good if you can run, if you're going to run LED, run a DC. Now, I do have LED lights outside on the house. My payphone is illuminated with LED lights. And when I move, again, I made these neon lights myself by blowing and bending the glass. I have the equipment for it somewhere in storage. But when I move, I'm going to make all new neon for my house. I have some of my old transformers, and my address used to be in neon. And I'm a big fan of the 50s. So I may even have neon ducks and other stuff around my house. It's going to be very interesting. It's like those light fixtures I have. They don't make them. They haven't made them for decades, and they're highly collectible. But what I'll probably do is I may use 3D printing or some other AI technology to make steel molds, cast iron molds. I might actually start molding my own glass lamps, because glass does get broken, but it lasts a long time. I don't like having plastic in my house. I'm going to try to find ways to recreate all the things that I like. Some of my telephones, the plastic has gone bad. I may actually 3D print some of those, or I may even do plastic injection molding. There's a lot of things I want to do, but I want to create an environment that's just constant. So when I move out of here, if I have to build a whole new house, it's going to be built my way. No drywall, no wood, no plastics. It's going to be concrete, steel, ceramic, aluminum, chrome, all these materials, no paint, bricks, rocks, wood, as natural as possible. That's what I want to do. And then that way, if I run my air conditioner, which I will if I'm in the South, I'm not going to have that stale, stuffy air, that chemical smell that I get when I work on other people's homes. Between the seed oil residue, which bothered me since I was a kid, and now I know what it is, and the paints, the carpets, the furniture. My furniture is stuffed with natural materials. The couch in my living room is foam, but it's so old it doesn't have any smell to it. My mattresses are all, this mattress is from the 60s. I actually rebuilt it myself. It has natural materials. There are no plastics in it. It's a spring coil. And again, I had to rebuild it because it sagged. This thing it's a combination. It has buttons in it. This is old technology. And I believe that one of the reasons why many people were healthier was because of the old technology. Now, people killed themselves with cigarettes and chemicals, but I never did that. I hate smoking. You're not going to catch me smoking a cigarette or cigar. It just doesn't happen. Now, again, if you're going to be a smoker, and I don't recommend it, smoke natural cigars, make your own. It's still going to kill you, but by the time it kills you, you'll be dead already. So if you have those bad habits, you might want to try and do it yourself. Alcohol you can buy because it's pretty standard, but I don't see the appeal of alcohol. I don't drink it. That's maybe why people think I'm Mormon, because I don't drink alcohol. But I have drank it at times when I'm with friends. But I've seen too many people ruin their lives with alcohol. I got a friend right now that struggles with drinking. And I said, look, I won't touch the stuff ever again unless you overcome your alcohol addiction. He's tried, still failing. But even if he does overcome his alcohol addiction, I'm not going to touch it anyway. But I know that the chance, once you get sucked into those addictions, it's very hard to get rid of it. And that's it. So again, you just have to be careful. All right, I sleep better since I use very dim light at night. Yes, I have absolute blackout curtains in bedroom. I don't have blackout curtains, but what I have are Venetian blinds. You may be able to see them. There's one over there. Those aluminum Venetian blinds from the 60s and 50s. I have some of the wooden ones also. We didn't have them when I was a kid. My parents tend to have curtains because they were cheaper, and shutters. But as I began to work on other buildings, I started to save these things and I put them to use. So that's what I have. And they work okay. But believe it or not, I guess I have a good circadian rhythm, because even when the light is totally blocked out, between 7 and 7:30, I'm waking up. It always happens. And that's it. Okay. What else do we have? I like unsalted Kerrygold butter as a snack. There you go. You might have to snack a little bit until you really get into the carnivore diet. I can't find incandescent light bulbs anymore. All illegal. They're still available, typically 40 watts or less, but what you have to do is look for the commercial ones. There's a company called Durotest, and they make traffic signal bulbs. That's what I use. I actually worked for a company that did traffic signal work back in the 90s, so I collected a bunch of them. There's also a dumpster over there at the county where they change traffic lights. And there's another company, I think it's called Horsepower Electric. They have a dumpster, and I get them to save me the old bulbs. So I have a large collection. They change all bulbs in a traffic intersection, good or bad. Some of them may last a short time, others last for years. I have a used one in my bathroom that's been there 25 years and it still works. I made a video about it. So you can still get them. They're 135 watts. I did show it in my last live what they look like, but it's called DURO-Test, T-E-S-T. They do make them. You can get them. They're not cheap. But if you know where to look for your local county. They typically throw them out. Also, some counties have a county store. I actually bought a box of them here from the county store for like $5, which I use. I have a good amount of them. If I had more, maybe when I move, I'll send some out. Maybe I'll send them out to some of my subscribers if you want to use them. I'm going to try to find a source as well. They're still made in China, by the way. You can find them there. But Durotest are made in the U.S. They are used for traffic lights. And ironically, a lot of the tower lights that are used that go on and off at night to alert aircraft are giant incandescent bulbs. So they do make them. Incandescent bulbs can always be recognized by they don't turn off instantly. When you turn them off, they fade out as the incandescent filament cools. An LED light is instantly on and off, and it has a much harsher and bright light. So you can tell the difference. Neon is similar, but neon doesn't have as much flicker because of the ionization of the gases. Okay. I sleep better since I use very dim light. I have absolute black. Okay, that's good. Anyway, excuse me. When I sit in one place, even when I'm talking, I start to fall asleep. That's one of the drawbacks. Now, it's usually lunchtime. A lot of people talk about having unlimited energy on the carnivore diet. I say that is false. I do not have unlimited energy on the carnivore diet. My energy tends to go in cycles. When I'm doing something actively physically, I have a lot of energy, and the energy will continue and continue and continue. But then again, you can see when it's like your body is naturally lazy. If you don't use it, you lose it. And I think what happens to me is when I sit a long time, let's say I'm sitting in front of a computer, I will start to fall asleep, and I have to get up and walk around. Also, my rear end will get sore if I sit upright. So that's another thing. I'm not used to doing nothing. Okay, let's see what else we got here. I sit with my feet on a grounding mat. No idea how much it helps, but Professor K says it does. Try it out and see. Appreciate you much. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. I have a few incandescent bulbs and lamps I rarely use. I don't love LED bulbs. That's right. That's awesome, Rick. I sleep better since I use very dim light at night. Okay. No, I just checked what kings ate. And the peasants and the kings ate various meat, while the poor people ate something like that, bread, water. True. Flour is the food of the poor. That is correct. And I see Jonathan is still listening. Good. I can keep this up longer than most people can stay awake. Let's see. I have neon wall art and a neon tally torch from the 1990s when South Beach was first developed. Yes. My family started a chain of futon stores in Nice, sold lots of neon art for sculptures. Back in the 80s, there was a resurgence because every 20 to 30 years, usually 25 years, things come back. The 50s was big for neon. The 70s, they went to plastic signs, which were just the ugliest things. It's just a box with a vacuum formed piece of plastic on it and fluorescent bulbs behind it. And then the neon kind of went away. And then in the 80s, with the Art Deco thing, the neon came back. Glass blocks and neon were everywhere. I have a few glass blocks I installed here, but, that's it. Oh, what do we got here? Somebody was driving by slow. It's either one of my friends or one of the neighbors. Okay. I ground 22 hours per day, unless I'm in the hospital. There you go. In which case it's 20 hours. Right, Jonathan. It's possible to ground even when you're laying down. You're in competition with Harry Serpanos for length of streaming. I haven't seen him lately. I wonder what he's been up to. You know, my Miami friend from 1981 had a small neon beer sign, elegant antique buffet. It was so cool. I used to repair beer signs. I did a lot of them. I have a few broken ones in my junk pile that I thought about. Now they're all LED. I don't even think they make neon anymore. But yeah, it was good. Neon, the neat thing about neon is that it's something you can make in almost any size. All you need is glass tubing. You need the electrodes that go on the ends, and then you need to have the right equipment. Typically, a long ribbon fire burner. You're going to need crossfire torches for doing the joining of glass together. It's basically the same kind of equipment you'd use for chemistry. Then you need a vacuum pump, which is easy to get, but then you need a mercury vacuum valve to go with it. I built my own. You know, a lot of times when you start in this, there were a lot of old timers out there. There's a book that I had, which I seem to have lost, which was called Neon Techniques and Handling. And the whole neon space was good because as a collector, I collect things like neon. I collected traffic signals. You know, I had a whole traffic intersection in my backyard at one time. You can see a picture of it in some of my community posts. And I have a lot of that stuff still. That's why I have so much stuff in my house. So when I move, you know, and again, if I had my way, I'd build a new place. But the other option, if I could find a commercial building, the ideal one would be something like a school, an old elementary or junior high school that was abandoned. You know, it would be hopefully from the 40s or newer. So it's all concrete and steel. And then I could turn that into a house, a shop, and everything in one place. Schools generally come with a playground. So there's a place to have animals, a place to do experiments. That would be an option. The problem is that most of these abandoned places are in high crime neighborhoods. So it would be a real challenge. But there are those possibilities as long as I'm able to continue to do what I'm doing and keep active. And at age 56, I'm still good. So I got to get this happening in the next year or two. That's why I'm hoping this summer I can do a trip, hit some of these farms, and maybe meet some of the people that I've talked to online, meet them in person, get to work with them, and then maybe my reputation can be spread around. People can see whether they like me or not, because it's really hard to understand when you're on YouTube. And again, most of these YouTube influencers, if you watch their videos, they're heavily edited. They edit out every grunt and every word that they say that doesn't make sense, any sniffle or whatever, they're all edited out. They talk rapidly. They even edit out the breaths that they take between talking. That way it's more impressive. It's all about image. But in my case, what you see is what you get. When you meet me in person, you're going to see that I'm exactly the same as I am here. So that's it. Let's see. Post office building on Miami Beach is really cool. I don't know which one. There's a few of them that were like that. The Postal Service is very good at destroying anything that's unique. The post office that was near me, that was a real neat 1950s thing, they ruined it, they remodeled it, and then eventually they sold it. It was turned into a shopping center. There used to be some really cool post offices, but now they're just generic crap. Government buildings are all like that. Schools, whatever. They remove anything that has character, and corporations do the same thing. The only places that have character are individually owned businesses. And most of them, you know, they sell out when the founder dies, and which is kind of a shame. But, you know, there's still a few places. I think there's one diner that's unique. There used to be a lot of those diners in Miami Beach. Remember, they had Wolfie's and Wolfie's Rascal House. That was a big thing. They served mostly duck food, but, you know, I have to say, I liked the way it looked, and they did have pastrami. They had some meat dishes, but it was basically duck food. But the Jewish people, they love duck food. That's one of their weaknesses. Jewish people love duck food. So, but there's nothing wrong with eating meat. Okay. The only good thing I can say about the post office lately. What is more important for a human, a body or mind, soul, energy? I really don't know. I think it's a combination. You have to have a good body to be able to do what you want to do. If you're a wreck, you're not going to be able to enjoy your life. You know, well, you could do it in a limited way, but What I'm saying is you have to have that. Soul and energy. Energy is part of having a strong body. Soul, that's a religious thing, whatever you believe. And mind, yes, you need to have a good mind because otherwise it's not just what you have to deal with, it's how you deal with it that makes a difference. How long does neon last? The ones I have still work and they were made in the 80s. I made these up myself in the early 80s. They still work. I've had neon that was given to me that I know was made in the 30s and it still worked. As long as the air doesn't get into the tube, it continues to work. The electrons inside can get deposits, but generally with neon, it can last for decades. There is no other light source that can outlast neon because even though there is a certain amount of warmth to it, you can touch it. The ionization does cause warmth. There's no oxidation inside, and the only thing that can happen is that glass, air can leak through it, and that can cause it to fail. Okay. I hoard incandescent bulbs. Yes, Ellen, that's smart. They are so much nicer. That is correct. They smooth out that alternating current. And by the way, when incandescent bulbs were first marketed by Edison, Edison was using a pulsating direct current, which was coming from a generator. It doesn't have as much flicker to it, and generally the bulbs will last longer. Because unlike alternating current, which goes from a positive maximum voltage to a negative maximum voltage, there's an actual vibration that takes place inside of the incandescent bulb. That's one of the reasons why incandescent filaments have those little coils in them to try to get rid of those harmonics. Because those harmonics, it's like a bridge swaying in the wind. It can break. If you bend a piece of metal enough times, it will break. So that's one of those things that, it's part of the nature of the bulb. So I hoard them too. I would say energy, others, all works. That's right, Jonathan. That is true. Otherwise, yes. Yes, flicker problem, especially if you have migraines. Yes, I'm really into the lights. Great topic. Exactly. It's one of those little things that you can do that can help you. Opelika has some really cool old school Arabian themed buildings. Yes, but my friend said that area went to pot in the 70s. Opelika is sometimes called Glockalaka because you need to have a weapon to be able to survive there. Now, that's where the scrap yards are. I made a video from the scrap yard. That's in Opelika. Again, if you look poor and you are poor like me, the people in Opelika don't bother you. I've had people give me money because they think that I'm a homeless person, but that's okay. I can tolerate the LED lighting. I need to learn more from you. Yeah. When you go into Sedano's where they have the LED lighting, it really is annoying. And that's the reason why. Even the standard fluorescent, the regular fluorescent that uses the tubes, doesn't have as much. It has flicker, but it's not as bad. The electronic ballasts have more flicker. The old magnetic ballasts that I use don't bother me as much. Wolfie's pastrami was what I used to order. That stuff was good, I have to admit. That was addictive. Wolfie's they had some good pastrami. Dang government crackdowns, yeah. LOL. And Father United Carnivore is still here. That's good. Okay, 4 hours, 3 minutes, and almost 4 minutes. We still have 43 people. We were up over 60, which is a new record. I think 65 was as high as we went. So we're not getting over 100. So I guess the Mitchfits and the Quackers are not exactly the same, but that's okay. And EC says, if people see beautiful things like architecture, they're inspired to create. It's a sign of a deteriorating people to see low standards of design, etc. Boring crap no one wants to look at. And again, even if you like modern architecture, which I do, I'm a big fan of modernism. I love the industrial modernist, the long overhangs, the big windows, the open spaces. I'm really into modernism, but I don't like what I call neo-modernism, which is a black, white, and gray crap, corporatism. The real modernism has real materials. It has wood, it has stone, it has brick, it has varied ceramic tiles, it has patterned concrete, it has, it has a lot of patterns and neat little textures. There's just nothing good about what's new. Today's buildings, they're too cheap. They don't even put in a ceiling. It's just bare, exposed materials. Everything's painted black so you don't see it. Cheap laminate floors, cheap. They just grind the concrete. They don't bother to do terrazzo. It's all cheap crap, and it's generic. So that way, when somebody else rents a space, there's really nothing they can do. That's all it is. Okay, great listen, Rick. Well, thank you. Bye for now, Jerry Hall. Got to hit indoor golf? Yes, I got to cook my lunch pretty soon. They do suck the life out of you under those tubes. Migraine. I get incandescent when I can, and LED isn't too bad, but when I eat right, no migraine. That's true. It makes you less, sensitive. It's the same with the litter and trashy looking surroundings. Basically, the neighborhood, people take care of it. Exactly. It's like I was saying about the old school buildings tended to have stone fronts. A lot of the churches were that way. Now they're just generic, stuccoed, painted crap. There's nothing good anymore. It's all garbage. Because they realize that you don't have to excel. You just have to be like everybody else. That's it. Okay, seems like sofas for modern houses always have very low backs. Good looking, but it can get uncomfortable. Yeah, that's true. I had one of those as well. But I just took off the back and sit against the wall because it's like here, I'm sitting on my bed. The wall is my backrest. Okay, and besides, in a modern home like mine, the sofa is not a place you spend a lot of time on. I spend enough time there, talk on the phone maybe, but I'm usually outside doing something. This is the longest that I've sat. And as you can see, even my cat, look at what he's done. He's managed to get himself closer to me. Down here. Look at that. My kitty cat, he can't resist. He has to be touching me at all times. I think that makes him feel good. Being a cat. Put that there. Hey, buddy. Cats sit in some pretty uncomfortable positions, but it doesn't really bother them. Okay, I feel grandma. Yes, they do. All right, we have 40 people. Now, again, it's noon. Normally the heart attack chicken would be cooking. I have a million things to do. I have my truck to work on. I have a lot of things to do. I'm going to try to return online on DC's channel tomorrow. I guess that would be 5 o'clock our time. So if you want to check that out, that's fine. I do have to work in the morning, but hopefully by the afternoon, things will be good. And I see what other comments we have. DC says, cats are very social. Milton is looking very comfy. Yes, he is. He'll sit on me if he gets a chance. He loves attention. Look at that beautiful animal. He's a good cat. I don't care what people say. The black cats are bad cats. They're actually very good cats. I love my black cat. I wouldn't have anything. I wouldn't have anything other than my little pets. Cats are awesome. Okay. Black, white, and gray is awful, especially in Florida. My art teacher daughter lives in Miami, says we need happy colors like Key West. We used to have them. If you look at any of the old houses or apartments, the other thing we used to have a lot of was patterned concrete. Patterned concrete was a big deal, I don't know why I hear. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's the computer making that noise. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, well, no big deal. Seems like the static went away, though. I'm going to fix the damage that Milton did, and things will be a lot better. All right. Yeah, the problem is it all started in the 70s. They went way out with the colors and with the textures. And then in the 80s, there was sort of a rebellion. In the 90s, there was sort of a color thing going on, but it was a little different. And then since the 2000s, it's been generic. Let's see. My house used to be pink, and the HOA forced paid me one of those gross colors. And that's another thing. HOAs and other groups, they like to standardize. The idea, remember, independence is their enemy. If you do things differently, you are a threat to them. And it really drives them crazy. Conformity is it. Unless you conform, you can't be controlled. That's the whole thing. Pattern pressed into concrete. There used to be a lot of these blocks in the neighborhood. They're all gone now. We had them here at the house at one time, but they were broken in Hurricane Andrew when the tree fell on that little wall. but all the neighborhoods had pattern blocks. There's still a few of them here, but most of them have been removed or covered up. A lot of those breezeways have been turned into rooms so they can rent them to make more money. And that's pretty much what's happened. And that's another thing that I will do eventually when I build or move somewhere. I will start making some of those blocks again. I have some pictures and diagrams of them. My dad has old catalogs, which I still have, that show the different concrete blocks that were available. And I have some samples. So it's another thing that we're going to do. Textured, making it slip and wet. Okay, yeah, textured. They used to have something called Cuban tile, which was a textured pressed concrete tile. Those are long gone, but I do have a few left over from when we had our patio. So again, those are things that we can make and use. All right, so let's see. Okay, we have 41. We had 49 likes. That's very good. And again, we may not have the most people watching, but we do get a lot of likes. I hope to see more of my carnivore friends and associates on my live streams in the future. And again, next Saturday, I will not be having a morning live stream. I may do an abbreviated afternoon stream. Maybe I'll have a show and tell with what I found at the flea markets, if anything. But if you don't see me on Saturday, don't worry. I haven't had a heart attack. At least I hope I haven't. And I'll be back the following Saturday. And again, check me out on Sunday because DC has a live stream. I should be there. I don't know if anybody else will invite me. They might. But keep your eyes open. Whenever I get invited to a live stream, I try to put a link in my channel. So that's a good thing. And again, if anybody has any additional comments, make them now. I don't have any music to play when I'm going out, but my cat is asleep, so that's a good thing. Got to get that heart attack chicken cooking. Got to get working on that truck and got to make stuff happen. So anyway, to all 41 of you, I hope that you're having a good Saturday. And I'm not going to DC. What is his channel? It's called DC Learning to Live. Actually, now it's called DC's Cancer and Life Journey. You can click that. Take like make a copy of the name of his channel, and then hopefully click it in YouTube. You might be able to find it. Can be a little difficult to find, but you can find it. He has less subscribers than I do, but I'm sure that will change over time. He's had various interviews and various, talks about different subjects. You ought to check him out if you can. But it's like anybody else that's on my live stream. I always recommend copy down the name of their channel, do a YouTube search, and see if you can find that person. Generally, if a person has videos, they'll come up. If they don't have videos, their name may not come up. So that's the thing. And let's see. I saw a video of the Miami Sea Aquarium 1560. Yeah, oh man, it was nice back then. 2007 was an absolute dirty dump hole. They ruined the aquarium. It's the same thing with the old, what was that, planetarium? It was a really cool 1950s, mid-century thing. In the 80s, they remodeled it into a Mediterranean turd. And they just recently tore it down and they replaced it with an empty lot. So, and again, the Seaquarium was another one. They took out the rotating shark. They took out the monorail. They took out all the pattern blocks. They painted it an ugly color. And then they let it get run down. That's because the Seaquarium land is actually leased from the county. And now what they're going to do, they're letting it deteriorate. So what will happen is they'll condemn it. They'll tear it down. And then the county will rent it out as a shopping center or an apartment complex. That's what's going to happen. So that's the whole idea. They want to get rid of that because that's from the old tourist days of Miami, and now it's going to be apartments. That's what's going to happen. I guarantee it 100%. There's no way around that, because they don't want any of that stuff left. I haven't been there since the 80s. When they remodeled the Seaquarium, I hated it as a kid. They took out all the cool stuff they had. Just amazing how they can ruin everything with their stupid remodeling. It's like all the shopping centers. Dadeland Mall used to be super cool when I was a kid. Now it's a dump. But it still has a lot of people there because of all the Latin Americans that go there to shop. So, and they do have a couple of carnivore barbecue places. They have the Fogo de Chao opened up, and they have Texas de Brazil. Now, I've never eaten there because I can't afford it. But it is there. One of these days, I'll try to do a Dadeland tour, and you can see Dateland Mall, when I was a kid, they were just closing it in. It had these cool concrete animals, and they had a fountain. You know, it was open to the outside. Then they had that shootout at the Crown Liquors, and then that was the Griselda Blanco cocaine thing going on there. So you can see pictures of videos of Dayland when they had the shooting, but there's really not that much else. And I think I have some Sequarium pictures from when I was a kid. There may even be a whole movie in there somewhere. So anyway, I have glass block in my master bedroom. Yeah, they won't let people remove them, but some remove them anyway. That's typical. Everybody be safe, yes, and give Milton a kiss from us. Of course, I always do. I love my little kitten. Look at that sweetheart. Oh, he's so cute. He's a sweetheart. I love my animal. Okay, best aquarium I've ever been to is in Yokohama, Japan. Very interactive and old design. Very cool. We need to bring back some of this mid-century futuristic stuff because it was really good. We need to get rid of this stupid black, white, and gray corporate crap. This needs to go. All right? It should have gone out with WeWork. We don't need this stupid crap anymore. I would like to see a return to neoclassical, and where you have stonework and you have the open spaces and the real mid-century modern with the outrageous colors, the neon, the overhangs that stick out, the rocks, the stones, the bricks, and all that. I want to see both. So I want to see a return to classical architecture, and I want to see that. And see, yeah, someone says I was at UM in the 80s, I remember. UM has also been ruined by remodeling. Very typical. It's a piece of garbage now. The library there used to be super cool. It was definitely a 1950s thing with that stairway. It's crap now. I mean, they ruined it when they remodeled in the 80s, but then recently they totally ripped everything out that was good. So it's all total crap. Stupid people with borrowed taste from magazines. That's right. You're late. Well, you're never late here. You can always watch a replay if you have nothing else to do and you're really bored. You can do that. Hopefully next week I won't have the technical issues. But I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get my day started. You know, I've been up since 7:15 when I got out of bed. And that's it. Let's see. Do you think the Marine Stadium should be restored at taxpayer expense? Well, the taxpayers built it. I think they should restore it. But, you know, you may find other people who want to restore it. I think they're just waiting for it to collapse so they can build more apartments. But if they did restore it, it would be kind of interesting. And that's it. El Torito's at Dayland Mall was a place to be in the 80s. You are incorrect there. There was a, what was that? Victoria Station at Dayland Mall. There was never an El Torito's at Dayland Mall. El Torito was at the Falls. And the Falls was the ultimate 1970s mall. It was open. It had water running right through it. It was amazing as a kid. I loved the Falls. The whole thing was built out of wood. It had these like walkways. They had like 2 bookstores. They had a seafood restaurant that was on its own little like pier island looking thing. And they had El Torito. It was right there in the Falls. I remember it. I may even have a menu or souvenirs from there. My parents would go there. Very enjoyable place. Yes, I like that. After a while, I noticed some cream in my coffee. Okay, interesting cream. I feel so bad now. Again, be careful with the dairy if you have a sensitivity to it. Okay, Milton, I know. Now he's right between my legs. I can barely move. He worms his way in, and then I have to pick him up and take him out. So I guess Milton, as a true carnivore, loves his carnivore friend, and that's it. So anyway, 37 people. Let's wrap this up. Let's go for the next time. If it's not next week, it'll be the week after. If I can, I'll try to make a video from my yard sale adventures. I'll be out in the van. You know, I'll hit the neighborhood yard sale on the bicycle first, and then I'll hop in the van, hit the Ham Fest, and then probably come back home and do the bicycle for the other yard sale. Usually they alternate weeks, but this time they're both on the same week. And again, I'll be making a long trip, hopefully on Monday, up to Broward for the carnival so I can get my vegetable oil. I'll try to make a video of that as well. And you can see. So, okay, have a great day from Lambs. Have a great day. And Kim Appreciates Life says, my daughter is 29 and agrees with you, Rick. She hates what they've done to Miami. Well, that's somebody else that is very wise. They have destroyed Miami. I have a lot of pictures. In fact, one of these days I'm going to make a video on why I hate Miami, because a lot of people have said that. Miami went from being a place that tourists come to enjoy their life to a place that scammers come to fleece people. And the scams have gone everywhere from drug dealing now to crypto and real estate. It's all a scammer's town. There's nothing here of value. If Miami was nuked and blown off the surface of the earth, there would be no loss except for the few good people that live here. Miami could be sunk into the ocean or wiped out with a hurricane, and I think that the quality of life would improve in Florida. So remember, the septic tank has to be flushed every now and then. I'm floating in the septic tank right now, so hopefully I'll get out of it before it gets pumped out, because a major Category 5 hurricane will empty the septic tank of Miami. I see, Milton, you're waking up. Look at that cute little thing. Look at his lips. He's giving himself a bath. You're a lovable animal. And he's purring. This is a nonstop purring machine. Of course, Milton loves you. Oh, you provide shelter for me. Yes, I do. The falls before Hurricane Andrew. And you know, the interesting was they built Bloomingdale's, which of course was built in the 80s. But it had, the way they did it was somewhat 50s-esque. They put in concealed grid ceiling tiles. They had fancy light fixtures. So even though the Bloomingdale's was built in the 80s, it actually had a cool sort of formal atmosphere to it. Now, after Andrew, they remodeled it, and it's been downhill ever since. But Andrew made a wreck out of that place, and then they redid it. And, of course, you got to realize that now everything is corporatized. It's all about easy money from the Fed, low interest rates, buy back your own stock. So the idea is you got to give people less for more. So even if it costs you nothing to keep what's already there, you don't want them jealous. You wouldn't want to take a nice place and fix it up like it was when it was new, because now that makes all the new places you build look like crap. So what you do, you crapify what's already there, and then you build everything else in crap. And then that way people don't know the difference. Then they'll accept it. So, and again, this is always done. They always have to do that because you got to downgrade. If you don't downgrade everything, you won't let people, people are going to say, hey, how come your old place looks so much nicer than the new one? So you got to downgrade it. Get rid of the tropical vegetation, get rid of any rocks or any ornaments, get rid of all that. Put in some styrofoam crap that's cheap to make, slap it on there, and that's it. And best of all, if you want to really make your place look like a piece of corporate crap, get some fake grass and put it on the wall near the entrance. Then put a fake waterfall and put the name of your company in plastic with chrome plating on it. That way it makes you look like you're high end. That's how they do it. And if hopefully one day I'll make a video of it and you'll see how I feel about it. So I'm going to take my last sip of water. This is not coffee with Rick. This is ice water with Rick and Milton, the cat. And we both drink the same thing. We both drink water. And we eat meat and drink water, and that's it. So let me pick up Milton here. Okay. I'm going to take these off. I'm sure you can still hear me. Come on, Milton. Here we go. Oh, yes. Look at this sleepy cat. There he is. Say goodbye, little Milton. There you go. Say something, huh? You don't talk much, do you? You're a sweet cat. Look at that face. Yeah, I see a comment. Lived in Miami before Andrew. I did too. And Miami, let's see. Wall Street loves Miami. Yes, Miami is the Wall Street South. This is a place where crypto scams go to die. And when this thing blows up, Miami's going to be in trouble like it was back in 2000 when we had the first real estate bubble. Miami went bankrupt. So it's only a matter of time before the crypto crap blows up, and that's it. So let's look at Milton. Say bye, little guy. There we go. I hate to disturb him, but look at that. There you go, sweetie. Look at that cute face. Look at that cute kitty. You're getting aggravated, aren't you? Okay. I think he makes a great companion. I'm really glad that, my neighbor found him in the road. He didn't get run over. He turned into my pet. You're going to be my co-host for a long time. And if I get to move, he's going to go with me, and he'll be part of the atmosphere. And again, I think it's going to be exciting because if I do fix up an old building, that'll be more videos. If I build a brand new house, you're going to see the way that I build things. It's a very specific process. It's a way of building that eliminates things like mold and mildew from the future. It's more natural living. I'm really happy if I can do that. You can see some of the various tools that I have and toys and so on. And that's it. And again, all the stuff they build now is garbage. It's all drywall. You know, if you look at any of my homes, even my old one, you look at the part of the wall, you can't really see it, but all the walls in my house are covered in like a sandy, rough finish because they're plastered. Drywall is a smooth finish with paper on it or some cheap knockdown crap. You will never see that in any place that I live. I won't do it. I make my own ceiling tiles. I do everything myself. So it's a very unique look, and that's it. All right. My 1967 condo has copper water pipes. My house has copper also. Ricky, you're so wise and have a really good memory. I think a lot of it is because I've lived in the same area so long. I do a lot of things myself. And being on the carnivore diet, I think it's had an effect. Now, when I saw my friend from junior high today, he's not what he used to be. He used to be quick-witted. He's slowing down. He seems to be a little depressed. And I'm seeing this more and more with people that I've known for a long time. They lose that energy. And I think a lot of it is from decades of duck food, living here, feeling discouraged. I feel really happy that I have a tiny little piece of old Miami. When you enter my yard, you step back in time. I tell everybody, you've gone back to 1970. That's what you've done. When you come into my house, when you leave my house, you're going back to 2025 or whatever year it is. But when you come in my house, and even if I build something brand new from the ground up, you're still stepping back into 1970. Because in 1970, you still had a lot of stuff from the 40s, 50s, and 60s. You know, I tell everybody if I was going to design my own town, I would make the zoning or whatever it is, everything has to be like it was in 1960. You can do whatever you want, but it has to be like something that was in 1960. And that's it. And you would have everything. You know, it'd be totally different than what you have now. And Suarez and his Miami coin. I remember his dad, Javier Suarez, another crook. Every one of these people that's a mayor or county commissioner, they're all crooks. They're all getting money from the developers. You notice that nothing ever gets preserved down here. It's always more, less for more, stack and pack. Doesn't matter how long it's been here. It's got to go. You know, if it's historic, we're going to let it fall apart and then we can tear it down. That's it. That's all it is. And yeah, Mediterranean turd. That's classic description. In the 80s, starting in the 80s, Mediterranean turd. That's all it was. You take whatever building it is, put some roof tiles on it, some clay tiles or whatever, put in some arches, even if they're just stucco, and that's it, you know, Mediterranean turd. Real Mediterranean would be like real clay tiles, and you'd have stone because you think about Spanish buildings, they're generally stone. Think of St. Augustine, okay? If they were going to build something like St. Augustine, I wouldn't call that a Mediterranean turd. That'd be fine. That's a real deal. There were places like that here. There was a trailer park. It was called, I think, Coral Lake Trailer Park. I have pictures of that from back in the 30s. They had ducks all over the place, and they built it in Mediterranean style. And that's it. But I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is the fake buildings. You have basically a box, and then what they do, they build like, you ever seen those ghost towns where they have the saloon? It's a little building, and they put this fake wall in the front of it sticking up, and then they put a big sign on it. All the shopping centers are like that here. They have this front. You know, it's like an edifice. I forget what they call that. Not the fascia, but it's similar to that. And they make it real big. You have like Hobby Lobby. They built a Hobby Lobby. It's just a box building, and they have this thing sticking up with fake bricks on it. A lot of buildings had these fake arches and whatever. It's just garbage. You know, it's just like said right here. See, all the Mediterranean exteriors from the 80s had fake stone made out of styrofoam, sprayed with concrete lime. That's it. And the birds used to peck away at it, and it was really funny. Everything is a Hollywood set. Exactly. It's a Hollywood set. Bye, all. Bye, Ellen. Have a great Saturday. Good to have you here. It's all fake. So when I build something, generally I like to build a house with a flat roof and put plants on top of the roof, grass, bushes, trees, whatever. I like to have my house blend into the surroundings. So when you look at my house from the air, you see an empty lot. That's what I want. And if I lived in a prairie, like a field, let's say I lived in a cow pasture, I'd have grass on the roof. And then I'd have like a little stairway so the goats could go up there and graze. Or even if a cow wants to go that high, it could. So the idea is to build the home to match the surroundings. So when you look at it from the air, instead of looking at something that looks like civic cancer, you're looking at basically an environment. You have forest, you have fields, you have whatever. You're going to have roads, of course, to get in and out. But instead of having 4-lane roads, you're going to have a 2-lane road. And maybe in the neighborhood, it's a 1-lane road with a little bit of room to pass. You want to limit the road size to make it as small as possible, just big enough to get your equipment through. And then, if you build a suburb, you'll want to have like along the back of the houses where they normally have an easement, you have a bike path. So you have bike paths running through the entire neighborhood, and then you have a railroad that the neighborhood connects with. The city should be round instead of square. You have it all around that area, and then it just goes out from there. Just like the natural world, it conforms to whatever. So if everyone was like me, you would have a central city, which would be in your port of entry. You'd have your river, your lakes, your whatever, just like it used to be. You may have a few tall buildings where you have businesses. You might have some people that want to live in an apartment. That's fine. But, whatever. But most people would be living on farms, rural areas, or whatever it is. Let's say that you have some suburbs around the city for the people that may have businesses, but they want to get that taste of rural area. You have long-term paths. You'll have a railroad. You might have one path on each side of the railroad. You might have 2 tracks for the trains, and then along the edge, you have 2 bike lanes. Because nowadays, they try to keep you out of the railroad area. In mine, you mix it together. Or if you're worried about the kids, you can put a fence around it. No big deal. But a lot of the railroads should be elevated, and then that way cattle can move freely. So instead of having roads where things get run over all the time, you have your neighborhood streets, you have main highways, and most of the land would just be open. Pasture, farm, whatever it is. You'd have a lot of dirt roads, of course, and that's it. So you don't need shopping centers. If everyone was like me, they'd be gone. All the shopping centers, the malls, and everything gone. You don't need high-rise office buildings. You may have 2 or 3, that's it. All those offices are gone because people are working from home. You don't need apartment buildings in the excess. You would have apartments around the city. You may have apartments in tourist area, and that's it. You won't need any hotels because we'll just have roadside motels. That's it. It's a whole different world. But it's not going to happen because very few people are going to think like I do. But if everybody thought like me, the environment would change within 10 years. You wouldn't recognize the place. We would use probably 1/10 of the energy we're using now. The fossil fuel use would go down, which is paradoxical because everybody would own a diesel truck. You could imagine, with me, there'd be muscle cars and diesel trucks all over the place. You'd think, man, the pollution would be so bad, but it wouldn't be. Because most of us would be living at home. We'd be eating at home. We wouldn't be traveling much. Once in a while, we'd go out for a cruise. Maybe we go to visit our friends. But think about it. If the railroad network made sense, what would you rather do? Would you rather drive 2 days in your truck, or would you rather get on the train, Rick's train system? And not only do you get a good train fare, but it's going to be a 40s, 50s style streamlined train. You're going to have all that old-fashioned goodness with the fold-out beds and the private rooms. If you travel on an airplane, it's going to be like traveling in the 50s without the cigarette smoke. And guess what they're going to serve you if you travel on one of my trains or airlines? You think they're going to serve you duck food? Of course not. You're going to get steak and eggs. And steak and eggs is going to be so cheap, they'll practically give it away. It'll be like iguana is right now. I mean, think about it. And with the technology we have now, as DC is saying, our Deco bullet train is going to be the ultimate streamliner. But again, corporations don't want that. They want you to suffer. They want you to line up. They want you in debt. They want you desperate. Because the thing is, if you're comfortable, you're like me, you're relaxing, you love your life. I mean, I complain about my truck breaking down and my house falling apart, but that's because of the world around me. If the world around me worked with me, it wouldn't be like that. We would all have a good life. We wouldn't have to go 9 to 5. It wouldn't be necessary. We wouldn't have to pay all this debt to these bankers for our overpriced mortgages. We wouldn't pay property tax. What would we actually need? How much would we have to work? Well, we would need food and shelter. Well, let's say we built our own house. We don't have to pay property taxes. The land, we bought it from somebody at a good rate. And because everything's rural, land is cheaper. So what else? The roads? Come on. How much money does it take to maintain 2-lane roads and a few local streets? We probably do it ourselves in our neighborhood. We're not paying property tax, so we're saving up money. We have our own asphalt paver. We have our own concrete plant. We can do it ourselves. We're not financing all these fat, disgusting, or even the lean ones out there living it up on their yacht, flying around in their private jet, telling us what to do. No, we can't live like them. No. You can't have the private jet. That's for me only. I'm going to have the private jet. I'm going to have the expensive home. You're a peasant. You're going to have to eat duck food and eat crap. And you're going to like it. You're going to own nothing and be happy. That's what they want. And you know what? I hate that. When I saw that, I got really angry because it's not necessary. We throw out more stuff than we could ever consume. Go to the dump or the scrap yard and see what they throw away. It's ridiculous. We don't have enough homes, and yet in my neighborhood, what do? As soon as they buy a home, they tear it down, they build a bigger one. Why? Because we have an artificially inflated market by the Federal Reserve and other central bankers whose goal is to increase the wealth and income gap as far as possible. Remember, before the Industrial Revolution, what did we have? We had a lot of peasants. We had a few of the nobility. And our lives were short. We were shorter people. We were less happy. They were breeding. They were treating humans like they were cattle. That's what we were. We could not progress. Do you think that we had a telephone back then, even something this old? You think we had audio equipment in those days? Of course not. Did we have a car? No. We didn't have the freedom to go out there and fire up our big old diesel and send a cloud of black smoke down the road as we go to visit our friends in another state. That's it. And it really bothers me. But the thing is that we can change that. There's more of us than them. The problem is they've had the media, they've had propaganda, they've had addictions to control us. People are controlled by addictions to the things that they want. They're addicted to food. They're addicted to tobacco. They're addicted to alcohol. They're addicted to adultery and fornication. They're addicted to all these things. People, the Bible even itself says, they're lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God. And I'm not trying to say that you have to be religious. But what I am saying is that a lover of pleasure is something that is bad. Having pleasure is not bad. If you enjoy your life, that's good. But the thing is, where does the pleasure come from? It's a lover of pleasure. I'm a lover of being, let's just say, productive. I love to do things that benefit myself and others. I'm not interested in the pleasure. I get the pleasure from accomplishment. My car breaks down, I'm mad. I fix it, and I have pleasure. Somebody breaks something, I fix it. There's a pleasure to it. Their air conditioner has failed. They're dying of heat. I go there and I fix it. I get paid for it. That's pleasure. You see, what I'm doing is I'm using the limited time I have on this earth, the knowledge that I've accumulated, as a way of helping other people solve their problems. But they have to want to solve the problem first. If they say, oh no, I'm going to buy a new car. The thing is, now someone had a comment here. It says, corporations want them dependent on them alone. Yes. Alan Guthrie's writing on the city of New Orleans. I remember that. Exactly, Rick. Rick, how is it that you don't want to possess new things? I love new things. This is the thing. I love new things, but I want something new that I like. So, for example, Let's say that somebody made one of these telephones brand new, and let's say that it was $40, okay? $40, you can buy a brand new Western Electric phone. I would buy it. If I could buy a brand new 1969 Charger, all right? Let's say that it was $30,000, brand new 1969 Charger. You think I would waste my time with a rusted out piece of junk I got out there with a rat living in it? Of course not. I'd junk that piece of junk in no time. I'd buy the brand new one. The problem is I can't get the new stuff I like. This is the problem. Everything that's new. Now, there are exceptions. There's a few things you can still buy that are new that are good quality. But the problem is that as corporatism has taken over, as the debt-based system has expanded, it's come down to basically everything's fake. Nothing is real. And this is the problem. What looked like chrome is now plastic. And that's what I'm trying to say. My daughter toured China on high-speed trains. She wishes we didn't need cars in Florida. And the thing is, elevated trains can solve any problem. Now, people don't like them because of the noise. Our railroad line here would have been perfect for it. What do? They sold it for apartment buildings. They put apartment buildings where the railroad used to be. The East Coast Railroad now has apartment buildings on it. Can you believe that? And they have a little tiny bicycle trail to go through it. They call it a Ludlam Trail. They're not going to do that. Just keep building apartments. Because the idea is, remember, less for more. Less space for more money. Less quality of life for more people. Less for more is the corporate way. It's like our grocery store Publix. I used to love it as a kid. I hate it now. It is the ugliest piece of crap you've ever seen. It's a dump. The place is a dump. It looks like Home Depot painted green. It's horrible. And that used to be the most space age, awesome store. It was incredible when I was a kid. Pattern terrazzo floors, great food. Prices were higher, but it was worth it. It was awesome. Now it's crap. Publix is crap. And I say it all the time. I hate it. I won't go there. I refuse to go there. So my theory is this. If a corporation does something you don't like, don't buy their crap anymore. Go without. I'm going without eggs because they're too expensive. I have no choice. What am I going to do? They don't make a new car you like, you're stuck with an old one. If you can't find a car, you're going to have to ride bike or whatever. I just don't like the new crap. Now, on the other hand, if you absolutely need transportation, do what a lot of my friends do. Buy a used car, one that's cheap. Buy something that's the least fancy thing possible. You might have to drive a Ford Taurus or a Toyota Corolla. But again, don't buy it new. You got to send a message to these corporations that you're not going to believe what they tell you. So again, I'm not against new things. I like new things when they're built the way I like them. All you have to do is rebuild what you used to. It's like my appliances. Make me a washing machine with a manual timer that's all metal, and I'll buy it. But I won't buy the plastic crap. I'm tired of it. And I will dig through the trash, and I will fix my old crap before I buy anything new. You're going to have to wait till I die of a heart attack before the next people that take my place will buy your cheap crap. And that's it. And the thing is, those of us that feel like I do, we need to take charge. We need to change things because the current corporate system cannot exist without the central bank intervention. The Federal Reserve and other central banks constantly print money so that these companies can buy back their stock at inflated prices and keep going. But the average person is broke. And without going into debt, you can't buy their crap. So just don't go buy into debt. You know, that's it. All right, let's see. All right. We got a lot of comments. It seems like when I go into a rant, the comments pick up. I have a 20-year-old house. I saw a 20-year-old house torn down, not for sale. It's around here. There's another house that's for sale. They just tore one down that was 40 years old. It was perfectly fine. Because they have 1.25 acre lots down the street, and the lots are worth so much money that's it. Either that or it leaked and molded while they spent. And by the way, what a lot of people don't talk about is the reason we have so much mold is because of drywall. Drywall is gypsum with paper. This holds moisture and it grows mold and mildew. If you were back to lath and plaster, especially metal lath with plaster, you would have zero mold because mold cannot grow on lime plaster and it cannot grow in cement stucco. It's like in your bathroom when you had the old tile, the mold would only grow on the grout because dead skin and soap is what supports the mold growth. So all you have to do is rebuild your house the old way and the mold problem goes away. You ever wondered why we never had a mold problem in the old days? It didn't exist. Mold can grow on wood, but it's less likely than something like drywall. And insulation just makes it worse. Okay. Lover of pleasure, dopamine addict, not enough living. Exactly. That could be true. These people have many homes. And that was, yeah, that's right. It's just all about investment, real estate investment. Real chrome is better. Yes, it is. There hasn't been chrome bumpers on cars since the 1980s, and there hasn't been chrome bumpers on trucks since the 2000s. Well, actually, some trucks still do have it. That's why I like the 90s trucks, but I don't like the 90s cars. I do not like plastic bumpers. It is one of my things I hate. I just don't like it. I think it's, and then what really makes me mad is when you see people fix up old cars and they paint over the chrome bumper. I think that is just cheap and crappy. It looks like garbage. Anyway, okay, it's not peaceful living having to maintain houses or people do so, thinking you can get perfection because your money is a trap. And I see that all the time. People do that. They nitpick over nothing. I like living in a natural world where you have brick and stone and other materials facing the environment. Your roof is a garden. You don't have to worry about constantly cleaning and painting. And it's nice because, see, plants are self-cleaning. Green, the color of plants, is ideal because it absorbs enough heat so the plants can do photosynthesis, but it doesn't concentrate the heat. If you painted your roof green, it would get hot. But when it's in a plant form, it actually cools your home. One of the reasons I can air condition my house with such a small air conditioner and pay less than $100 a month in electric bill is because of the trees covering the house. And that's the key. Work with nature. Don't fight it. And DC says, you should be a politician, Rick. The world really needs people like you. No, they don't want people like me. And I'll tell you why. Because everything that they believe in, I'm against. So if I was a politician, I would be assassinated or removed. Probably assassinated because it would be very hard to remove somebody like me. There's no dirt. There's nothing you can dig up. There's no sexual harassment because I'm asexual and I've never been married and I haven't had a girlfriend or anything like that. So there's really nothing you can dig up. And they would get rid of me. I know that. What I need to do, I need to get into industry. I think that's the key. Because the people in industry are the ones that really pull the strings behind the scenes. And since I don't have any vices and there's nothing anybody can really use as leverage against me, I think I could be a very important force in the world of agriculture. And I think that for those of us that are on the carnivore diet, with our animal-based, meat-based eating, the ability to create additional pasture land and also using animals as a way of managing waste. We have a lot of waste that's generated. That material can be get. In the old days, they used to feed it to pigs and chickens. We need to encourage people, instead of with this stupid zoning where you can't do any of this stuff, we need to get people used to living around animals. Yes, there's mess, there's flies, there's smell, whatever, but that can be managed through careful and, just taking a little extra time. If we're not wasting our time making money to pay debt, we could have more time to spend time around our homes and raise small animals, maybe some birds, maybe some small ruminants. And if you have a bigger yard, maybe some cattle. Some of these estate homes that have big open spaces, they could have sheep or goats. The idea would be to get rid of the corporate food structure and create your own, but not by the government banning it. It wouldn't be worth it. Think about it. The big meat packers would have to go out of business basically because there would be no market. You would have a market for people, like a lot of cities used to have a meat packing district because people who live in cities, they need food prepared for them. Same thing with produce. So there would be meat packers, there would be produce wholesalers. But on the other hand, if most of the people like they used to be were living rural, you would have a combination of animal and plant-based foods. People would be gardening on their own. People would be raising their own meat. And I really do believe that with today's modern medicine and sanitation, a lot of the diseases that we had in the past would be gone. And really, I think people would live longer. They've lived longer now because of improvements in medicine. But I think that if we went back, like when Thomas Jefferson, his idea was to have rural-based living. I remember learning that in junior high. So that whole Jeffersonian thing that was going on, if that would be the case, I mean, first of all, we would have better land management because we wouldn't be able to, we wouldn't have massive conglomerates farming with cheap immigrant labor. We would have family farms again. We would have an abundance of food sources. If we had a bird flu, it wouldn't be an issue because some of the birds would die and some would survive. The way it used to be in the past, when animals would get some type of disease, it would wipe out a great number of them, but then the resistant ones would come back. Chickens are never going to go extinct. But now we have them warehoused so we can have cheap eggs. But the only reason they do that is because they have to make up for all the corporate overhead, all the time that people have to use to be able to transport and manage that. That's a lot of money. But if you have 20 hens in your yard and you're eating those eggs, it doesn't matter. Where's the economy of scale? You go from paying $1 a dozen for cheap eggs to paying $0. All you have to do is gather up the material. And if you're going to buy the feed, well, that's a commodity crop. But what if you grow your own feed? What if you have your own roach farm like I do? What if you have your own garden? What if you have all this stuff available to you and you have friends? People always throw stuff away. You may have something that went bad and your friend's got some pigs. It's like, hey, I'll give it to the pigs. So you can do that. It can be done. But it takes a change of mindset. And we have to get rid of all this ridiculous zoning and all this crap. There's certain areas where people should be able to do whatever they want, as long as it doesn't directly affect somebody else. Now, if you got sewage running off into somebody else's property, that's a problem. But if it's ugly, but you can't smell anything, what's the difference? It may be overgrown, that's fine. And the occasional farm smell is normal. You're going to smell manure if you have cattle. That's just normal. That's the way you live. You get used to it, but you can manage it. This whole idea of being perfect and having everything constantly cleaned up and manicured and this and that is ridiculous. You're wasting a ton of energy cutting grass, trimming hedges, and all this stuff when you could be out there cutting that material and feeding it to animals and let them do their thing. You're creating all this yard waste that has to go to the landfill. But instead, feed it to your animals. Let them eat it. It'll come out the other end as poop. You can wash it into the ground with water. And that's it. Goes right back into the plants. Very simple. The corporations. Let's see. My sister-in-law made copper jewelry from copper wire at the dump. There you go. I used to work at a dump and saw that people love to recycle. Most dumps no longer allow it. Yeah, they don't want anybody to pick stuff because they want people to throw it out. Okay, corporations pick through the dumps for bins of wood, furniture, yeah, salvage items to sell. Exactly. Let's all move to a place where we can live a simple life with nature and me. Now, that's another thing I proposed. I've mentioned it many times. All you got to do is get enough people, find an impoverished county in the U.S. This is not hard to do. You don't want to do it out west where water is scarce. You want to find something in the south or southeast. There's got to be some place in Tennessee or Kentucky or Alabama or Mississippi. There's got to be some county out there that's full of really just run down. I've seen stuff like that in states like Arkansas. And then, you have like Gary, Indiana. These places are just trash. But you just got to find a place that has plenty of water and soil and has a declining population. And you take, let's say, 500 people from all around the country and they relocate. What's going to happen? Well, you see what happened here in Miami when the Cubans came here. They turned the place down very quickly. But if you had a few hundred people that thought alike, it would do this. Because now you have all this rundown, abandoned farms and rundown houses and broken down cities and deteriorating roads. People come in there and they say, you know what? Now I'm going to put my guy in the commission. So we're gonna make you the county commissioner. We're gonna make you on the commission. And then you're going to be the sheriff, and and you start doing this and you take over. And then little by little, you just basically take over the whole county. The people that can't cut it, the drug addicts and whatever, they die off. And the people that are just, they don't want to live there, they'll leave. And then little by little, you take over. And then you just start in one area and you work your way out. And if you run the county, you got the code enforcement, you got the property tax assessor's office in your pocket. You can give people breaks. Say, you know what? I'm going to, that building you have over there, that rundown office building, you're going to pay no property tax for 20 years if you can fix it. It has no value. And you do that. And then it's like, okay, guess what? I want to start a restaurant. I'm going to start I'm going to start a barbecue place. Okay, well, there's a barbecue place that's been out of business for 20 years. It's got homeless people burned it down. Build another one. We're going to make it easy. Oh, yeah, the permit. Here's your permit. No fee. Just go ahead and do it. And that's it. You let people do what they want to do. And again, they'll make mistakes. It may not work. Somebody may get killed. But you got to realize, you know what? You got to make mistakes to learn. Just go ahead and do it. And the young people have no future. They can't afford anything. But if you got a bunch of rundown buildings and empty lots and so on, say, you know what? You want your own house? This is your chance. And with the internet, you can live anywhere. So the only thing you need is the infrastructure. Maybe you could buy some rundown phone company that they're down to their last landline. You say, you know what? Okay, now I got this phone company. I have a license for this area. I'm going to upgrade my network. And you find somebody out there that wants to make an investment, or many people want to make an investment. We're going to bury fiber optic cable through this whole town. And that's it. And you start running fiber optic to everybody. And before you know it, it's going to be, well, guess what? Now you got a place to live. You got high-speed internet. You can do whatever you want. People will start online businesses. Maybe you want to sell meat online. You can do that. And then there's the tourist factor. Can you imagine if you had a whole county that was kind of governed by this principle of more for less? You have more quality. You have all these buildings that are being put up in an authentic way. People are using brick and stone again. They're building with real materials. They're plastering. They're doing all these things. And you go there and you look around. It's like, wow, look at all that landscaping. And then look at all these neat animals. And before you know it, what used to be, what years ago was a thriving town, went downhill because of corporatism, now comes back up. And that's it. And that's the whole thing. Now, again, the secret to that is having control of the whole county. Not just the city, the whole county. You get your people in the commission. And you're going to have to find a place where it's really impoverished and it's already rural. And that way the people that are already there won't fight you. Because the thing is, most of those people want to be left alone. So if you're going to go there and you're going to start your own farms and stuff like that, you already have the people there. They're not going to oppose you. And that's it. And if you have your group of people, you can keep recycling them through the system. And eventually, every time that somebody comes up for a position, it's going to be one of your people. And that's it. What are they going to do? The state, what are they going to do? They're not going to bother you. There's nothing they can do. And then on top of that, you can even start your own religious group like the Amish people. You could have something where I don't want to be on grid and I have to eat a certain amount of meat, or maybe the Muscovy duck is your sacrificial animal. So we're going to have Muscovy ducks. You got to think that way. And again, find the most impoverished, out of the way county. That's the secret. And if you do that, you'll be fine. And who's going to want to bother you? The scum of the earth is going to come here to Miami, where they can go and they can rent a supercar and go out in a private jet or whatever and live in some black, white, and gray hellhole condo. And that's it. And feel like they're better than everybody else until the next category 5 comes and they're all wrecked. And meanwhile, you're in your poor county and you look at the news in Miami and you go, I used to live there. Look at that mess. That's a shame. I'm going to go out there and milk my cow, and we're going to have ourselves some delicious cheese. Or, I'm thinking about duck tonight. I'm going to go over to the duck pond with my crossbow, and I'm going to harvest myself a delicious duck. And I may not have a private yacht, but at least I have a rowboat. I can go out there in the river. I don't have a private jet, but I don't need one. I'll just hop on my ATV and ride around my cow pasture. And that's it. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to prove anything to anybody. When you're out there in a rural area and you have access to food, you have the outdoors at your disposal at any time, and then you have high-speed internet and technology, you can make videos, you can sell products. You could start your own business. I mean, you could start your own, I don't know, database or whatever. You have all those options. There's nothing that the big city has that you don't have. Yes, you don't have all the Brazilian butt-pumped ladies over here to choose from, but who would want to date one of them when you can date someone who grew up on a farm, who actually has more than 2 brain cells to rub together and probably can make a really good steak for you? That would be much better. And even for those of you that maybe you're on one of those alternative lifestyles, maybe you don't like the women, maybe you like the guys more, well, you'll have them too, because everybody grows up on a farm. The idea is not to judge somebody. You want to get to the point where you can accept everything because you're not interfering with each other. You're actually complementing each other. And take a look at what time we've reached. 5 hours. This is a new record. You got to watch out for me when I start talking because I will not shut up. And that's one of the things. All right, we agree about the young people. We are the last generation to be able to afford houses. But you know what? We can fix that. Go and get rid of the central bank, let the economy crash, and that's it. Because when you have young people and old people, which one of this group do you think is better able to handle an economic collapse? The old person who's basically just hanging on and depends on others, or the young person who's healthy and strong, if they are? There's nothing the establishment feels more than a real collapse. And that's why they will always use quantitative easing to cover it up. And they're going to use real estate speculation to extract from the masses. That's the trick. But again, you have to do that yourself. You can do it, but you got to have the right people around you. That's the key. Because acting alone is failure. You can fix yourself, but you can't fix the system by yourself. That's impossible. Because there's always people that are brainwashed out there that are the minions of the establishment. And remember, those of us that are independent, as long as we have what we need, we can do everything ourselves. We don't depend on anybody. I don't hire anyone to do anything. I fix everything myself. I build everything myself. But that's because when you're strong and healthy, you can do that. But you have to remember that the people at the top are not like that. They are not able to take care of themselves ever. They depend on other people to do it, whether it's low-paid labor from a desperate country or the other people that they hire to get things done for them. And that's it. But again, we can't change that. The only thing we can do is bypass it. If you try to fight the system, they will eliminate you so fast, it'll make your head spin. But if you bypass the system, and this is the thing, don't get in it. Stay out of it as much as possible. Bypass the system, and then you're going to see things are going to be different. Because while the influencers are out there promoting their Lamborghinis and crappy condos and telling you how great they are because they're 20-something and they're pumped full of steroids, you're going to be off to the side enjoying your ducks, your cattle, your pets, whatever. And when the system breaks down, they're going to look to these celebrities and they're going to come at them. They are the target. Those people that have those expensive homes over here by the coast, the pirates are going to come and rob them. They might want to come to you to get your food, but you have so many like-minded people around you, it won't happen. How are they going to do it? They could try to send the government out there, but look at what happens when the government tries to start wars in other countries. They can never win. It's just not like that. So the secret is don't fight the system directly, bypass it. And the best way to do that is to create your own community of people, whether it's physically or virtually. All right, I was looking for dining chairs, solid maple. Yeah, that thrift stuff is pretty good. My friend has 3 houses and 3 flats for rent. She was able to buy those with her husband. I have no husband in my second. Yeah, no flats for rent, right. Your friend has to put up with hubby and tenants, not so peaceful. Rick doesn't need a boat. He has scuba flippers. Well, I do have big feet, so that is true. And it's Russ. My man Russ is here. Look at that. Oh my goodness. You got to check out his channel every week. And again, you want to see me, you want to get online with me, hit the Homesick Buckeye channel. That is my man Russ Mitchell. Don't ignore him. All right? Smaller channel than mine, but a much more entertaining channel. Let's see what else we got here. Anna's here. Smokey Bear Lover. Only you can prevent forest fires. I've had you on all morning. Love listening to your logic. Well, thank you very much. It's coming, Rick. Yes, it is, DC. So true, Rick. You can fix yourself, but you can't fix their system. Yes. Florida, what a deal. That table is classic. Love them. Okay, good. I'm glad you're finding stuff. Appreciate it, brother. Glad I could catch you. Yes, Russ. And Russ is the only one so far. You talk about the elite. He is the most elite of all the elites because he is the only one to have met me in person. We had a great time at the Rodizio Steakhouse down the street. I loved eating with him. You know, awesome guy. I don't care what anybody says about him. He may be fat, but he's funny. And the thing is, he's working on it. He's using the keto lifestyle as a way to improve his life. And again, I never would have met him if not for this YouTube thing. So right there, just getting to meet him is worth it. It's worth all the time that I put into interviews and live streams and all that, because he was doing his keto cookout. Things changed. He decided to invite me to be one of the co-hosts. And now look, we're good friends. So I'm really happy about that. So again, there is benefit to this. All right. And again, 5 hours, 7 minutes. I could go all day, but I'm not going to. And I keep saying that. But the thing is, I keep getting more people. It went down. It went up. It's 43 now. You know, I'm sure that I hold the world record on live streams in the carnivore space. Now, then again, Carrie, he had his 24-hour live stream, but he wasn't talking 24 hours. Anthony Chafee, I think, went for about 4 hours talking because he was filling in space, and I can do the same thing. But I have so many things to do. My cat has been sleeping. Oh, he's so cute. Look at that little beast. He's still sleeping. Look at that gorgeous animal. And again, I have other things like my gasket set. Now, not too many people would rebuild an injection pump, but I've done it so many times. I've gotten relatively good at it. I have ways of making it work. And, you know, it's really a shame because I think that the younger generation, if they were given the chance, there's so many things they could do. It's like in the old days, people used to get a few dollars together. They'd start a business, and then 20 years later, it's a multi-million-dollar corporation because the ground floor was here. Now the ground floor is up there. They can't get to it. They want to start a business. There's like 1,000 permits. You got to have $1 million, license, insurance, and all this crap. And that needs to go away. So we have to find ways of getting the system out of our way. That's the thing. And, you know, I don't really agree with all these people, but I know that that guy, what is his name? Salatin or whatever, Joel Salatin, is very popular. He gets people to work at his farm and stuff. And, you know, but I mean, he has a very niche market. His system won't work everywhere, but I think in many ways it sets an example because you can be a personality and be out there and get interest in it and expose the system, because a lot of people don't know how stupid the system really is, how many ridiculous regulations they have, how flawed it is. Because again, every time that somebody with a position of power and influence gets in there, they change the system to increase their profits. But there's a limit. A parasite can only suck so much out of the host before the host either dies or rebels. You know, if you got a leech stuck to you, you won't notice it until it starts to hurt. And then what are you going to do? You're going to pick it off and you're going to step on it. And that's it. And that's what needs to be done. The system is so parasitic that it can no longer survive without extracting more from us. And every time that you go into debt, every time that you eat duck food, every time that you go on a medication that you could have prevented, you're just strengthening the system. So if you can stop that, stay out of debt, don't get sick if you can avoid it. If you have an issue, sort of, what do they call it, acute problem, maybe you have an accident or whatever, that's unavoidable. But don't have to be on constant painkillers, constant anti-inflammatories, and so on, because that just makes them rich. Ozempic, that's another one. Maybe good short term for some people, but not long term. So try to see the danger long ahead of time. Try to recognize what's happening. Talk to other people, learn. Make contacts. Don't sit in your house all day like I'm doing. Well, actually, I'm not. I'm trying to make contacts. But get out there and do things. Whatever it is you can do, even if it's something that you can't do at the moment. Learn a skill. Learn how to weld. Learn how to fix things. Cut your own grass. Learn composting. Learn gardening. But do something. Don't waste your time in front of a TV or waste your time at a ball game. I mean, I know some people enjoy going to the ball game for the social aspect, but wouldn't it be better, instead of sitting in front of a TV watching sports, if you went to the canal and watched the ducks fight and mate? At least that's something you can interact with. You got to make a contact with the real world. And then that way you can see when they're trying to scam you. The ability to recognize scammers is something that I've enjoyed for a long time. It's kept me out of a lot of trouble. It's one of the reasons why I'm not on the street. I'm able to live here and scrape by because no one's ever been able to scam me, because I can recognize it so far away it's not funny. And again, this is something that you need to do. And remember, even in the carnivore space, we have scammers. Yes, we do. Now, they don't last long. You'll see people come and go. We also have people that are basically closet duck food addicts. They'll come out, they'll make a few videos, and then they disappear. And you may see them later. Don't criticize them, because healing from addiction to duck food is a process. If they're going to keep waddling and quacking, that's one thing. But if they can ditch the duck food, they may go into the carnivore space for a while. Then they go back to the duck food, then back to carnivore. You can choose not to watch them, not to listen to them. But don't criticize them, because what's better, staying on the duck food diet forever or trying to get out of it? If a person's trying to stop drowning, you're not going to throw them an anvil, are you? This isn't a Wile E. Coyote. So even if they seem annoying and they keep saying, well, I failed, I fell off the wagon, blah, blah, blah. Well, they come back. That's fine. Just take it, as they say, with a grain of salt. But don't say, oh, these people are worthless because of what they did. And that's it. All right. We got 40 people. The count is going down. Vintage. Let's see. Oh, no. I love those pretzel chairs. Okay. Boggles my mind that people don't see the quality of those tables. So you're talking about your thrift finds. That's good. And let's see. Rick, we are carnivores. We wouldn't step on that leech. We would devour it. Delicious. Well, there you go. But again, what I'm trying to say is, don't be the host for parasites. The parasites are always going to be out there. You have to be aware of them. If you can extract them or avoid them, that's good. And if you have the ability to crush one and get rid of it, do that too. Be careful with other people, because there's a lot of parasites, even in the carnivore space, but not as much as others. Most of the parasites are going to be on the financial YouTubers, and they're going to be, with the real estate people. You have these real estate channels, and some of them are actually pretty good because they're trying to expose the flaws, but some of them are parasites. Usually a lot of the crypto channels, there's a lot of parasites there. But again, some of the best channels I've seen are the farming channels. And if you're in the carnivore space, why not check out some of those farming channels? Because maybe you live near one of them. And if you can find one that's somebody you like and they're willing to do it, maybe you can visit the farm, and don't let them take advantage of you. Don't make them, make you work for free or something. Do something you like, and maybe you'll be friends. And usually with my friends, I do work for free because I want to help them. So the trick is to get as many physical connections as possible, because as you can see, when you have friends, even like in my case, I found an engine for my truck through my friends. I always have my friends to look out for me. They may not be able to do it instantly. They may be struggling like I am, but eventually they do help. And the more that you can do for others, with what you have, it generally comes back. And I think even if you're like me and you're too poor, you do have your time. You can talk to people, you can encourage them. Maybe that's all they really need. Maybe they just need a little guidance. And if they ask for it, try to give it to them. And that's all I can say. There's no guarantee, but at least you try. Okay. So we're talking about furniture, whatever. Good for you both. Excellent. All right. We're back down to 38. I think it's about time to just close this. We're 5 hours and 15 minutes. That is a really long time. And I need to have my lunch. So anyway, I want you to have a great day and think about me. And again, I'm going to be on hopefully on Sunday with DC and probably on Tuesday with Russ because it's every 2 weeks. So it's not like I'm going to be gone. I may not be on next Saturday, but if I do get some good stuff at the yard sale, maybe I'll do a quick live in the afternoon around this time, probably 1, 2 o'clock. So anyway, bye for now, as Florida says, and I appreciate you being here and I look forward to our next get together.